Hello, everybody. I hope everybody's doing very well. Welcome to a stream to celebrate 50,000 views on the MGSV video. It's pretty awesome. I've got me. I've got my wife here.
Hello.
She'll be with me for at least part of it. But before we begin, I've got something a little else that I wanted to run by you all, because I think we all know that content creation is very hard work. And so I'm going to have you all edit my next video for me. The way this works is, let's say, for example, I type into chat, you can see down at the bottom of your stream there that popped a bunch of clips into a timeline. And if I play those clips back, hello, my name is Tetramore. It sounds like that. But I don't like that quite a bit. So I'm going to add a little something else in there. Because every video needs a joke every now and again, right? So hello, here's our joke. My name is Tetramore. Pretty good, right? And so I've got a lot. I recorded about 500 words. Actually, no, closer to 700. And you all get the opportunity to edit my video during the stream. So basically the way that it works is for most words that you could think of, except for some really obscure ones, you can type parentheses, or yeah, do the parentheses and then just the word, and it'll drop it into the timeline down there. And then for a lot of meme sound effects, you will be able to do the same thing. Those have a sort of a suffix that's just .mp3. I'm going to pin a message to the top. That is the link. So if you go to that link, you should be able to see a long list of all the different things that you could possibly do. Let me make sure it works in an incognito window here. Let's see. Let me try that again. Settings. Link sharing in GitHub. I just need to make it public, I suppose. Oh, okay. It's down here. Change visibility to public. Great. Now that should work. You can go to that link. You can find all the stuff that you can edit. And if you don't care about all of that, it's still... We are also going to be watching the MGS5 video. You can ask me anything. It's going to be great. You can also ask my wife anything. Almost doxed her name. That's fine. You can ask her anything. She would love to answer your questions, I am sure.
Do my best.
I'll be stopping periodically to offer my opinions on things as we go. I've received a lot of comments, you know, talking about... Okay, that should be public now. Yep. The pinned link should be public now. The only other thing that I need to do is change the code so that everybody can do it, because currently it's set up to where only I can, just for demonstrative purposes. Let's move that down. Save, run, should be good to go. And now for the fun part. Watching my own video. It is shocking sort of going back to this and remembering just how low quality this video is. And in terms of the vocal quality and stuff like that. Oh, I need to also pop in. There is a text right here. Oh, Kojima isn't in there. That would have been a good one to add. My bad. So this text at the bottom of the stream that just popped up will show the most recent word that that got added into the timeline. And it'll also show like the sound effects and stuff. So you can use that to sort of, you know, build stories or do whatever. I trust this is going to be excellent. And at the end of the stream, I'm going to upload the video that you all make for about 24 hours. And the title is going to be Metal Gear Solid, an Aging Masterpiece. I have no idea what that's going to do to the analytics. I'm sure the algorithm's going to love that, but I don't care. Because I enjoy messing with YouTube. All right. Let's start watching. Here we go. So this opening, I am honestly shocked that people made it through this. This is so long. And like the first thing that I realized when I was, you know, going through sort of like some I don't want to call them classes, but I was getting coached by some bigger like YouTubers and stuff like that, is that you want to keep your opening sort of like punchy and like 5 seconds, and I believe that this one is about 40. So that's really good. There were some certain growing pains.
When discussing media, there are three voices that are involved. On the left side of the line is the negative voice. This is the voice that you embody when your opinion on a piece of media leans toward disliking it. On the right side of this line is the positive voice. This, as you can probably imagine, is the voice that you embody when you like a piece of media. This line represents a spectrum. There are different levels to the amount that we can like something. Somewhere in the middle is a voice that is passive about the media, and statements that typically exist on the left side of the spectrum can actually be used favorably for the discussion of media and vice versa. For example, Someone on the negative side of a piece of media might say, I don't like this thing because it's cheesy. But someone on the positive side could say, I do like this thing because it's cheesy. Those are two
Oh, hi, man line.
statements technically,
And
but
all
in reality,
everyone
they're
else that's here.
valid opinions to hold because we all view and appreciate media in different ways and for different reasons. How do we know that the piece of media in question is cheesy?
Yeah, the Joseph Anderson thing is funny, because I feel like the opinions of Joseph Anderson have really changed a lot, since this video came out, and I name drop him in the very first, couple minutes of the video, and I've gotten a lot of comments being like, yeah, Joseph Anderson is quote unquote, really objective and looks at all the objective stuff, and then references his horror video games like video where he basically says, I don't like horror video games because they don't scare me or something like that, which I find really funny because it's an extremely like different video for him, different length, different style. It's basically a video essay as opposed to like a long form analysis, and it's funny to me that that's the one that they're referencing, because I don't think that that's representative of most of his content.
That the piece of media itself holds. What we know about the media, what it's saying about itself, the goals and ambitions it has, the flaws, the themes and symbolism, what we are meant to glean from it, the text itself and the subtext beyond, all
love my
neutral voice.
Extremely basic
Neutral voice is where these lines over here come into play. I've never seen
graphics that I built in Premiere.
Django Unchained. In fact, I know almost
I still haven't seen Django Unchained,
except that it has Leonardo DiCaprio in it. I'm not even entirely sure that you're not supposed to pronounce the D. Now, I could pull from my brain information about Leonardo DiCaprio that I know from other movies he's been in and the discussion that involved him in this past decade and say, Leonardo DiCaprio was great in Django Unchained and he deserved to win an
the L is cut off on the
That is technically an opinion about Django Unchained, and it technically is supported by evidence from relevant media, but it is an unsupported opinion in the case of Django Unchained itself because I haven't seen it. I have made an opinion statement without taking the neutral voice into account. You see, these lines are here, and the positive and negative voices which you and I embody are below the neutral voice because, without the neutral voice, opinions are invalid. Without taking into account or fully understanding what the piece of media is.
So, a lot of people thought, well, I mean, at least some people thought that when I said neutral voice, what I meant was, like objective statements, or looking at a game without a bias, right? Which wasn't what I meant. It was just the neutral voice essentially is just referring to the text itself, right? All of the facts about the factual information about the text, right? Some people got that a little misconstrued with making unbiased opinions or something like that. But yeah.
Is saying about itself, a critique is only as strong as its ability to make you think that it completely understands the source material. This is often
What is Baba Booey?
a problem on YouTube in particular. It's much easier to watch a movie or play a game once, think, wow, that was bad, pump out a 15-minute video on the subject that only contains your voice and opinions.
People are still doing this.
The likes and comments, than it is to create a video which allows the piece of media to speak for itself before you pass judgment. It's easy to be convincing with your opinions or theories when yours is the only voice present. This is something that I struggled with in the UR Mission Control series, also present on this channel, and is why I strayed away from opinion statements after the first couple of episodes. One person that always takes the neutral voice into account is Joseph Anderson.
Not always.
Watch some of his videos if you
I'll
want a
relent.
handful
Not
of
always.
videos, and you'll see what I mean. So for today's purposes, the neutral voice belongs to Metal Gear Solid 5, a game that came out on September 1st, 2015, and quickly became one of the more divisive titles in the series, though you wouldn't know that by looking at Metacritic. No, I'm referring to the divisiveness felt throughout the fanbase, that fanbase being fans of Metal Gear Solid. Super Bunny Hop in his analysis video opens with a spoiler disclaimer and then says, "It," being this video, was made by a fanboy, and may as well stand as a cautionary tale that being a fanboy can cause you to like things less. I think that is a perfect microcosm of why a lot of the fan base dislikes this game, or simply wishes it was more, or maybe just different. Fans expected something and got something very different. But hasn't something like this happened before? Before we dive into MGS5 discussion, let's relate this game's situation to another one, Metal Gear Solid 2. When that game came out,
So one thing I was going to mention in that opening is that I wrote that whole section. So like back then I wrote sort of everything in chronological order, right? And so the intro was first, and then the next section, and the next section, and so on and so forth. I wrote that intro before I had written anything else, and while I didn't have an idea for what my arguments were going to be, I find it really interesting that I managed to create this this sort of like positive and negative voice, with the neutral voice being the facts, before I had written anything about how Ocelot and Miller are sort of like the two voices that are trying to puppet Venom Snake, and the facts are somewhere in between, right? The facts are different from that, because they don't necessarily have always either one, know the facts, or two, say them, because it's they always have their biases. And so I thought that was pretty interesting. A bit of maybe a divine premonition that I should write a section like that before I'd even realized that I was, tying it into the story of the game too.
the discussion was largely dominated by the negative voice. People were mad because they didn't get to play as Snake and instead had to get this bait-and-switch protagonist with blonde hair and girlish features and a pretty dumb boy attitude who doesn't seem to know anything.
Did you say nerd?
People felt like the story was a shamble, overly confusing and too steeped in its own metaphor to be understood by anyone. People had a lot of big opinions about this game, but many of them forgot to really figure out what the game was trying to say. Fast forward 10 or 15 years, and now it seems that the discussion of this game has largely flipped to the other side of the spectrum. Now it's an incredible postmodernist game about player versus character motivation. It predicted the future with its commentary on media and information control. Raiden is a perfect vector for the player while also retaining his own identity. What changed? Well, of course, the time that elapsed from the game coming out to more recently has allowed us time to understand the game more, but I believe discussions nowadays are letting the neutral voice of MGS2 in more often, allowing it to speak for itself, then passing judgment on what it's saying. After a recent playthrough, I'm not so sure that the game isn't getting too much praise at this point, but that's not the purpose of this video, neither is it the purpose of me bringing it up. That purpose is to pose a question.
That line, that MGS2 is getting too much praise at this point, is a bit of a bit of stark foreshadowing for my MGS2 video that would come out like I think a year later. My opinion had already been shifting away from MGS2, but it only got worse as I so that's a great question. Originally asked, how well do you think Section aged after your MGS2 video? Yeah, basically, I think my point still stands, and I think that what I'm saying about MGS2 here is true, even though I don't think that things in that game were very well, executed on. But ultimately, what I'm saying here is still true, that Metal Gear Solid 2 is kind of did this first, this whole like, oh yeah, everybody hates it at first, and then are kind of coming around to it or change their opinions on it over time.
I hated that game.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife here is the reason why my MGS2 video is the way it is, because it would have been very different had we not played these games together. And actually, she's the reason why the MGS5 video is the way it is too. Because she was I read, during the production of this video, I read a lot of the sections out. I read a lot of the sections out loud to her before I recorded them. And then after I recorded them, I exported them out to a big, long, 4-hour-long file, and we both listened to it I listened to it like 4 or 5 times over the course of a week just to like, you know, like make sure everything sounded okay, and then also make sure my arguments were sort of laid out in a logical way. It's really the most pre-production work that I've done on a script ever for any video. So it's funny that it still turned out this way, but you get better at recording and stuff over time, and I still think that this is a good video. I'm not super like negative on it or anything.
Has enough time passed that we can truly look at this game with fresh eyes? Can we let our passions
I'm gonna try and mute the
clouding the neutral
the copyrighted stuff.
hurt dried up enough that
Because back then I didn't care about copyright. Now I care about it a little bit.
see good where they once saw bad? Am I ready? It's only been 5 years. It took 10 years and up for people to start seeing what made Metal Gear Solid 2.
So that Weird Al doesn't, you know,
Even if I make a
assassinate me or
fairly
something.
long video looking at every point of
mean,
the
have you
game
seen
and
his
analyzing
biopic?
it,
He
will I
might.
truly be able to be unbiased enough to see it for what it is?
Unrelated question about that. If anybody in here has not seen, I guess this isn't a question. If you haven't seen the Weird Al biopic, you should watch the Weird Al biopic. You should just stop watching the stream and go watch the biopic.
I'm going to answer that question with another question. What is it that people hate about this game so much?
Yeah, so copyrighted music. It's really not even like the money necessarily, other than the fact that I have to protect my my channel a little bit.
Probably the primary.
But it's also the fact that somebody like left me a message saying I can't watch the MGS5 video. Where's it at? And I realized that in their country it was blocked because of all the copyrighted music. And that was a bummer, even more than any sort of like potential lost monetary, which I wasn't making money off YouTube when this video came out anyway, so it didn't matter. But even more than lost monetary gain, it was, there are some people out there that are going to have a lot of difficulty watching this video because
Different laws and stuff.
because of copyright laws and stuff, and it blocked it only in certain countries, which is a bummer. So
people always give for not liking this game is that it's unfinished, a statement which the validity thereof is up for debate. So what evidence does someone have for saying this? Firstly, we have Mission 51, a mission that was cut at quote-unquote 30% development and included for
I am glad that there are people out there that are willing to watch a video like this and you know, actually legitimately change their opinions on a topic. I think that that's pretty cool. As I try and like anytime I'm watching a video on a game that I don't like or something like that, I try and go into it with the opinion of, you know, things could change and I could end up deciding that I like it more because of the things they presented. And it's kind of neat that that people have had that reaction from this video of all things.
the world to see on a disc bundled in with the definitive edition. Then, there's a title card for a supposedly cut third chapter, called Chapter 3 Peace, which was data mined from the game in multiple languages. Becoming less convincing is the structure of Chapter 2.
That picture quality.
Mostly made up of repeated missions from Chapter 1
Wow.
with difficulty modifiers. Last but certainly least is the fact that every MGS game with acts or chapters prior to this one has had at least 5. I'm gonna go in reverse order because I'm zany like that.
I've referenced that line because I'm zany like that a couple times in some other videos. I think it's kind of funny to have like a continuity of things, like a line that I say repeatedly. I can't remember what other video it was, but I think that's kind of funny. I agree, Distarch. I think that is kind of silly.
Okay, so that last one, just what? I don't even really get that, although I can understand when you call them chapters. It honestly makes more sense to think of the Phantom Pain as a story with a prologue in the form of Ground Zeroes and an epilogue in the form of Chapter 2. But even that doesn't exactly work given the importance of Chapter 2 and how much story content is there. Really, just think of it this way. Does every Harry Potter book have to have the same amount of chapters? That's such a non-point that I'm just going to move on. I think I've already spent too much time on it. Structure of Chapter 2. This one is a little harder to defend because it's so subjective. If you don't like the mission structure here, then honestly that's fine with me. I don't much like it either. I usually just do side ops until more story triggers. I've hardly ever touched the repeated missions. This is obviously a
This is still true, although I have not played this game since this video. This is the researching for this video was the last time I played this game. I want to go back to it because it's still got, like, you know, we're nearing 10 years of this game being out, and it's still the best stealth gameplay, period. There's no game that tops it, but I haven't gone back to it yet. Probably because I've been busy playing Kingdom Hearts or something. What do you think about the game spoiling some stuff in the credits in the Chapter 2 trailer? That's a great question. I didn't bring it up in the video. I think that it's fine mostly because you don't know the context. Like when it says, you know, the skulls are going to be here or whatever, you don't really know the context, and so the spoiler is only really as powerful as, like, the amount of context you get from it, you know. Something like Darth Vader is Luke's father has a whole lot of context on its own, right? There's a lot of context baked into that one sentence, right? And so that's why that would have been a big deal when that movie came out, because the implications of that are massive, right? But with this, I it's never really bothered me. I also never really, like, look at the credits, so, you know, I'm always just staring at Snake's face or something when those pop up.
problem, but I think a decent amount of time and Diamond Dog's growth is supposed to be happening in between the end of Chapter 1 and the rest of the story triggering, so I guess for that purpose it works. That being said, I don't see how that's proof that the game is unfinished when Peace Walker, a game
Kojima.
that no one is claiming is unfinished, did basically the exact same thing.
I thought I'd made it.
Honestly, all the Zadornov crap at the end of Peace Walker is leaps and bounds worse than Chapter 2 in this game. This type of progression is phenomenally archaic and annoying, but it's not proof that it's unfinished. Next. Alright, Chapter 3 Peace.
I still very much stand by
Obviously,
that.
this
Peace Walker is a
really
mess.
A little bit of cut content, but in case you don't know, cut content happens in video games all the time. You needn't look much further than the Insomniac Museum to know that, or heck, just go watch this video. I don't know what Chapter 3 Peace was supposed to be attached to, but I think looking at it in a different language, the original language, could give us some insight. On the Never Be Game Over wiki, they have all the languages listed, as well as the original Japanese, and the translation of the word that they use actually means to live together, or symbiosis, and is never used to mean peace. To make the picture clearer, a better word to put there from English would be coexist. Knowing this, the most logical placement of this Chapter 3 title card would be after the conversation Ocelot and Miller have at the end of the game, in which Miller states that they must coexist until the next phase of their lives begins.
We'd better get used to coexisting.
This would mean Chapter 3 was only ever meant to symbolize the end of the story, but it also means that during Chapter 3 Peace is when you would unlock the disarmament ending if you did.
Disarmament
At
moment.
some point in development, they just decided to scrap the title card entirely, but the funny thing about the scrapping concepts in video games is that they often
Also that. The scrapping concepts in video games. That has always bugged me. I don't know how that got passed. But at this point, I didn't do a whole lot of retakes. Like I took it and, like, if I found it when I was going back over things, I just sort of was like, well, it's gonna have to be what it is because I've already, like, sequenced all the video and audio and all of it's gotta, you know, all of it is in place. I don't want to go back and change it now. I have since realized that the importance of those retakes far greater outweighs the potential upset of having to change things, which it also is a little bit easier because now I use separate timelines, whereas back then I think this whole video was built in one single Premiere Pro timeline. I've learned a lot since then.
sometimes don't get fully deleted. This is the most logical explanation for Chapter 3 piece, and it definitely doesn't point to there being anything hidden away or unfinished. More on disarmament in just a second. First, let's quickly go over Mission 51. Mission 51 wraps up a storyline that is still in the game that is left dangling in the finished version that we got and was scrapped at some point during the process. I think I know exactly why they scrapped it, but like a fine wine, I've got to let this video age a bit before we can start popping open the hot button topics. So
That's a good
bear with
line.
me here. Just know
I like that
Mission
one.
51 really only serves to wrap up a side plot in the story and doesn't even really do that. Okay, so there's that. The whole MGS5 is unfinished thing is thoroughly put to rest, right? Well, not exactly. Not because I'm hiding some other big piece of evidence from you that I can't refute. No, it's because, as Ocelot once said,
fiction inspires people more than facts.
you see, people were angry at this game for not delivering what they were hoping for. They tried attacking the game, but the funny thing about a game is that it's not really going to change, regardless of how much you say about it. They were
it could be
desperate
patched,
to believe there was
but,
more,
you know.
and in the absence of a villain to place the blame on, they turned to a conspiracy. The game is unfinished. Because of the nature of Kojima's relationship with Konami at the time and the change of format that this game represents, they decided that, surely, Kojima wasn't allowed to finish it the way he imagined it. The story isn't there, and it's not Kojima's fault.
Mr. Kojima had every intention of being with us tonight, but unfortunately he was informed by a lawyer representing Konami just recently that
Pretty crazy stuff. Like, this doesn't happen.
To travel to tonight's awards ceremony to accept any awards.
Theory crafting ensued, and ultimately one consistent idea was conceived in their minds. The rest of the story is hidden in
I
chapter.
wonder if those boos were
But how are we supposed to find chapter?
put in post.
The answers would all lie within the strange and mysterious ending, which no one to this day has legitimately acquired: the disarmament ending. In the middle portion of the game, you get access to an interesting little online mode.
This ending is kind of funny because there's been a lot of triggers of it. Like, it's been triggered a lot on multiple different servers. Since the last time I researched it, I wasn't able to find any evidence that it had ever been legitimately legitimately triggered, because you have to realize that there's a lot of hacking going on involved in this, and so people will either hack the system so that there's so many nukes that it integer overflows back down to 0 and triggers the ending, or people have to hack it so that they can actually remove all of the nukes. And the reason this was because apparently there were ghost nukes on servers where you literally couldn't go to the person's FOB and remove the nuke. It was impossible. And so in order to achieve the ending at all, it was bugged, right? And so you couldn't actually do it. Kind of interesting. Yeah, permanently inaccessible nukes was a big problem. I don't know if it ever got fixed. Probably not. I don't know that this game gets patched very often. But yeah, since the last time I researched it, I wasn't able to find any really good evidence that it had ever been legitimately achieved.
Called FOBs. You can invade other people's FOBs and steal their resources
And like I say in this video, Konami has stopped doing numbers. They used to post numbers and now they don't. And so clearly they don't care anymore. It's kind of interesting.
crew to add to your own, but if you're caught, the owner of the FOB you're on, that being a different person playing the game, could come and try and take you out himself. If you make it out without anyone spotting you, you get away scot-free with whatever you were able to nab, but if you get spotted, the enemy can retaliate against you even after you leave their FOB, which can create rivalry.
Phoenix Wright music in there.
There was one way to stop that retaliation though, and that's to build a nuke. In case you weren't aware, Metal Gear's all about nukes.
A language of nuke.
Making her say nuke like that at the very end was actually my wife's idea.
I love
The
that.
titular Metal Gears are not threatening because they are giant robot dinosaurs, they are threatening because they are mobile nuclear platforms, designed to launch a nuke from anywhere. So in this game, you have the chance to build your own nuke to act as a deterrent against enemies. You can also disarm nukes, and can even steal other players' nukes in order to disarm them as well. That is where the disarmament ending comes into play. There was a cutscene data mined fairly early on in the game's life.
Other stealth games have more tension and better mechanics, but in terms of options, MGS5 is still at the top. Yeah, that's probably fair. MGS5 is actually very easy. Like just to get through, it's pretty easy. Because you've got so many options. There's no lack of options, and the Trank Fulton is extremely overpowered, like extremely. And so there's definitely some balancing issues, and yeah, tension probably is a big like failure point. Disarm. Good one. I totally meant that pun. Yeah, tension is probably a big failure point for MGS5, but I think that it's personally it is outweighed by how good the game feels and how fun it is and your options.
That depicts an ending where all the nukes in the world are disarmed.
Last nuke was deactivated.
Good job.
That is a fact.
The way this worked from a design perspective is that a certain number of nukes had to be proliferated, and then the number of nukes on a server, of which there is one per console the game is on, must be dropped back down to 0. This cutscene has been misfired on at least one server in the past, the PC server, and I've heard that it got misfired on PS4 as well, but I can't find evidence of that. However, it has never been...
Yeah, accessibility was a big point for MGS5, and
entire communities of people organized on platforms.
it definitely succeeded. I think the reflex mode is great, but I also love that they give you points for turning it off.
More content locked behind this ending, which will be unlocked when the ending is properly achieved. This fire was further stoked by certain tweets from Kojima and Konami that seemed to imply that we should push toward the nuclear disarmament ending for some reason. But let's think about this for a moment. First of all, what story are we hoping to gain? I know this may feel like a premature point since I haven't even started talking about the game yet, but the story of Metal Gear Solid 5 is finished. It's all there. All but one plot point is either entirely resolved in this game or continues in games that come after this one chronologically. This entire theory that nuclear disarmament unlocks more story is based off a spiraling concept that the story is unfinished, but it's not unfinished. Konami said so themselves, which believe what you want, but if you all can use tweets from Konami to fuel your fire, so can I. Secondly, it's been 5 years. 5 whole years. I know Kojima is kinda loopy with his fourth wall breaking antics sometimes, but to think that he would willingly lock large chunks of story content behind an egregiously difficult to unlock ending, and that Konami would be okay with that, and that Konami would continue that ruse long after Kojima no longer works for them and their game is being bashed into the ground by many of its fans is just plain Jane asinine, and I cannot get behind that idea. Not to mention
Angry Tetramore. Haven't heard him in a while.
tweet out the nuke numbers for each server, but they have since stopped doing that, and it's been a while from what I understand. If there was more to see, wouldn't they be trying to keep this flame alive? Why not just trigger the extra content and move on with their lives if they truly don't care anymore? Finally, and you'll hear me say this a handful of times throughout this video, let's not forget what game series this is. At the end of Metal Gear Solid 1, these paragraphs come up saying that there were basically tons of nukes in the 80s, that Start 2 was signed to limit the number of nukes, and yet many more than the limit still exist well after the treaty. This entire series is haunted by nuclear war, just like Kojima. So my theory is this. Kojima never expected us to get the nuclear disarmament ending legitimately. Think about it. Kojima writes a video game series about how people can't have nuclear power, that we don't have what it takes to control it, and that it only...
Wouldn't it be crazy if we hit like 9 years and Konami releases the fabled extra content? Wouldn't I look like a dummy? That'd be awesome.
brings destruction and tension. Yet, the people, both in real life and in his video game, are still fighting for nuclear dominance until the bitter end. Many people die because of the actions of a few that couldn't help but have nuclear power in the palm of their hands. Up until now, those few have been represented by the world's superpowers, which our protagonists are often fighting against in one way or
Played
another.
with only C4. I want to see what that looks like.
Numbered installment of the Metal Gear Solid series comes out, and Kojima puts the fate of nuclear disarmament in the hands of the players. Now, you are the ones that must choose whether to steal and disarm others' nukes for a better future, or create a nuke to deter others from destroying you. There are truly very few repercussions for owning a nuke. Honestly, there are more drawbacks if you don't have one. Kojima has been trying to tell us this the whole time, that we don't have what it takes to attain nuclear disarmament. It couldn't happen in real life, and it won't happen in this game, because humans are flawed, sinful, incapable people that will always do what is best for themselves in the moment and not think about the bigger picture or what would better humanity as a whole. It's our destiny. And for 5 long years, people playing this game have fought against that destiny, fought tooth and nail, not because it was the right thing to do, but because they wanted more. They wanted their phantom pain to end, but it was a phantom pain they created themselves, in their own mind, while their limbs sat there, intact but unused because they had convinced themselves that their limbs had been amputated long ago. Not to mention, there's just quick.
Okay, go off.
The end of the disarmament ending.
Boss, it looks like someone's developed nukes again. I guess maintaining a nuke-free world is going to be harder than the disarmament ever was.
I'm pretty.
Oh, that's so funny to me. Because that like, I think that it would, like, because it's never been legitimately achieved, and even if it was, like, it plays that as soon as there's another nuke, right? And so it's like, the permanence of the nuclear disarmament ending is it's nothing, right? There is no permanence, because, like, as soon as somebody makes another nuke, it'll play that message for everybody. And it's just funny to me that is it was heralded for a while as like if we can legitimately get this ending, we'll get the new content. But no, I don't think so.
Sure that would play after any given amount of time that it takes for someone to inevitably create another nuke, because why wouldn't they? So there goes this big theory that nuclear disarmament ending is anything more than a quick congratulations before we inevitably get back to the fact of the matter at hand. As long as people are capable of creating nukes, they will, and there's nothing you or I can do about it. There's something Solid Snake can do about it, if Metal Gear Solid 4 is anything to consider, but let's not forget that we are not Solid Snake. Kojima made that perfectly clear in Metal Gear Solid 2. No, there's another character that we, as players of these games and fans of the series, are much more akin to. The next big reason fans don't...
In case you couldn't tell, there was more to that line, but I cut it. For some reason. I can't remember what the line was now, but I cut the last half of that sentence, and that's what we came out with.
like this game is because, as they say, they didn't deliver on the promises from the trailers and on Twitter. I can perfectly understand that being frustrating, but I've watched the trailers and I'm not even entirely sure what they're talking about on this one. Other than some cutscenes, more fuel for the locked story fire, there's not much to this at all. Any statements the trailers make all seem pretty generic and broad anyway. Some things don't play out exactly as perhaps we expected them to, but other than that, I can't really get behind this one. And yeah, a promise to return to Camp Omega from Ground Zeroes that only really manifests itself in the online component perhaps was silly, but this is another example of how ideas spread and mutate over time. Kind of like a parasite. To say that this promise...
Wait, did Big Boss of Metal Gear 1 disarm the nuke his Metal Gear should have? I don't think disarmament is canon. And in fact, having a nuke at the end of MGS5 is probably canon because of, you know, that fact.
Which only exists in a single tweet Kojima made before release, is part of some big grand conspiracy seems a little laughable to me. There are, of course, other reasons why fans don't like this game. Here's a couple of them. I'm going to address all of them by the end of the video, but I wanted to zoom in on these two for this discussion, because these two are not only the ones that come up most often in discourse about this game, they are the two that link almost all YouTube editorials of this game together. You see, I started this section of the video by asking a question: is this game ready? Thinking back to what happened with Metal Gear Solid 2 and having that hindsight to inform us about this game, I think I can safely say yes. Most of the critique of this game is 4 years old now, and most of it was very emotionally charged, and all of it involves criticisms that only really manifest outside of what the game was actually saying. Stuff like trailers promising things that we didn't get and conspiracies about the game being finished are poor critiques because there's just not much evidence presented in defense of those claims, because there is just not much evidence to support those claims to begin with.
Guilty! All counts.
There are plenty of other criticisms for this game that are much more valid, and I will absolutely be ripping this game apart for them, but I also intend on bringing up everything that works, because a lot of it does. I want to remind you all of something before I start talking about this game proper. Metal Gear Solid 5 is unique in that it will almost certainly, bar a miracle, be the last Metal Gear game we ever see with Kojima at the helm. There's even a possibility that it will be the last true Metal Gear Solid game ever. The PS5 is on the horizon as I write this, and the speculation on the next Metal Gear game is slowly churning to life. But whatever comes of this, if anything, I can promise you that it will be different. It may be canon. It may be the same universe with different characters. It may be a complete departure, and regardless, I can promise you that it will not be the same. So doesn't this game deserve a fair shake? Just one more close look before we set its coffin aflame. Doesn't it deserve a true, honest, final discourse? One without the conspiracies we've planted in our heads, the conception of ideas that grew out of control, or the critiques which woefully ignored what the game was trying to say? Because guys, this may be the last Metal Gear that's even worthy of that kind of discourse.
Thoughts on Delta? I'm presuming that you are referring to the MGS3 remake. I think that's what they're calling it. I can't remember. Looks really good. I don't know. Not really much to go off at this point. It'll be really interesting to see. I don't know. I'm a little afraid that it's gonna lose the character of that game. Like graphically, I don't think that they could. It's the gameplay that I'm worried about. It losing character. Like I'm sure they won't reduce your options or anything like that. But there's just something about that game, and maybe this could be just all my, my bias, and because MGS3 was the first one that I played, right? And so, this could be my bias, and it could be completely ridiculous. But there's part of me that's like, I don't really want them to change the gameplay. Like I want it to feel the same. I want. I know that it's not going to, right? And so I'm wondering if it ends up losing a little bit of the character that game had. But who knows?
From here on out, any statement I make, opinion or otherwise, can be categorized neatly into one of the three following points. Consider these my 3-point theses. 1. Metal Gear Solid 5 is flawed. It has a bunch of little nagging issues and a couple big glaring problems that you can't ignore. 2. Metal Gear Solid 5 is finished. The game tells the story it intends to tell. There's not much left to the imagination when it's all over. And 3, Metal Gear Solid 5 is deeper and more nuanced than you probably realize. And no, I don't mean like the game is deliberately bad to invoke a sense of pain. The phantom pain is the friends that we made along the way. No, I mean the story is the kind of nuance that only after 4 playthroughs, the last of which I took extensive notes on, do I feel like I've finally got a solid grasp on every theme and concept. Even then, I'm not ruling out the possibility that there could be more here I'm not seeing. I want to be brutally clear here. The most common argument in favor of this game is that it's deliberately bad and unfinished in order to invoke a sense of phantom pain within the player. And while that is...
I'm so glad that we've got 2 instances of Vulcan grabs and snakesballs.mgs.
That explanation because it feels cheap. You can swear away any poorly written thing in this game as being deliberate for that purpose if we even begin down that road. If you ever get lost, refer back to these points and it should get you back on the right track. All of my footage will be from one of these sources. Thanks to all these folks for the awesome stuff, and I'm sorry the footage doesn't belong to me. I would have recorded my own, but my laptop isn't beefy enough for that. Hey, look at that. We're about to start talking about the game. Before that, though, I know, but I need to get a little bit of
this part's funny.
Out of the way. Here's a quick fire list of all the.
I wonder if Adult Swim will copyright me for this.
Into Metal Gear Solid 5.
Make it nice and you got too many cooks.
Yeah, you know what? It's fine.
Too many cooks. Too many cooks. Too many cooks. It takes a lot to make a stew. When it comes to me and you and him and her and the baby too. Too many cooks, it's true. The say it goes, it'll spoil the broth. Honey, I think that's not true. Well, maybe too many cooks will spoil the broth, but they'll fill our hearts with so much love. Too many cooks. 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 Too many cooks.
I'll be going over any
I used to be so funny.
events from Peace Walker that I didn't cover in those blurbs as they become relevant. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for, it's time to start the Ground Zeroes. Yeah, sorry, I know. The Phantom Pain is what most people think of when they think of MGS5, but this game is just as important to that story. So, Ground Zeroes came out on March 18th, 2014. Basically a year and a half prior to Phantom Pain, serves as a prologue or perhaps an overture if you're fancy like some of the people in this room, has about 3 hours of story content including all of the optional audio tapes and retailed at $40. Well, that last part isn't entirely true. It was going to retail at $40, but Konami dropped the price to $30 about a month before release.
The Proto Man. Are you getting me confused with Steak Bentley and the MGS4 was a mistake video? If so, that is a great compliment.
This is pretty crappy, and I'm not entirely sure that the animosity to this game as a whole didn't start here, but ultimately that doesn't matter because look how pretty it is. So the game starts out and we've got a man, to this point unconfirmed but assumed to be Big Boss, sitting on a bench in what we can assume is a helicopter based on the muffled sounds of an engine and helicopter blades.
So that was a joke that I don't think landed. When I wrote that, the sort of the idea behind it was that I was like, you know how people when they're doing like analysis or like theory crafting videos will be like, we don't necessarily know this is Snake yet because the game hasn't told us, right? So that's kind of what I was going for with that, but and then like we assume that it's a helicopter because we can hear helicopter sounds, but we don't know that it is yet, you know. But I don't think that it landed, so that's how the joke was supposed to be.
We know precisely nothing about anything if this is our first game in the series, or even our first Big Boss game. So that's what the backstory tab is for. It tells in poetic shorthand the events of
Latino Games, thank you for this footage, I guess.
The last two games in the chronology. It focuses more on Peace Walker because that game's story is a mite more important than Metal Gear Solid 3's in this point. We've also got a menu item called Tapes. I'm just gonna go ahead and get this section out of the way. Okay, so tapes are a point of contention, which I listed in my reasons why people don't like this game list, and it definitely belongs here.
Yeah, exactly, Bubba. That's sort of the kind of thing that I'm going for. It's like, until we know for certain that this is Big Boss, it could be anybody.
Here's how the tapes work. They function as information, backstory, or intel that you can access at any time, even while playing the game. This is a flat upgrade from Peace Walker, which had the same tape system, but
is DaVinci still working? I'm gonna check. Nuke. Yes, it is. we will check in with the progress of that in a little while.
Relegated them to a somewhat hidden menu, and you could only access them while sitting in that menu. There are a lot of issues here. For one, I've heard people levy this argument against the tapes. Who's holding the microphone? As soon as you ask that question, apparently the whole system falls apart.
This is an argument from one of the big YouTubers. It might be Super Bunny Hop or something. I can't remember. But it is legitimately like one of the bigger YouTubers uses this exact point to like be like the codec is better because it's more realistic. And so my argument is thusly.
Put in clearer terms, the tapes aren't realistic and more often immersion breaking.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean, Dynamic. Yeah.
Say who the heck cares, but I'll get back to that point in just a second. The second big flaw is that they are almost entirely optional while also containing crucial story elements, meaning that many people skipped out on these tapes and didn't learn important story elements or hear incredibly important character development. Okay, so yes, this is an enormous problem. It was a huge issue in Peace Walker, and it's a huge issue here. There were entire characters in Peace Walker, up to and including Pos, the primary bait-and-switch antagonist of that story, which get absolutely no character development if you don't listen to those tapes. The same is mostly true in this game, although I would go out on a limb and say it's not quite as bad. The tape system replaces the codec system outright, so it's fair to compare them. There's a lot of things that the codec system gets right, and a lot of the most memorable character moments take place in codecs. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention this. The codec system has the exact same flaws as the tape system, which I just mentioned. The codec system is not the slightest bit realistic. We're meant to suspend our disbelief that the codec system somehow both allows the codec team to see what our protagonist sees and hear what our protagonist hears.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized.
And more times than not, the required codec calls will pop up in moments that just don't make any sense.
Here's how to repel.
Like, that is one of my favorites, because it's like you're literally in the process of repelling. He's already proven that he can, and then you get a codec call. And I know that this is a tutorial, right? I get that. But, like, it's stuff you got to factor in, you know? And the fact that he's literally hanging from a rope and then gets, like, a 1 minute long explanation while a helicopter is buzzing around shooting at him is, like, this is kind of ridiculous.
Sometimes the codec freezes time and sometimes it doesn't.
The explanation of that one, I think, is that MGS2 actually does a better job of not freezing the codec. Like, things will still be happening outside of the codec in MGS2. But in MGS1, the codec freezes most of the time, if not all of the time. And so that might be like a game-to-game thing, where MGS1 and MGS2 were not quite equal with each other in those terms.
Often those calls come at really inconvenient times that would put our protagonist in a bind.
Snake.
Yeah, great example right there is that the place is about to like explode or something, and we get this codec call.
It's me.
Also, I understand that the codec vibrates the small bones of your ear, allowing it to be silent, but is the protagonist just like talking into the air while he's having these conversations? Are there guards nearby that are just like, should we shoot him now while he's busy? No, didn't you get the memo? He's on the codec. That's like the safe zone, man. Just keep patrolling and we'll get him after he's done.
I made the text overlap like that on purpose. I thought it was funny.
In MGS2, they explain this as being nanomachine communication, but they never use that term in MGS1, and MGS3 definitely doesn't have that benefit, so it's still silly. And yes, it's a problem that the tapes have important story and character info relegated to an optional menu, but the codec system also had optional calls. Here's a list of characters that you would know next to nothing about if you didn't listen to completely optional codec calls. It's not like these are side characters, they are primary important people that you just know nothing about if you don't spend time futzing about in codec calls. As far as this is concerned, the tape system honestly has a leg up, because at least with the tape system you can access the information at any time and it's pretty clearly marked what it's about, whereas the codec system you had to spend time digging through codec calls just to get any relevant info. I can speak from experience here. Recently I played through the whole series with my wife. You'll hear me bring this up a couple times. She was a first timer and came away from the experience with little to no knowledge of those characters I listed above because we didn't spend a ton of time in the codec when it wasn't required.
Would you like to give your thoughts on Metal Gear, like as a series?
I think it's a great series overall. Often ridiculous.
Yes.
Especially when females are concerned.
True.
I enjoyed it. We played through it during COVID. Yeah. Or was it before that?
It was 2020.
Yeah, it was 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, because
So
the video
we were,
came
like,
out summer of
just sitting
2020.
on the couch for weeks.
Yeah.
Not working, playing Metal Gear.
Yeah.
I love it. 5 is by far my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
As a completely unbiased. I hated 2. I thought it was stupid. All the like the drama and but you don't get the meaning. It's so meta. It just didn't grab me.
Yeah.
I like 5 a lot though.
In fact, if I hadn't facilitated the experience by offering important...
How long did this video take? About 3 months, I think. Which it was during COVID, right? And so I wasn't working. And so I spent literally just 3 months just playing the games and researching and stuff. And then I went back to work before the video came out. So it was in the summer of 2020. Yeah, that sort of allowed me to do a lot of work on it and get a bunch of work done. Because I was doing the UR Mission Control series earlier that year, and I had this like monthly schedule that I realized wasn't going to be possible after I went back to work. And it was barely possible when I wasn't at work, and so it was dumb. And so that's one of the main reasons why I stopped doing that series. On top of the fact that I wanted to change my style of video, and so I did.
Important information, there would have been a lot of essential story info she would have missed out on as well, especially in Metal Gear Solid 2. Now, all that being said, just because the codec system or the tape system is flawed doesn't mean you can ignore them. I was wrong not to spend more time in the codec in those games, and it wouldn't be right for me to judge the quality of the...
I'm getting a little the video came out on I actually remember it because it I picked like I don't know how I didn't realize what day it was that I released it, but it was on September the 11th of 2020. So it was a little bit after summer. So maybe it took closer to like 4 or 5 months to produce.
Story or character development based on the limited experience that we had, because that was my fault that we didn't experience it fully. To that same ticket, we can't ignore what the tapes have to say in this game because they are
I feel like one of the reasons some people prefer codec calls over the tapes is that the codec is contemporary, with the player, or at least PC, being an active participant, while tapes are recorded prior to finding them, and thus not contextualized by the current situation. Yes, that makes sense, and yes, I understand. That's a totally fine reason to prefer codecs. I like what the tapes allow in terms of storytelling, more than codecs personally, although I do still like the codec. It's good. It's a decent way to get information out there. Not a great way, but a decent way.
Definitely incredibly relevant to the story and characters. But man, it sure is nice that I don't have to sift through optional codecs to get anything worth my time. As far as good aspects of the tape system are concerned, I like that you can kind of fill in spaces between major missions by listening to the tapes you get. If you listen to them as you get them, I honestly find that the pacing is pretty good throughout, up until a little after Chapter 1 when the amount of tapes you get just gets silly. Plus, this system allows for more information to be conveyed than could be told in cutscene form, especially now that the cutscenes are more expensive to produce. Anyway, I guess we should get back to Ground Zeroes. We already own a few cassette tapes, most notably the pre-mission brief, Paz's spy log, and Paz's diary from the end of Peace Walker. You'll recognize the diary from the end of Peace Walker if you bothered to listen to the tapes, but the spy log is new to this game. It goes through everything before Paz gets adopted by MSF toward the end of Peace Walker, and it's told from her perspective. Not super relevant, but interesting nonetheless. The most important info here is in the pre-mission brief, where Miller gives us the rundown of the situation. There's an inspection to be held on Mother Base in response to the nuke they currently have. Miller thinks it's a setup by Cypher, but Huey thinks it's a good idea. Big Boss says no, but Huey says yes, and the inspection is on. They send civilians and anyone with knowledge of Metal Gear Zeke off base, and Huey prepares the base.
All right, we got some meows in there. Good.
Meanwhile, they learn that Paz has been captured and is being held in a camp on the southern tip of Cuba.
Yes, I collabed with Patrician TV on a video on Metal Gear Survive. I did the story section and he did the gameplay section. It's on his channel.
Chico and Paz both know too much about MSF and must be reclaimed. Unfortunately, that
was one of my first big sort of breakthroughs.
Able to get a chopper ready to go to the camp. So that means Boss won't be on base for the inspection. And with that, we can finally start the game. The tooltips here tell the story of the boss, which is cool. So we open with a cutscene, and first things first, this game is quite beautiful, even for today. The Fox engine is really capable of some heavy-duty lifting, and Ground Zeroes really seems to get every ounce of beauty out of its engine. It honestly kind of makes Phantom Pain look dull at times in comparison, although that's largely due to the fact that rain and shiny surfaces make our brains go, ooh, ah. The camera pans.
I like that line. I don't like the way I recorded it.
With a well-kept suit definitely doesn't look like he belongs in a place like this. Chico is in the cell, and the man says,
"He told us everything.
Yeah, a lot of people found me through Patrician TV.
I kept my word. She didn't suffer long.
We can assume he's referring to Pos here. He puts the tape in his recorder, and a song, Here's to You, starts playing. As we see these people drive around, some of the pre-mission briefing comes on, just the really relevant info. In the mirror, we see
The use of Here's to You is pretty interesting.
XOF. Well, new to us anyway.
Trojan horse is in.
They drop their patches and they float down to the stone below, just as we see the real Fox patch on Big Boss, climbing up the side of the cliff.
Working on a 400-foot radio tower? Bruh.
So already we've got some solid hints that it's definitely
That's pretty cool.
But Big
Petra's
Boss doesn't
scared of
necessarily
heights.
know that, and
I'm a little afraid of heights, so
can't really just
I just got
stop and
nervous.
rescue Pos and Chico. They are still a liability. There's some delicious dramatic irony for you.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Hey look, gameplay. I'm not going to focus too much on gameplay because so many others have done analyses that are better than mine would be, but suffice to say that this is one of the best feeling games out there just to run in.
Still
Snake
true.
controls fluidly and retains some of the weightiness he had in Metal Gear Solid 3 that made me love playing that game so much. The guns feel good and the quality of life improvements are much appreciated. So we get some tutorials and then derp our way over to the waypoint on our iDroid. Chico is in one of the cages. When you interact with him, he seems afraid. Interestingly, this scene plays out differently if you rescue the other prisoners before.
Chico dies at the end of Ground Zeroes, along with Pos and most of the people in the helicopter, I guess.
And Snake's fleeting sanity. Chico
Wait,
tells us that
wait,
Pos
does
is
he?
dead and
Wait,
we
hold on.
get a tape.
Wait. Now I'm confused. Did he? What happens to Chico? Because he's not in MGS 5. Or Phantom Pain. I honestly cannot remember. If somebody in the chat wants to inform me on what the heck happened to Chico after Ground Zeroes, I would appreciate that. I mean, the helicopter does go down. It's a miracle that... I think he just dies in the helicopter. It's not explicitly stated. Wish the game did a better job of letting you know whether you can climb something, since a lot of them don't have the button prompt. Yeah. Chico was going to be a wandering enemy in MGS5, but they dropped that plot point. Yeah. He dies with a helicopter, I guess. My brain like dumped that information for some reason. But yeah, he dies in the helicopter.
Tape which was recorded en route to
He's obviously quiet. That's true.
Pos's current location.
I like the audio balancing there. That's a really cool, like where he puts it in his ears and it, you know, that's cool stuff.
Helps us through it, but we start to notice a focus on sound design in these tapes. Surprisingly enough, the sound design in these tapes actually holds the key to an entire character's motivation, so it can't be ignored, but I will talk about that when I talk about that character. You can either painstakingly follow...
That's foreshadowing about 3.5 hours into the future.
Hoof it up the hill and ride this truck clean to her. This is a part of the emergent gameplay system that is a first for the series and plays out really well throughout the game. Pos is strung up and is looking pretty rough. Now you have to carry her back to the chopper. This is pretty stressful, especially as you realize that the guards will eventually realize that Pos is missing and enact a search for her. On your way there, she whispers little tidbits in your ear. Put her on the chopper and
it was so difficult for me to find
congratulations, you beat Ground Zeroes.
Clips of her talking like that.
Now
there were a couple other really important lines that she says that I couldn't find.
Snake
it's weird.
calls a medic over and they all tag team getting a bomb out of Pos's stomach.
Great, here we go.
Snake tosses it out on the side of the heli.
MGS5 is a surprise, or the Fox engine in general is surprisingly well optimized. A lot of stuff can run it.
Hangar decontamination are complete. AFVs have been stowed away, and Zeke's on the seafloor along with a nuke. Everyone's got their story straight. The guided tour will be wrapped up.
I'd always interpreted those footsteps as someone walking in an oval around the mic.
Good news, at least. As they get close, Morpho can't get to the tower.
Yeah, you could do that.
Opens up the heli door and we see smoke and red light.
No way to prove it's not.
The ocean. Oh crap. Snake goes postal and starts putting people down like mad as Miller is ushered onto the heli. Snake grabs Miller's right hand, a little bit of foreshadowing, and is pulled up onto the heli and they fly away as the mother base, MSF, everything Snake and Miller built together comes tumbling down. We're in the heli and Miller is an angry boy.
They played us like a damn fiddle! Give it back!
We built it, damn it! You spying bitch! Come on, start talking, bitch! And get up and start talking!
What an angry boy.
There's...
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
And you're what, boss? Yeah, the clip section for MGS is a little underbaked because I basically just found like one 3-minute long video and just chopped up all the clips from that. And so anything that it didn't include, I didn't include. And so it's a little underbaked. But you know, it's all good.
The IAEA insists that they didn't know.
I'm sorry. What was that? The IAEA?
We hear some from Skullface. This is from one of Chico's tapes, a collection of tapes allegedly recorded by Chico while he was captured at Camp Omega.
But their deaths served as a message to others.
Ours is a society.
Ours is a society that murders the innocent. Do you too believe your sacrifice will change the world?
Over the credits roll, we once again hear Here's to You, which grows and grows in intensity as the lyrics repeat but never seems to reach a climax. After the credits, Skullface's speech continues, finishing with Poss getting ready to tell Skullface where Zero is, and then to be continued in The Phantom Pain. There's a trailer for The Phantom Pain here, but it's kind of weird and made more sense when The Phantom Pain was still just a distant dream. Now that we've finished the game itself, a bunch of side missions are unlocked. This is basically just padding to get more gameplay time out of your $30 game. The canonicity of these missions is questionable. They all start by stating that the mission is a quote-unquote pseudo-historical recreation. This seems to imply the following. 1, these events didn't take place at Camp Omega, and 2, Snake probably didn't undertake these missions.
Thank you, Bog. I appreciate it.
Thoroughly ignore them because they don't matter much. We get a little bit more development on Skullface and XOF, and that's roughly it. There's also the rest of the Chico tapes that we can unlock to listen to, but it's definitely implied that Snake himself hasn't listened to them.
Snake's himself. Robert Atkin Downs is fantastic. I agree. Yeah, he's really good. Oh, nothing else to say there.
Considering the requirement that you play side ops to get them, with the exception of Chico Take 4 and 5. These are really just here for the player's benefit to have something to grab onto story-wise until The Phantom Pain comes out. And I will indeed be bringing them back up later, but since The Phantom Pain is already 5 years old, we don't have to wait any longer. So without further ado...
Oh yeah, here we go. It's the big one. And copyrighted music. That's all you get.
Oh.
Such a shame. I love this song. It's a great cutscene. Yeah, it's a really awesome way to start. Robert Atkins Downs has been in a lot of things, although I couldn't tell you what right now.
It's straight into the action. So we wake up and everything is all fuzzy. The man who sold the world serenades us. Eventually we get our first gratuitous boob shot of the game. Wow, Kojima, that was 2.5 minutes. That must be a new record. Our protagonist makes his presence known and the nurse runs off. We hear V has come to, repeated like a cascading thought traveling down the stream of consciousness.
V has come to.
And then our title screen pops up. Press start and we get back into it. A doctor speaks in a language we don't understand. He asks us our name and when
He played the medic in TF2? Is that for real?
The doctor tells us about our situation.
It's been 9 years.
And we realize we are missing an arm. 2 weeks after we awaken and our caretakers are bickering, again in a language we don't understand, unless you do understand it, I guess, but I suppose our protagonist isn't supposed to. Bilingual bonus and all that.
Motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately.
He's beautiful.
Change your appearance. We have no other choice. What you look like, however.
This avatar creation screen is actually pretty in-depth, which is weird considering it literally never comes back. Now, why would Kojima spend time and resources developing something that is completely irrelevant? Ah, the old game.
As of today, your name is Ahab. Forget everything. This is you as you've lived until this day. Tomorrow, it becomes a phantom.
Yeah, I know. Originally, it's yeah, it's a little you know, joke about foreshadowing things that
flies out of nowhere.
People that have played the game should know by now. I'm pretty proud of some of the edits I did here. Kind of funny. Trinity, if that's true, I haven't heard of that.
We gave her a short way down. She took the short way down. Who are you? Talking to yourself. You can call me Ishmael. Thing like a little digoxin to get you back in the game.
In case you're curious, I don't think that I did it for every single one, but I put that little smiley face on there every time the game references the fact that somebody or the fact that Venom Snake is not Big Boss. Or like there's a hint that Ishmael is Big Boss or that Venom Snake isn't. So there's a few of those peppered throughout the game that just pop up for like a few frames and then go away.
And stabs us with a shot. Hope there's no fox die in there. And we're expected
probably
to go, but we're still pretty out of it. And we've got our first gameplay section. Well, I mean, kinda. Honestly, if I'm counting this as a gameplay section, then I should probably say
I like this joke.
The third gameplay section. The first being, and the second being. I know I've complained about tutorials in Metaphorical games being too absent in the past, but man, we sure are taking some baby steps here. Okay, so Ishmael slowly leads us through the hospital, avoiding soldiers and getting our full faculties back.
Something's coming. Next time, do it yourself.
So dumb.
Destroy him.
I'm gonna get copyrighted by Emojin Heap also. That's fine.
After we
the opening is a bit long, but it sure makes the job of not feeling like a tutorial. Yeah. I think the opening is fine on your first playthrough. It's okay. It is very slow, obviously, like very, very slow. But it is so intriguing that I feel like it kind of gets a pass from me.
The first time.
Uncomfortably realistic for someone who's been bedridden, especially when he crawls up the staircase. Yeah, for sure. The animations are top notch throughout the whole game, but especially in this opening segment, it is wild. Yeah, it's uncomfortable to watch. It's interesting. It's intriguing. It sets up a lot of story beats. And I think that it's overall successful. Well, the problems come in the fact that they make you play it again at the end.
Yeah.
crash, we leave the ambulance and... Wow, Kojima, nice symbolism there, bud. I wonder what this guy's gonna do next. You see, for those not even know, Ahab and Ishmael, as well as the name of the support helicopter later, are all references to the book Moby Dick. And look, there he is. Just knowing that there are references to Moby Dick seems to be about as far as Kojima took that theme. I can't draw any real connections between the book and the game beyond the concept of revenge. It's not really worth getting too wrapped up in. The ruggedly handsome man tells us to start pumping the flaming man full of lead, something that hasn't much affected him prior to this moment, but I guess we need an obligatory on-rail shooting section somewhere in this game.
Come on. The name's Ocelot.
So this man is Ocelot from Metal Gear Solid 3, who was a spy but also wasn't, but also was.
2, actually. First was to get you out of that hospital. The second was to rescue the man himself.
He's referring to Miller here, not someone else.
It's weird that Ocelot just wasn't in Peace Walker. Snake putting dislocated limbs back in place didn't do much for me until I got my kneecap dislocated. Ooh. I mean, there's the fact that Cypher and or Zero is Kaz's white whale that ends up destroying him by the end. Yeah, there is more to the symbolism than I sort of make it out to be in that moment. For sure. I don't think that it's that big of a deal to understand though. It's definitely not the most important element for sure. It's weird that Ocelot just isn't in Peace Walker and they just don't talk about it. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
You remember? Your partner 9 years ago, Kazuhira Miller.
See? We get aboard a whaling ship. Get it, guys? Whaling ship, Moby Dick. And we're told we'd better get used to our new self. So this whole opening scene is really strong the first time. It gets the darker tones across while also establishing many of the game's themes, some in ways the player isn't even supposed to know about yet. Motivations for all the characters barring a few are introduced and developed here, though you probably won't know what you're looking at the first time. The strength of this opening is in how it makes you feel like our protagonist feels. It almost has this fever dreamish quality to it. Stuff that just keeps happening and we don't know what's going on, but we have no time to ask questions either. If the purpose of this mission is to distract you from some of the more telling story elements of this mission, then it does that job really well. The problem with this mission comes about 40 hours into the game, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We've got a Miller to save. That was what the game calls the prologue. Now we are starting our first chapter. Oh, wait, no, sorry, wrong one. Here we go. Next, we see this cool montage of Snake learning to use his prosthesis. Really all it's missing is a little... We get our first tapes here, but if you're like me, you probably wouldn't even bother listening to them until after this mission is over. Also, I should probably mention now, this game has a structure which makes a beat-by-beat analysis a little difficult to manage, so bear with me while we get through these missions. I'm going to gloss over some of them and spend more time on others. Just go with me here. It really helps if you've played the game before, but if you haven't, I'm not going to expect you to go play a 40-hour game when you're already about 45 minutes into this video, so just buckle up.
For the thumbnail, I literally just went to this frame of the video, or like the one previous to this or something, before like the shine comes in, and just screenshotted it and uploaded that. Which, to a certain extent, I was, I guess you could say, I was a little inspired by Joseph Anderson, because that's kind of what he does. He doesn't really do thumbnails. He just kind of like snapshots like bits of the video.
Now go! Let the legend come back to life.
I know I said earlier that I don't plan on doing an in-depth gameplay discussion, but I think a few things are important here. The game is very fun, controls very well. It begins to lose its luster after the first playthrough of any mission unless you actively avoid doing the best strategy to complete any given mission. Like I just mentioned, there is a single strategy that trumps all others, and that's the trank gun in the Fulton. This is a problem from a gameplay perspective, but may have some story significance, which I will be discussing later. So we find Miller.
No more use for me, huh? Cause it's me. I'm here to get you out.
Let's see.
They do something to your eyes? No, it's just bright as all. What took you so long?
We run into the heli and we get attacked by frogs. I mean, skulls. Seriously, aside from being men, these guys are really similar to the frog unit from MGS4. Anyway, we escape them and get on the chopper.
That was some operation we had, huh? 9 years ago. Carving out our own world. And they took it away. I'm gonna rebuild it. Yeah, we were dogs, all right. You see this?
I'm gonna kind of speed through some of these recaps.
Form ourselves. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Feel my leg. And my arm. I'm the one who got caught up with Cypher. A group above nations. Even the US. And I was the parasite below, feeding off Zero's power. I'm gonna make him give back our past. Take back everything that we've lost.
How do you escape the skulls without detection? Exploits. Yeah, there's an exploit. There are YouTube videos that no traces all of the missions in the game, and you can kind of see what they do.
And I won't rest until we do.
So,
We pull in.
fun fact: Kojima was told this scene felt too gay, and he replied that for him it was all right. So the homo tension is 100% intentional. Oh,
Kojima loves women, but he loves the homies too.
Yeah, I hope that that's true.
Recruits, just to combat Cypher. Rubbing our noses in bloody battlefield dirt. No greater good. No just cause. God. Cypher sent us to hell.
Miller's an angry boy now because MSF got blown up and Snake says, which I'm not entirely sure what he's talking about. He hasn't killed like 5 people so far, and that was definitely in self-defense. So, there are 31 missions in Chapter 1, and not all of them are ultra significant to the story. Of the first 31 missions of the game, around 21 of the missions have story significance. And of those 21, only about half of them have pivotal story significance. In between missions, we can fill time and story progress by listening to the tapes we get. So even when we go through all these missions that don't really matter, we can still get some story. A lot of the tapes have story significance. By my count, there are 152 story-based cassette tapes, and they all fall into one of 4 categories. Story significant tapes are the ones that have pivotal plot information in them, such as the truth tapes, the ones explaining Metallic Archaea, and the ones explaining Skullface's objective. There are 63 in that category. Theme significant tapes are ones that contain thematic symbolism relating to this game's goals, like the one where Ocelot uses the name Shalashashka as an example of how ideas can control, similarly to how it happened with the Legend of Big Boss, or the ones explaining that both Afghanistan and Africa are war-torn and driven by revenge in ways very similar to the plot of this game. There are 60 in this category. 6 of the tapes belong to the background information category, which contains information like how Big Boss and Ocelot met or what Code Talker was doing before he started working with Skullface. These are not necessary to listen to, but are interesting for the most part. The final category is tapes that you can altogether skip and not miss much. There are only 23 in this category, although some would argue that the Hamburgers of Kazuhiro series are pivotal to their enjoyment of this game. These numbers are, of course, my opinion and subject to be different to all people, but what I think it shows is that basically all the tapes are important to the story, just over 80% in fact. Now, going forward, I'm going to brush over a lot of these tapes and missions, even some that have story significance you might not have noticed, but they will not go unmentioned because I will get back to them later. It's just that if I went through chapter 1 beat by beat, it would start to get sloggy and weird really fast. Alright, so let's jump into a mission. Mission 3, A Hero's Way. In the briefing, we learned that farming villages are being bombed during the Scorched Earth operation led by the Soviets, and our target is a Spetsnaz responsible for killing Mujahideen. We learned in the Afghan tape that Mujahideen are not only supported by the CIA, but Miller was training them during his 9 years. So we're right back down to America versus Russia once again. This is still during the Cold War, although it's stated in tapes that tensions have somewhat gone down at this point. But them both being involved in this war means that any step out of line for Snake or anyone else could spell disaster for the world's ecosystem. So we have to eliminate the Spetsnaz, or if we feel like it, we can extract them instead. This is where the dominant gameplay system starts to rear its head. Trank Fulton, Trank Fulton, Trank Fulton. Not only will this silently get enemies off the battlefield entirely without killing them, it
Starting a poll.
your team increasing your ranks and allowing for more
Do
capability.
you want to fully skip the recaps? Say yes. If not, say no, or don't say anything, I guess.
This is nothing new. The Trank gun has been best in slots since Metal Gear Solid 2, but there may actually be a reason for it here. I'll get back to that. Next mission is C2W. It's not important, but this is where you would probably first hear the idea that Zero may not have been involved with the attack on Mother Base.
Wouldn't want this. What do you mean? We have to consider that it might not be Zero we're dealing with.
Also, oh, look at him, he's so cute! Okay. Excuse me.
These takes.
Oh, look, a cutscene. Oh my goodness gracious, look at him, he's precious! Mission 6 is the first
That is not acting.
off the training wheels.
No, that's legit. That was actually just a recording of my first time seeing D-Dog.
Numerous phases driven by our changing situation. The CIA have given the Hamid Mujahideen a weapon called the Honeybee to fight against Soviet gunships. However, the Hamid were wiped out without a single trace of battle in their fort. Yes, this will come back later. Now, Soviets are storming the camp, looking for their weapons, and we have to get in before they can find the Honeybee. So, after a long haul, you find the Honeybee and make it to get out of there, but all of a sudden, mist covers the area. The floating boy shows up with an enormous beast, and then there is Skullface, his first appearance in this game.
You look well rested, big boss. My, how you've changed. You became a demon for such little weapons as that?
I love his voice.
Well, I'm sure you'll see the bigger picture eventually. If you get out of here alive. Rest in peace this time. I'll see you in hell, boss.
Suddenly, we've got zombies meandering about, and then the skulls themselves show up. We're expected to either fight or run away. Miller doesn't want you to use the Honeybee on them, but Ocelot says go for it. Either way, you defeat the skulls and extract on the chopper as the people who were turned to zombies before now lie unconscious on the ground.
So this unit in the mist, their speed, the way they jump, it's not human. And those deformities.
They attacked the Soviets too.
And that Grim Reaper lookalike in charge of them. That giant thing that carried him off. What the hell are they?
Yeah, I'll probably, the booby section is so long, and it's mostly just me showing cutscenes that I'm probably gonna kind of jump through that one a little bit.
Cypher.
What do they want? What's their objective? Why Afghanistan? There's one more thing troubling me.
What happened to the Hamid?
Exactly. Whole squads of hardened Mujahideen killed without a fight, and no trace of BC weaponry. What does it all mean?
That's what we're here to find out.
Oh my gosh, no, you can't come, you're just a baby! The next few missions are irrelevant, but we get some dialogue about an enemy sniper seen across the Afghanistan wilderness, as well as word that Emmerich...
Not the discussions, though. Just the long cutscene recaps where I show entire cutscenes. That was something that I have been fighting, like the amount of cutscenes to show. Like my entire channel. Like the entire history of my channel. I still am not sure how much I like the balance. I think it's pretty good in the FNAF video, but it's something that I'm kind of always warring with.
Is working in Afghanistan.
Pretty good.
Mission 10, Angel with Broken Wings. A Mujahideen man named Malik is to be rescued from the Soviets.
Okay, this is probably a pretty good place to stop. First of all, I'm going to we're gonna take a little bathroom break. And before we do that though, I'm going to let me add a hold on. DaVinci U. Okay. Yes. Now we can see everything, so you can actually see what it looks like when I play this back. So let's see what you all have come up with. Okay, here we go.
Oh no, I'm scared.
And I love where this is Warhead, but
Mr. Kojima.
Snake, kill, writing, war, however, ocelot, kiss, sniper, around there. Great. Tetramore, that name is like a fire.
Nice shoes.
The nuke, better not believe that liquid and sniper from. Now it is important that nuke. What? Well,
pretty good.
Psycho Mantis is this game. Where go? I have no idea. Why?
Just a bug.
Big. Okay. Oh yeah, it's about as good as I was hoping it would be. Okay, let's make this go away. No, not that one. This one. Oh man. Cool. So we're gonna take a little bathroom break. I'm going to leave this playing. I doubt we'll hit anything in a few minutes, so I'll be right back.
The mission was given by his father as his dying wish. At the time, I couldn't decipher his language, but he talks to you as you extract him. After the mission, he reveals that he never heard of the client and that his village was destroyed long ago. His village fell victim to disease, and he describes soldiers that were nearby, which Miller takes to mean XOF. The village went up in flames. We're planting seeds here, people. This stuff actually matters, believe it or not. In other words, look guys, DD is all big and strong and he's gonna help me on missions. Look at this sick action shot. Alright, moving on. No new primary missions, we just have this required side op to go grab Huey. Man, that heli location sure is far away. On our way there, we pass through the Shife ruins and, well, wouldn't you know it. Mission 11, Cloaked in Silence, begins automatically when you enter this area. You can either choose to fight her now or sneak your way past the ruins and the mission will end, allowing you to continue on to get Emmerich, which is what Miller would prefer. This battle behaves sort of like the ends, although not quite as good and much more cheesable. She moves to a new vantage point periodically or in response to taking damage. The only real way to spot where she went is to look for the sniper glint, listen for her humming, or do a dance out in the open until she spots you and you can use your awareness indicator to find her rough location. You can either trank her to death or deal lethal damage, but either way, at the end of the fight, she will try to escape, but pass out in roughly the center of the ruins. As you approach, Miller expresses that you should shoot her, but Ocelot urges you to bring her back to base to get information out of her. As you get close, the camera pulls out to show you a shot similar to when Naked Snake shot the boss at the end of Metal Gear Solid 3. Miller speaks up first, telling you to kill her, and then Ocelot responds in turn, urging you not to.
One of the skulls. Hurry up and kill her. No. Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back here.
This is actually significant to me. This game is unflinching in its boldness to let the players miss things should they so choose. Having Miller speak up first here, as well as the parallel shot from MGS3 being used, almost makes it seem like the game is daring you to shoot her. Not to mention your two options are to either pull the trigger, an active choice, or wait long enough for Snake to put down his gun, a passive choice which the player might not even realize is an option.
She's one of the skulls. Hurry up and kill her. No. Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back here.
You would not believe how long it took to figure out how to make that time code work. I was not very...
When my wife was playing this mission,
I wasn't very
quiet, and as soon as Miller started
up with
shoot quiet, she
Premiere at the time. I've learned a lot. It would have been a lot easier if I was using a different program probably, but whatever.
Yes, I'm evil, I know. When presented with choices, players are most likely to pick something that is active rather than passive, because we expect to be active participants in a story when playing a game, as opposed to a movie where we have no choice and must take on a passive role in the story. That's why most games in a situation like this will give 2 button prompts, one to kill and one to spare, so that both options are in the hands of the player, but in this case the only active choice is to murder, and the choice to spare is passive and is in Snake's hands. To put this another way, we can see Snake warring with himself, but so is the player. On one side you have an active choice, pull the trigger. This is the choice that the game is giving us, either pull the trigger or remain passive. You can see this as pulling the trigger being the choice the player makes, but in order to spare her life, the player must relinquish the power of choice and let Snake decide, in which case he chooses life. We can also look at an example of a choice
That's a different recording.
that presents itself in a very similar way. In this scene, the game is giving you a choice to either shoot this person or wait for them to get on the elevator. The active choice is to shoot and stop him, and the passive choice is to let him do what he wants. If you choose to shoot, then this functions exactly the same way as with quiet. But the difference is in the passive choice, because that choice relinquishes the power of choice to this other character, thereby allowing him to act instead. That would be the equivalent of not shooting quiet here, allowing her to act and escape or something like that. But instead, the player who takes the passive choice is relinquishing the power of choice to Snake, who then chooses to scoop up Quiet and take her back to base. In the Mass Effect 3 example, the player and the player character are both taking a passive choice at the same time, whereas here, Snake is still active regardless of what the player chooses, meaning that the choice he takes when the player abstains from acting should be seen as this character's choice, his canon essentially. Furthermore, there are upsides and downsides from a story perspective for each decision. On the one hand, she might be working for Cypher, our enemy, and she's an incredibly good sniper to boot, so she Snake when he's not paying attention if we aren't extremely careful. On the other hand, she might be a good source of intel, something that our group is in desperate need of as we search for Cypher and Skullface, as well as being a potentially great addition to the combat team should she be convinced to join. If you kill her, you were effectively choosing to forfeit 1/4 of the game's story, but the player doesn't know that, especially if they didn't watch trailers before they played the game like my wife. But in spite of that, the game is still daring you to pull the trigger. We'll talk more about why this is significant in Chapter 2, but for now, we're gonna spare her. Alright, let's talk about that.
I don't know if Ninja Sex Party will hit me with a copyright, but I'm gonna mute it anyway.
Quiet's outfit is stupid. Kojima said we would be remorseful or whatever for the things we said about her, but in the end, it's really dumb. The explanation that we get later on is that her body is covered in parasites that bypass her usual forms of respiration and food consumption by performing photosynthesis, which is why her skin needs to be exposed. The biggest problem with this is that it's inconsistent. We understand that the end from Metal Gear Solid 3 is the exact same way, but he's clothed from head to toe in the heaviest looking ghillie suit imaginable. Okay, so that would be fine, because that game is 15 or so years old now.
Okay, so this is actually a point that a lot of people talk about in the comments. I still get comments about this, and it's that this makes sense because Quiet's lungs are burned. And so she doesn't have any other form of respiration that she can do. And that's true. That is completely true. And that is a point against the logic of this section. The point that I think still stands and is fine is the fact that Quiet, in order to perform photosynthesis, which is where you eat through your skin essentially in these terms, or you heal through your skin, in order to do that, she has to wear almost no clothing, whereas the other characters are able to do that while wearing clothing, right? And so that is the part that I think is still a little ridiculous in terms of the explanation of Quiet. Yeah, photosynthesis does not equal respiration. And that is true. The respiration is the part that makes sense. The photosynthesis is the part that does not. Because those two are two different things in terms of what they're capable of doing. Yeah, and so in order to photosynthesize, Quiet has to be wearing almost no clothing, and typically actually is bathing in like a pool of water or a shower or something ridiculous. Whereas the other characters are just kind of able to heal themselves. I mean, we don't know that Code Talker can heal himself, but the End can heal himself just by like laying there in like a ghillie suit. So
now, there's lots of stuff that has been retconned about that game. Maybe another thing being retconned could be how the photosynthetic abilities work. Except it's not even consistent in this game. Code Talker, a character we meet later...
I would be really interested in knowing Stephanie Justin's relationship with Kojima. And what their working relationship was like and stuff like that.
Parasites, and he's practically wearing a three-piece suit. If old man Code Talker was wheeling around in a Speedo, then honestly this explanation would sit better with me. But since Kojima couldn't even keep it consistent in this game, it becomes very...
Remind me why salt water prevents her from breathing but not fresh water. I think it's because the salt in the water clogs up the pores, right? And so salt actually kills plants. That's like that is a fact of nature. And so if you like salt your lawn, it'll kill all of your grass. Essentially, like a few other things have to be in the salt, I think, or at least to be really effective. But salt will clog up a plant's like photosynthetic pores, I guess you could call them. Mo, I've just gave me a weird look. I don't think that's the right term, but yeah, that's the idea.
Obvious that this is just a cop-out excuse to have a character who flaunts her stuff around for no real reason. All of that being said, let's not forget what series this is.
Well, women have more hiding places than men. They gave me psychotherapy to destroy my interest in men.
Yeah, you've got a great butt.
Oh, I see. First it's my eyes, now it's my butt. You know, I don't use makeup the way other women do. I hardly ever look at myself in the mirror.
Imagine if Quiet was part seaweed.
I'm more comfortable with it than I am with a bra.
I think this is Kevin MacLeod, this music. He's got some really great silly songs.
What? A female spy?
If it's part of the mission.
Venom doesn't make weird commentary about women. That's true. Venom barely makes commentary at all.
Let me do it.
But at least he's not being sexist.
Just relax and let me handle it.
Okay.
Can't believe how small it is.
Yeah, but it gets the job done.
Quiet anemone. Oh, that's good.
Like this?
Yeah. How's that?
Pretty good at that.
Yeah, everybody.
I forgot how long this goes on for.
Hold steady, I'm not done yet. There, a transmitter.
Is that how they do it in the KGB?
Sometimes. Would you rather I did it American style?
No, I don't believe the sexuality of the previous characters is some golden example in an artistic way or something. Meryl's sex-related lines sound like they came from a team of writers that hadn't looked at a woman in a couple years. And the second thing Eva does besides get off her bike is unzip her shirt. In Eva's case, the explanation is that she was trying to seduce Snake because it was part of her mission. But here's a newsflash for you. There are other ways to seduce someone besides flashing your boobies at them. Eva only has the one trick up her sleeve. Even when Snake shows that he is capable of quote-unquote resisting her charms, Eva doesn't even change gears. She just keeps doing the same thing in every scene she's in until Snake finally lets his guard down. Because the explanation for her flaunting her boobies is threadbare, just like in MGS5. Oh, well, she has to unzip her shirt every time she sees Snake. It's part of her mission. She's supposed to be this world-class charmer and an incredible spy. Why is she incapable of seeing that a change in strategy is necessary here? Maybe if she had said something like, oh, you like that?
The Ocelite kiss and was
fancy pistols you want or something like
a very early idea that I had when I decided to do that.
And the B&B unit is just gross. That level of grossness is definitely present in the way they treat the skull snipers, but it speaks to the fact that at least with Quiet, they tried to have an explanation. Honestly, my main problem with Quiet's design is not the botched explanation or even the fact that it exists at all, but instead it's the fact that we're supposed to be taking this character seriously based on the narrative. But the camera keeps zooming in on her lady bits and makes a piece of meat out of her. Let's call this cinema narrative dissonance. The story the camera is telling is not matching up
I'm so sad that that term didn't take off.
with the story the narrative elements are telling. In Eva's case, the camera zooming in on her breast is really just an expression for where Snake's attention is at. And since the
Welcome, Nestor.
character is to be sexy for Snake, there isn't a dissonance there because the camera work is in harmony with the development of this idea that Eva is trying to seduce you. Quiet isn't supposed to be sexy. She's only not wearing clothes because she has to. And so for the camera to treat her essentially the same way as it
Thank
did
you, Nestor.
Eva is probably why people can't get over this one. With all we are big boys and girls. We can get over this. Quiet is one of my wife's favorite characters, even after she took immediate issue with her design, just like everyone else. So let's think with our brains and not with our Johnsons and move on, okay? I've addressed it. It's out there. Now let's look at her character.
Is that true? Quiet, one of your favorite characters?
I like her, yeah. I think Kojima.
Favorite female characters?
Yes.
In the Metal Gear series.
Yeah. I really like Quiet.
Yeah.
A lot of the female characters in the series are kind of abysmal. But she's probably my favorite. I did not like Emma Emmerich.
Emma Emmerich, yeah.
I still think there was something incestuous going on. But
Yeah, we could probably chalk that up to Japanese culture.
yeah. I like Quiet. I think that over-sexualizing her does her a disservice.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since we played this game.
I feel like that kind of fan service is a lot less egregious if it's done honestly rather than trying to make a diegetic excuse. Yeah. With the sole exception that I still think that it like even if Quiet didn't have an excuse, it still diminishes her character by making her an object. That's how I feel about that. Is there so we played Death Stranding together recently. Is there a female character in Death Stranding that is better than Quiet?
Death Stranding.
So you've got like Mama and then the main girl, Fragile, I guess, and then Amelie.
They're better in general.
They're
than
better in
Death
general.
Stranding. Yeah, definitely. Than the MGS series, which is also newer. I think Kojima probably has been advised that certain things don't fly as well as they used to.
Yeah.
There's some really good female characters in Death Stranding for sure.
2B got away with it. That is true. But 2B, I don't remember there being any sexualized camera work in the cutscenes of Nier Automata. It was she's a sexualized character, but the game did not sexualize her in that sense, if that makes sense. At least from what I remember. It's been a few years since I played it. I'm fragile, but I'm not fragile energy from Quiet's presentation, especially with that final I'm quiet. Yeah. Fragile feels like the successor to Quiet's legacy in the way that she is written, for sure. Looking through your video to check for mistakes. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I already know all the mistakes that are there, unless, I mean, there could be more, but people have already told me what my mistakes were. Yeah, and then, just having a little chat about good old Metal Gear Solid 5, and it's some of the things that have, because we can now talk about it in the context of Death Stranding and all that sort of stuff. It was player directed with 2B. Yeah, I think I see what you mean there. You and I saw different 2B cutscenes for sure. Okay, maybe I'm not remembering correctly then. If that's the case, then it didn't bother me, but I've only played Nier Automata once, so I'm not going to really pass judgment on it. I'm also never going to make a video about it because, I've heard that the Nier fandom is quite difficult to break into in the YouTube scene. The clothing damage mechanic kind of screws with the pathos of character change. Yeah. I guess I just need to play Automata again. I want to play Automata with you.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that game.
It's good. Oh, you're gaslighting me. Great. See, I'm very gullible. I'm very trusting. Don't abuse my trust. Nier was honest about just liking pretty ladies. Yeah, sure. All right, here we go.
All right, so we tie her down, but she tries to shoot herself. We stop her and wait for the heli as Miller scolds us and Ocelot congratulates us. We get her into the turn, she gets up, takes off a handcuff, and disappears. On the way back, a Harrier jet shows up, trying to shoot down Pequod. We try to shake it off, but we obviously can't. Things are looking bleak. Down the rocket about to put them out of the sky. Quiet grabs her sniper rifle and puts a clean shot into the head of the Harrier jet pilot, causing it to careen down into the ocean. Quiet sits freehand back us as we arrive.
This is such a weird cutscene. Like, I guess she's just trying to, like, show her power, I guess. I only feel fan service like Quiet is objectifying if that's all they are. Otherwise, I really don't see the issue with using sex appeal to make the experience more enjoyable for players. I guess. It's a difference of opinion. I would prefer that characters that are supposed to be taken seriously be kept a little more pure in that sense. The superior waifu in this scene, true. Only thing you completely lose me on is the Quiet part. Yeah, I lose a lot of people on that part. It's, you know, if it doesn't bother you, then that's great, because then you can just enjoy this game even more without any caveats about that. I think that's great. I personally can't.
Either way, one of these days we're gonna have to. Yeah. But now is not the time.
It's also, all the dudes are so clothed. So clothed. Like,
yeah.
I'm not sure what the first half of this cutscene is supposed to mean. She just like appears and then disappears and then reappears again. I don't know. She goes and hangs out on the medical platform and we can go visit her. But for now, let's go find Emmerich. Hey kids, let's play a game. We're gonna go find a scientist that's working for our enemy in a Metal Gear game. Is he A, teaching kids the meaning of Christmas?
This is a good joke.
B, developing a cure for cancer? C, creating a Metal Gear? Or D, peeing his pants? If you guessed C, congratulations, you win. Yay! And if you guessed D, well, just give it a minute.
Forgot that.
It's not operational yet. The remote piloting and AI control haven't reached the application stage.
Right. Planning on leaving us, Doctor? Taking.
And he pees himself. It's great.
Ultimately, we find Emmerich and scoop him up.
Who are you? Snake?
It's not you, is it?
Is it?
It's just a machine. What?
I only like those who can stand on their own. If you fancy me.
I think that's a cool detail. That the game does not make it obvious, but that's why he developed his legs, is because Strangelove basically told him, like, you can't get with me unless you have legs. Which is really awful when you think about it. But
yeah, she sucks.
Are you
Dr. Emmerich?
Snake? Hey, what?
He talks to us as we leave.
He was developing bipedal weapons for the Soviets. If that's the case, what's Cypher's interest in it? Boss, think back. 9 years ago, we invited that nuclear inspection team to Mother Base. It was a ruse. They turned out to be...
Thus beginning Huey's story arc of being accused of things and then being quick to deny them. Better start getting used to it now, folks, because it's going to happen all...
Sometimes I wonder how much of a twist Venom was even meant to be. Yeah. That's an interesting question for sure.
This is the real Sahelanthropus.
Because there's hints all over the place, constantly.
We'll die here. Behold, today is the day weapons learn to walk upright.
I hate this part, honestly. I've only ever done it without a cheesy exploit like once. All you gotta do is get on D-Horse and court the big guy around the buildings back in the base camp. He'll usually get stuck and won't be able to follow you quick enough before he loses his attention. We get on the chopper and shoot the big guy down after he jumps after us. Back at base.
Why do you suspect me? What did I do? I'm on your side. What about him?
Yep.
Miller was in contact with Cypher 9 years ago. He was working with them. He's the traitor, Snake.
Interesting.
More truth serum?
No. Stronger truth
Oh,
serum.
please. Please keep me here. I need protection. Why me?
We all lost something.
What?
Except you. The truth serum isn't working. Either some procedure he had done boosted his metabolic enzyme.
Does anyone have eye patches except Snakes?
This line always kind of cracked me up. Like, Huey is just
No.
a normal dude. Do
I
you
don't
really
think so.
think he underwent drug resistance therapy like Ocelot?
I've had drug resistance. Great.
Is it not entirely possible that he's telling the truth? It's not like you actually have any evidence that he knew that the inspection was a ruse, except...
We all lost something.
What?
Except you.
Which is pretty flimsy, but it's there if you want it. I don't know. It always just seemed like they were jumping to conclusions, and I'm definitely not planting seeds for a discussion I plan on having later. Oh, no.
We need proof before we can pass judgment.
He mentioned something interesting. The reason why they pulled their plug on the operation in Afghanistan. He said their funding started going to Central Africa instead. Cypher is pursuing new research in Africa.
Africa? What research?
Emmerich doesn't know the details, but one thing he said does make sense.
Pirates don't exist, I guess. Yeah, I guess so.
Of us alone isn't enough to cause an RMA. He
I kind of just assumed that Huey is so crazy that he believes himself. It could be.
Meaning it's not just another nuke.
I think that he's a pathological liar.
The next bunch of missions take place in Africa. We blow up an oil field, and these freaky-looking bodies come floating up.
Quiet. You want to head out with the boss?
That'll be the day.
I don't see a problem with it, so long as she's with you. She's a crack shot, damn fine scout.
There's nothing damn fine about this thing. Wait a minute, that thing costs a lot of money.
Want in?
This is ridiculous. She doesn't talk. How could you possibly stay in communication?
That was my cat, in case you're curious.
Not wrong, guys. You're just an asshole. Okay, then. Right. I like working solo anyway.
We also start to see walker gears popping up all over the place, in different missions as well as being the main target of one of them. In the mission Trader's Caravan, we learn that Cypher is shipping malachite as well as yellow cake, the raw material for a nuke, which may have something to do with the weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Our next big story mission comes at number 18, Blood Runs Deep. We are tasked to kill 6 soldiers, and the client is their former general. We find the first one and put him down, but the other 5...
Bingo. You know what to do. Their lives for a fistful of diamonds, huh? And what happens after that? They can't go home. They've only got 2 options. Heaven or hell.
No, there's another.
It always confused me how Kaz jumped to the assumption Huey mutated the parasites, like he's a programmer and an engineer, he's not a biologist. Yeah, which I think that his only evidence for that was that it was the equipment that he was using, that he bought and that he uses on the quarantine platform. I think that that's the only evidence for that. And if that's the case, then it fits in with all of the other stuff that he accuses him for, where he only has like one piece of evidence or none. Yeah, I think that a lot of the stuff, I have to wonder if a lot of the stuff that he accuses of he accuses Huey of is like circumstantial at best, I think, and it's interesting to me that not a whole lot of people think about it very much, I think.
Tape's rolling, boss.
It's kind of funny they absolutely don't even try to provide an explanation for how quiet marks for you. Yeah. It's just a gameplay thing, I guess.
How about it, Cos? Looks like our client just got outbid.
We got the recording. Objective accomplished.
Huey wanted to find the cure to the disease, but ended up making it worse, like the nuclear inspection. Yeah, it could be.
One way at the face value.
Okay, so this part. I got into a long, sort of heated conversation with a guy who very vehemently disagreed with me, which on the interpretation that I provide here. To summarize the interpretation, basically, it's that the way that the scene is constructed, it makes it seem like Miller wanted to kill the kids, but that's not in character for him. And so I redid the scene. I re-edited the scene to reflect that. Because the way that it is right now, it's like he starts rolling the tape after they already started, or after they've already decided to not kill the kids, and it's a whole thing, and that's how I've sort of seen it since I first saw it, right? And basically he provided a lot of different explanations as to why that was ridiculous, and I talked to some other people, they agreed with him. So I find it interesting. I don't think that my interpretation is necessarily wrong, but it is there are multiple ways to see this, and what you have to realize is that I recognize that I did a pretty bad job of explaining my point here. If there was one section that I would rewrite, it would probably be this one, although it's not weighted that much in terms of how much it matters. This part does not matter. Like, it's just like a scene that I thought was edited poorly, like some of the other scenes in the game which are edited poorly, like when he's walking onto the quarantine platform and it's like, you never know. He says, you never know, like 3 lines after the line that he's referencing, with absolutely no context. And so that's kind of the idea behind this. Yeah, this is a part that I would be willing to say, like, yeah, I might have been a little off base with this one. Especially since I did not do a very good job explaining it.
Miller wants the kids to die, but Snakes decides to do something different.
In my first playthrough, I did take most of what Kaz said for granted. So him casting blame to cover for himself does seem plausible. Yeah, and
immediately, I mean, like,
I think that that's on purpose. I think that's what the game was going for.
The mission's a failure.
It does sound like Miller eggs on Snake to kill them kids. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought when I saw it.
This problem would be easily solved if Ocelot came over the radio to be your contact instead of Miller. The implications being that now that the mission details have changed, Ocelot wants to make sure you don't get the kids killed while they are under Snake's supervision. I actually have a theory, though. A handful of the cutscenes in this game definitely don't come off the way I believe they were intended to. Some of the writing, and especially the editing, reads in ways that don't make any sense knowing the context of the scene. And
what was the tapes rolling referring to? Essentially what he's saying at that point is we need to get evidence that we killed the children. Like the person that hired us wants us to kill the kids, right? And so we have to get evidence that we did, but we're going to take them back to base. So we're going to record it with Snake shooting the kids, right? Except he doesn't actually kill them. And so we record that, and then we send the tape as evidence, and we get the kids, and nobody has to die. And we still get the money for it, is basically the idea behind that.
Trying to say. With that, we can look at...
Which is why it's weird to me that it comes after the point where we've decided, essentially, that, you know, the kids are, like, heaven and hell are the only 2 options. Well, Snake says that's not true. There's a third one, and, you know, it's weird that the tapes rolling boss would come after this. Like, if you're thinking that all the lines before tapes rolling are just sort of like a play that they're putting on, then why do they say tapes rolling after the tape's already rolling? You know, like that's kind of... To be fair, even though killing kids is a bad thing, bold statements, it would have prevented the infection. Yeah, that is a good point. I'm sure Python Selkin probably wants to make you think that like the kids like they were deliberately sent by Skullface to get the kids so that the infection would get back to Mother Base. Who knows? I still find it flimsy, since if you're hiring a merc to do dirty work, I doubt you'd accept audio recordings as evidence. That's a good point. In which case this scene is flimsy regardless of your interpretation.
Miller's actions throughout the game and perhaps give this scene a new context. Later on, when they start to interrogate the kids, Miller shows a soft hand to them as opposed to Ocelot wanting to go on hard to get answers sooner.
You're too attached to those kids. Stop protecting Eli.
Miller says that he doesn't like kids, but in every mission that involves them, he always reiterates that they can't be killed. He wants to put any kids they get into DDR.
DDR stands for disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration.
So they can be brought back into civilization and given another chance at a safe and healthy life, even against the wishes of the White Mamba, who says the kids wanted to return to their old lives of war after escaping. All of this points me to this idea that Miller actually wouldn't have wanted the death of these kids once he knew this was up. So here's that scene again, except edited differently to convey what I think they were actually going for.
Bingo. Tape's rolling, boss. Their lives for a fistful of diamonds, huh? And what happens after that? They can't go home. They've only got two options. Heaven or hell. We got the recording. Objective accomplished.
I think that works better. But honestly, I can just as easily see this being stupid and poorly conceived, so let's move on. Mission 20, Voices, puts us sneaking our way into the Devil's House, a place where, according to those kids we brought back, the devil lives and no one returns from. On the way, we can hear a conversation about an old man scientist who is working on proliferating nukes. When we get to the Devil's House, we see... I can't say I'm happy to have seen that. Oh, hey, Skullface.
He's making them listen to Nightcore. I feel like it would have been cool if Kaz actually knew they were infected, but wanted to hide his relationship to Cypher, the Snake.
Kind of like a boss fight.
Yeah.
Really more of a puzzle fight. You have to.
I wonder if there's any evidence for that. I don't know.
Stun him with water and then get on the chopper before he gets back up. This place is the first real evidence of what our enemy is up to, although it only serves to give us more questions at this point, of course. Skipping over some more missions with little to no plot relevance, and the FOB tutorial mission puts us at mission 23, the White Mamba. We have to go get a particular kid from Bwala Yamasa, the leader of the child soldiers in the area. Apparently the CFA have been wiped out inexplicably and now just the kids are left. Strange, but the game sort of glosses over it, so I'm sure it's not important. We sneak through Masa Village and make our way to the only place he would be, the husk of an old ship. We have a short battle and put him down eventually. The other kids in the village inexplicably start...
Oh boy, here he is. The boy.
Back at the base, this kid gets a lesson on manners.
Welcome to outer heaven.
It's really satisfying to watch Snake beat up on this kid for some reason.
We got rules around here. Never draw a weapon on a fellow soldier. You got that?
Kidnap the Burning Man is pretty fun. That boss is interesting, but a little underbaked, I think.
Anyone here can use a knife or a gun. What you're gonna learn is how to use your head.
After mission 25, an outbreak appears on Mother Base, which will ravage your crew if you don't do something about it.
At the time that I did stuff like that, I didn't know how to track, like auto track stuff, and so I just had to do it myself, and I did it frame by frame, and so it took a very long time. So you better be appreciative of those jokes.
Off to the quarantine platform to limit the spread, but it's unclear what's causing it, so you either have to guess or intuit based on what you know about the game. Either way, finishing more missions is the best way to limit your death count and stop your numbers from going down.
I guess the evidence could be that he wanted to protect the kids from war, except for the infected ones.
Followed by mission 28, Code Talker. We are tasked to sneak into the Valley of the Lost to find an old man named Code Talker who can apparently help with the infection. On the way there, we get interrupted by the skulls.
Oh boy.
Snipers and woof. Just woof. We infiltrate the mansion and find the old man.
That's Code Talker.
Look familiar? It's infecting my men. How do we
Silence. Or death. Stay quiet. Your life depends on it. Sit. The parasite.
Jump a little bit. He says a whole lot of stuff that is boring.
Crash, but the heli driver did not. After a battle with the skulls, we bring Code Talker back and he cures the parasite infection for us.
Skullface is no longer in Africa. The nuclear.
This part gets really long in the tooth. I think this is the part where I did too much recap. I had that this mission's the only way to farm the stealth parasites. Yeah.
Metallic archaea. Enrich the uranium and weaponize it. Load it onto all-terrain bipedal machines. They ensure any country, armed group, even the smallest terrorist cell, can become a nuclear power.
A new business to replace the arms business. And Skullface owns the market.
Nukes. Controlled by a man, not a country.
If they proliferate, conventional nukes lose all value. Political, military, and economic. The two superpowers become powerless.
We cure everybody.
We couldn't save those already symptomatic. But everyone who survived...
Huey's being interrogated again.
Okay, B0. Sahelanthropus is beyond the Soviet base camp, in a lab built by the Soviet philosophers. That's what you're looking for.
Which we will quickly see is in fact not the case, so I'm not entirely sure why he said that or what the purpose of going to OKB0 is. We get some details about Skullface and his relationship to the philosophers, and I suppose it serves as the final test of the stealth mechanics before the quote-unquote final boss of sorts, but from a story standpoint, it doesn't make sense why we go there. Huey probably would know that Sahelanthropus is actually at Sirach Power Plant. That's where we first see Huey, and Sahelanthropus is also there. If Huey wanted us to actually find Skullface, why would he send us somewhere that Sahelanthropus has probably never been? Did Skullface tell him to say that? If so, then why? Dramatic effect? Nah, OKB0 only exists for us to have an ultra-difficult stealth gameplay section before the final boss, which is fine, I guess, it's just weird. Eli came. Cool. So did everyone else.
Snake, do you read me? I know more than anyone about OKB0 and Sahelanthropus. Boss, I've made up my mind. I want to be of use to you, not him. Let me work to pay for what I've done. I'll prove it, that I've always been your ally.
You've got my vote, sir. So we sneak through OKB0 and show up at the helipad where Skullface is going to get on his helicopter.
Guess he just wanted to say something so they'd stop torturing him. That's probably true, actually. That's a good point.
You still. You hope hatred might someday replace the pain, but it never goes away. It makes a man hideous, inside and out. Wouldn't you agree?
We both are demons. Our humanity won't return. You, me, we've no place to run, nowhere to hide.
And that is why I'll show you my demon. Follow me, big boss.
We follow Skullface.
It's a nice sexual innuendo right there.
That we may or may not know. We get in the car with him and drive all the way to Sirach Power Plant. This scene is entirely too long and awkward, but literally everyone that talks about this game says that, so let's look at what he's trying to say. Skullface was working behind you in Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. He believes that Zero shouldn't be trying to unite America through language because all that power can't be entrusted to one individual. He doesn't believe Zero really ever understood the boss's will because he was born into a mega superpower and doesn't really know what pain feels like, unlike Skullface. Skullface's village was a part of a war-torn state. The foreigners that reigned over them changed all the time, and he never had a chance to develop his mother language because it was stolen from him by war. He sees Zero as a manifestation of the kind of person that subjugated him through language, so he's going to destroy Zero and set the world into a new age that he thinks is more in line with the boss's will. First, destroy the English language, something he calls an ethnic liberator, because he sees English as something that is squashing down native languages around the world. After English is destroyed, he will proliferate nukes to the world, which will become the new lingua franca, and the whole world will enter a new Cold War, except he will have the keys to every single nuke in the world, giving him supreme dominating power over everyone. In this worldwide Cold War, the world will become one. Also, I know that this scene is ultra awkward or whatever, but I love Sins of the Father. It's a great song, and even though this scene is overly long and bizarre, I always enjoy when it pops up.
Real bop.
And here, almost like a last-minute addendum to his plan, he explains that Sahelanthropus' purpose is to ignite the world to want to get nukes, which he will obviously be proliferating. The Metal Gear's purpose is not to launch a nuke, but to make people afraid of nukes to convince them they need nukes. We see Skullface's demon once again. The man on fire walks toward us slowly before something changes.
Wait!
All right, everyone, say it with me.
Such a lust for revenge.
Such a lust for revenge. Who?
The line makes sense when you know what's going on here, but man, without that context, this whole scene just kind of reads weird. And the delivery on that line really never gets old. I love how these two guys turn to shoot at Snake. Like, even in a room with an enormous 100-ton walking tank with enough weapons to destroy a small continent that just went rogue, Snake is still the biggest threat to them. Probably the two smartest guards working for XOF right now. Make sure you give those guys a raise. Here comes the cavalry. Bring it, Diamond Dogs.
That's not Diamond Dogs. This is actually probably XOF. The same guy that was talking to me about the Miller and the kids scene, pointed out that this is actually probably not Diamond Dogs because there's no Diamond Dogs logos on their crap. That's probably XOF.
Looks like I'm gonna need to restaff the combat team.
Cypher will rewrite the records. But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst onto the future. Major, I'm burning up!
And it's a fight. This boss fight is fine. His attacks are pretty easy to dodge and you get automatic resupply, so you basically just have to keep pumping him full of rockets and shoot the floating boy when he jumps at you. It's a direct upgrade from any boss in Peace Walker by the simple fact that this game feels leaps and bounds better to control, but it's still not a great boss. In a series that has some of the best bosses ever put to game, Sahelanthropus is just kind of shallow. He's got plenty of flashy attacks, but none of them really pose a threat except this laser one, and even then, as long as you keep moving, you should be okay. So anyway, we trash the big boy and go pay our friend Skullface a visit. He's looking pretty sludgy.
There were 3. Where's the other?
Very close to you.
You can either pull the trigger on him or wait a second and Miller will grab your hand and help you out.
Do it yourself. Mission complete, boss.
Kill me! Kill me!
Guess that's that.
I did it! Revenge!
Huey, you had my vote. Why did you steal my vengeance?
Anyone can give up his fight by laying down arms. But the feeling of holding a gun, that we'll never forget. Like our lost limbs. The sensation lingers.
Here she comes! Here she comes!
That's a good dog.
Why is Sahelanthropus here? Just why? I'm obviously asking a rhetorical question here. Snake explains why later, and
Sahelanthropus is a symbol to show that the likes of us brought at least one crisis to its end. A mark in history. So we can't just fade away. It's of no practical use to us, but we still need it.
it's a Peace Walker thing too, but man. Okay, so that was the physical end of Skullface. It won't be the last time his influence is felt, but
Uh-oh. Bastille's gonna get me. Skulls and bones. Let's take you to the grave.
Skullface is probably one of the weakest villains in the series, in my opinion. I like his motivation and his drive, but that's where the problem starts. According to his last objective tape, his goal was to get revenge on those who would use language to subjugate people. A bill that Zero definitely fits, but why did he want Snake dead? Well, to immediately answer my own question, in the truth tape recording of Skullface and Paz, we learn that he doesn't hate BB, his goal is Zero, and even acknowledges that BB doesn't even know who he is, so why are we fighting him? Again, the answer to that question is obvious. He's trying to enslave the world with nukes and destroy the English language. Not to mention he used to work for Zero, and he was the person and led the team that attacked Mother Base. Meaning, of course, our team is going to want him dead, but this is not a compelling villain make because he doesn't care much about us or our presence and acts like it throughout the game. In every Metal Gear thus far, the villain has had a familial connection to the protagonist, which is what mainly drove the rivalry between them. Snake versus Big Boss. Big Boss is Snake's commanding officer, and later we know he is his father. Snake versus Liquid. Liquid is Snake's brother, and Snake killed his father. Raiden versus Solidus. Solidus is Raiden's father figure and his old commanding officer. Naked Snake versus the Boss. The Boss is Naked Snake's mother figure and mentor. Snake versus Liquid Ocelot. Same deal as before. What you may not realize is that these villains are actually quite weak if you remove these connections. The two games I would say that have the weakest villains are Peace Walker and 5, both for the same reasons. It's not that Hot Coldman or Skullface's plans aren't unthreatening or don't make sense, it's just that they don't have anything to do with our main character besides the fact that our main character has decided to thwart their plans. I've heard some people say that Skullface is supposed to be a poor villain to add to the whole Phantom Pain thing, but wouldn't it have been better if he was this super threatening, in-your-face, awesome villain that fought you tooth and nail every step of the way but then was unceremoniously offed in the second act? I don't even really know what to offer to fix this, except Skullface is just that irrelevant, I guess. We have plenty of beef with him, but he has no beef with us other than potentially us standing in his way of getting to Zero. But he obviously doesn't think that we're much of a threat because the only thing he does that directly opposes us is sending Quiet on her assassination mission. Fixing this would have to involve a completely new character or a completely different motivation for his villainy that more directly involved Diamond Dogs. Or at the very least, make him oppose us, have us a team attacking us randomly while we're on a mission. Send the floating boy and the man on fire at us anytime that it isn't ultra convenient to do so. I'm fine with him not having a boss fight because, again, that feeds into the Phantom Pain, but it could have been so much better by having...
Coleman is fun just because he's the most crazy one of the bunch.
Pardon the pun.
Yeah, he's pretty wild. I enjoy him in that game.
Direction.
Yeah.
I recognize that one of the...
I just don't think he's a good villain.
...is that we are driven by revenge, and it is a fruitless endeavor that eventually causes people to turn inward to find a villain. When
it's like I enjoy Skullface in this game, but I don't think he's a good villain.
We had to sacrifice Skullface on the altar of that theme because it could have still worked even if Skullface was a great villain. That theme really only starts to present itself in the second chapter anyway. Having him be a poor villain only lessens the effect of the chapter that he's physically in. So even if Skullface was deliberately designed to be bad to invoke the themes of the game, even if that was their intention, that still doesn't make it good. Now, just to add a few more things before we move on to Chapter 2, I recognize that Skullface probably isn't the true antagonist of this game, just like Hot Coldman wasn't really the antagonist of Peace Walker. They are bait-and-switch antagonists, and there's another character that fills those shoes in the end. In Peace Walker, it was Paz. In this game, well, we'll get to that. Just suffice to say that I recognize that he's not entirely the antagonist in a traditional story writing sense. But again, I still don't think that gives him a free pass to be a lackluster villain, especially when the actual antagonist doesn't even present himself until the 11th hour of the game. More about his motivations and how to make him better will be brought up later when I talk about some other major players in this story.
We will be stronger than ever for our peace. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst unto the future. Those were his last words.
Cause
So when Snake kills Big Boss, he really kills Venom Snake. So in Metal Gear, when Snake is told that Big Boss is his dad, that's true, but that boss isn't the real dad. Did I get that right? Yes.
But again, I really feel like this would have hit better if he had been this awesome villain that really made us want to kill him, but that opportunity was taken from us. But hey, I guess
the connection back to Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 is a little flimsy.
Eli, what you up to?
Unfortunately.
We get a trailer for Chapter 2, and that means... Oh, shoot, I did it again. Hold on. So Miller is now telling his men that everyone is potentially a spy. Good.
Even with Skullface dead, our pain is still right with us. We need more strength.
I like the idea that he's
sounding pretty rough right now.
Miller's just talking to Snake while he's like showering.
I haven't spent much time playing FOBs, and I don't really see why you would. This is about when the pacing of this game starts to fall apart a bit. Every mission gives you a veritable deluge of tapes to listen to, making it harder to pace yourself through them, especially if you're taking notes for a huge analysis and want to take note of everything in the order that you get it. The structure of Chapter 2 is also quite different. There are 18 missions left in the game, but only 6 of them are new or relevant. The rest are more difficult versions of older missions, and then there are a bunch of...
This game helped to mess up its own lore and timeline.
This is pretty similar to Peace Walker's final chapter, which involves doing a handful of side ops and then going to find Zadornov 7 individual times. It's even similar in the fact that there are more difficult versions of the bosses you fought throughout the game. The difference here to me is that Zadornov missions suck, and the side ops you're doing in Peace Walker aren't required, and if you're like me and just want to see the ending, you're probably gonna...
Miller gaslighting is too subtle, for sure.
Complete side op is 3 times and move on. I despise the last chapter of Peace Walker so much that the fact that this doesn't make me feel the same way is alone a sign that this works better overall. Sure, you spend quite a bit of time just doing random side ops, but the main missions that are required are all really good, and it doesn't take a ridiculously long time to get through. It also peppers in cutscenes and the like, giving you some story to reflect on.
I love the shaky cam either.
Sure, it's archaic, but I definitely think it works better
Yeah.
than Peace Walker. So let's get through some things. After mission 32, you learn
It's a stylistic choice, that's for sure.
children, Ralph, but you don't know much about it at this time. Given Eli's harsh look here, I think we can assume that he's either involved or really angry about it, or both. Battle gear is complete. This is the first time I'm mentioning it because it's not going to be relevant until we talk about the Good Doctor, and it's a sort of vacant concept anyway. It doesn't really do anything. We need to grab the Man on Fire's corpse, which is Volgan from Metal Gear Solid 3, which was retrieved from Sirach after it was crushed by an incredibly large robot.
Alright. Man on Fire. I think there's a smiley face in here somewhere. Right where his butt hits. Right there.
In
Yep.
mission 35, we collect some of Code Talker's research materials that were about to fall in XOF's hands. Back at base, a gas leak has filled a chamber, and the boys want to get in because one of them dropped Shabani's necklace.
You have to stay back. Some things can't be helped.
Back to your quarters.
What's going on?
Shabani. Mayaka 9 Kingo ya. Shabani.
The tank at the bottom is filled with chlorine disinfectant. One whiff and you'll suffocate.
How could you let it fall down there anyway?
Very helpful, Miller. Thank you.
Hit the alarm! No! You go down there, and it is over. Boss! Hey! Listen to me! There is no way to recover the body.
What kind of stunt was that? Trying to panic us?
Miller, what are you even talking about?
Just wait until the gas is cleared out and then we'll get it? Yeah. That is a good point. I wonder if there's some reason why that wouldn't have worked. Other than that, though, I like the scene.
Look. Here.
We learned that Quiet has a vocal cord parasite, but we don't know what strain it is.
You ready to talk?
Anything?
Still living up to her name.
How about you drop the act? Infected you with a parasite.
We can't let her talk. Put it back.
All I want's a name. That won't trigger anything. Your lungs have been barbecued. There's traces of rubbing alcohol in your alveoli. This was found adhered to your lungs, intact. A petal. White Star of Bethlehem. The hospital. Skullface sent you to Cyprus to kill Snake. You were burned inside and out. That should have been the end of it. But, all things considered, you look pretty damn healthy to me. We have Skullface to thank for that, right?
I was the only one capable of applying them to parasite therapy. Until he stole them from me.
Why are you here? Did Skullface send you? Or did you have your own score to settle with the boss? Refreshing? Salt water.
No! You'll die!
His life isn't yours to take.
Enough. That's enough. If she wanted to kill the boss, he'd already be dead. Same goes for us. She's had plenty of chances. She can talk. She's not here to kill anyone. We're wasting your time. It doesn't matter why she's here. She works for you now. She's in love with the legend.
What makes you so sure?
I was the same way once.
What if she's a spy?
Ocelot delivers the best line ever.
What if I'm a spy? Or you? Go on all day.
I love when anyone puts Miller in his place.
Boss.
Let her go. She won't speak so she can't spread the infection.
Gosh, he's such a child sometimes. It's funny to me how he storms off into Izzy.
Nabagitin tish. Lish nagitin ti.
Oh.
Idiki plak anat e.
Oh, ako kore jisdesni.
Ne, bizad.
Belagana isnita. Tadobe yasteta. Aseidota. Dodonista. Dodonista.
I'm really itching to talk about Quiet, but we're not there yet. If you saw either of these scenes and didn't think more highly of Quiet, I would really like to know how and why. Did you think it didn't make sense? Is the scene botched by all the gratuitous boob shots here? I can understand that last one, but when the rubber hits the road and the scene is hitting its highest note, all we get is Quiet's face and her expressions, which are understated, but great. I don't know, we'll get there, I guess. The kids escaped from Mother Base and we have to do required side ops to go grab them. Eli says he's going to cause an uprising if all kids come back, but it doesn't happen until a little later. Mission 38 involves us grabbing a film canister that has some info on it about the floating boy and the man on fire. Mission 41 is titled Proxy War Without End and represents the thematic end of the game from a mission perspective. It's the last main mission that is both new and follows the mission format that is set up throughout the game. But it represents that the war that you all have gotten yourselves into is never going to end, just like the war between the CFA and the MPLA, a theme that is capped off by Miller's line in the briefing.
For us to survive, we need to expand our organization and get strong enough that no one can threaten us. So our only option is to fight and grow, and fight and grow.
Then we get called back to base when Ocelot is going to press Eli for answers.
I told you, your father's not here. Quarters are under full surveillance. Your weapons privileges have been suspended. No more uprising.
I need to. Eli does the thing.
Not my father.
More Weird Al.
Bye, guys.
I think I'm a clone now. Only two of us just a hanging around.
I really think Eli had potential in this story. This game is a prequel to the rest of the series and is in a prime position.
Did you grind for ridiculously silly weapons that wound up not being worth it? I actually almost never play past the credits on this one. I've played it 4 times, and rarely after the
To
credits.
give the new context to the games that came after it and make them better for it, just like Metal Gear Solid 3 did. I really think they could have pulled that off, and they tried to. Definitely they tried, but unfortunately, somewhere along the way, anything having to do with Eli became complete garbage. Let's take a look. Here's the story of Eli. Eli gets his butt handed to him and then comes with you to base. Later on, you have to fight him again. We know that something is up with him, and the floating boy, we don't know what he's up to. Ralph dies, which our codec team eventually theorizes he was probably involved with, which sets the kids in motion toward wanting to rebel and escape. Miller and later Ocelot interrogate Eli for answers in a series of tapes, but don't get much since Eli is probably...
Yeah, I usually don't finish all the Chapter 2 missions either. I think I did do it once.
Tell them how Sahelanthropus works so they can repair it. And then Eli uses the floating boy's power to escape with Sahelanthropus in tow along with the other kids in one of our helicopters. That's basically it. There's a span of time where the codec team is doing a DNA test on Snake and Eli, which, after this mission, we learn comes back negative and that Snake and Eli aren't related. He's just another kid.
Meaning the results are negative. He's not your son, nor is he your clone. He's just another person. It was 12 years
But of course, this is just another hint that our main character isn't who we think it is. They leave with a huge operable walking death tank that apparently has the scare potential to proliferate nukes onto the entire world, and yet our main cast just kind of stands there like, wow, bummer. So, in case you didn't know or didn't remember from 7 years ago when I started this video, the cut Mission 51 is the actual end to this story arc, but let's take a step back and look at Eli. What's not working here? Well, firstly, he really doesn't add anything to this game. You could remove his storyline and it would practically function the exact same way. We learn that the kids from Walla Yamasa, so more specifically the White Mamba, are the reason we have the first vocal cord outbreak. And the reason that happened is because Snake shut down the oil facility in Mission 13, but other than that, Eli's presence here is irrelevant, and even to that extent, we could just pretend he's not Eli. Cut out all the lines about their familial connection, and the storyline would have been exactly the same and probably better, if not solely for the fact that it not being Eli, a character most of us know and love, would cause the story to come under less scrutiny. To that extent, I too feel like Eli's character in this game is just awful, and retroactively makes him a worse villain in Metal Gear Solid 1. He is little more than a whiny troublemaker in this game, driven by a revenge that doesn't really make sense anymore. Granted, he was already pretty whiny in Metal Gear Solid 1.
They used me as a guinea pig to create a phenotype in which all of the dominant genes were expressed to create you. I got all of the recessive genes.
But like I said, this game had the potential to make him a better character in that game. Eli could have come to the base and seen how his father treated him, with the respect of a soldier and the patience of a leader. Maybe he starts to respect him back. Maybe he sees that his father is not a monster like he once thought. He sees the good that he's doing for the people at Diamond Dogs and the good he's doing for the kids he has personally rescued. But then toward the end of his time on Mother Base, Snake has to make a terrible decision. One of the kids hit puberty and is showing signs of the virus after the mutation that we are about to learn about in the next mission, and Snake has to end his life. Eli was kept in the dark and so doesn't know the particulars of this situation, but after Eli hears of his friend's death, he goes postal. The floating boy comes to his beck and call and they fly off together with the rest of the kids, Eli vowing to get revenge on his father for doing something he saw as completely unthinkable, betraying his trust so completely that no words or actions could change what he believes his destiny now is, and when he figures out that his destiny, his revenge, is prematurely cut off for him at the death of his father at the hands of his brother, he shifts that feeling of revenge onto the next person that he can villainize, Solid Snake.
You took everything from me before I was even born!
You see, that story probably isn't perfect. It's not without its issues, but at least Eli would be learning something. At least he wouldn't just be a one-note character anymore. That story I just laid out plays into the themes of the game while retroactively giving Liquid and Metal Gear Solid 1 more character depth, which I believe he desperately needed. Instead, we learned that his one
Sorry, I was fussing at my dog.
Metal Gear Solid 1 is truly exactly how he is, and that's, well, I mean, I guess that's fine. Some people like Liquid in that game, I guess, but I believe he could have been better. The funny thing about all this to me is that Liquid's motivation in Metal Gear Solid 1 actually makes this game worse too when you think about it. Liquid was driven by a hatred of his father for giving him the genetically inferior gene so that he could create the genetically superior Solid Snake, which isn't true, but that's what he believes, so that's fine. In that game, we believed that Big Boss was a part of the cloning process.
He always told me I was inferior, and now I'll have my revenge!
Metal Gear Solid 4 retconned that. Now Zero is the one that did the cloning, and Big Boss wanted nothing to do with it.
Zero realized he would need insurance. Something that
Yeah, all this is like an example of
and so Zero
we kind of lost the plot over time in some aspects, where his motivations don't make sense anymore unless Zero was somehow like gaslighting him into believing that Big Boss was involved.
didn't matter that you
I don't know.
or that they had manipulated your DNA. You were born the same way as any other normal child, from your mother's womb.
That's beautiful. Bumped up your volume globally. I feel like sometimes you have an issue with your videos where I can't make them loud enough unless I'm on headphones.
Determined to oppose Zero and his plans, Big Boss broke away.
Yeah,
He left
I feel like I'm better about that now. I
drifted.
have a LUFS target that I aim for, and I think it's higher than what YouTube recommends. So this stream isn't going to be a great example, but yeah, I try and master them. I don't know if a lot of people think they're too quiet or whatever, but
Why is he angry at Big Boss when Big Boss wanted nothing to do with the cloning? Shouldn't he be mad at Zero for doing what he did instead of Big Boss for just being his quote-unquote father? It makes even less sense once we get to Metal Gear Solid 5, because now we know for a fact that Liquid didn't know his father until the events of this game took place, and that Zero and Dr. Clark are the two that did all of the stuff that Eli is angry for.
Is MGS just constant gaslighting of everyone and everything player especially? Yeah, pretty much.
Supported in game. Most every character that knew Big Boss before this game doesn't recognize him when they first see him here because, hint hint, it's not exactly Big Boss.
It's not you.
Pick and choose what you want to hold on to canon-wise, for sure.
Guys, it's me.
Yeah, if you try and take everything as a whole, you're going to find holes all over the place.
Snake.
But as soon as Eli sees Venom, he knows it's his dad. That Big Boss is the first he's ever seen, but why would he be angry at Big Boss? Is it because Big Boss didn't want him? He says this line,
I'm not like you! Goodbye, father. I don't need you anymore.
but at what point did he need Big Boss in the first place? If his main reason for being...
Yeah, MGS2 is one of the most retconned games in the series, so if you really like that one, I'm sure that since then things have really kind of destroyed that story.
All of this is why I say Eli should not have been in this game. I recognize that probably isn't a very conflicting opinion to hold, but I felt like I needed to make that point because now I'm going to talk your ear off about Mission 51, the actual ending to Eli's story, and discuss why it's not the perfect ending that everyone was hoping for, not even for the storyline it attempts to wrap up.
Oh, cut it out. Get out of here.
That's like the most scuffed episode transition.
I can tell you exactly why anything happens in game design, and if I pretend like I can, I would be a liar. There's a lot of stuff that goes down in the room where it happens, and I have no special insider information on all that, but given evidence that I've gained through my 23 years of playing video games, I think I can at the very least make an educated guess. I would imagine cut content happens for one of three reasons. 1, there's not enough time to implement it. 2, there's not enough money to implement it. Or 3, the content doesn't work from a thematic or gameplay standpoint. Mission 51 definitely falls under that last umbrella in my opinion, if not all 3, but definitely that last one. But before I pass judgment, let's let it speak for itself.
Wish Liquid Snake actually said, I need a big boss gene, ooh,
Sneak
ooh.
our way forward, eventually finding Sahelanthropus and the kids. We learn in what I assume is meant to be the briefing tape.
Just 1 year before full release, that's right.
That Eli has the English
It's taken them 9 years
An XOF strike
to complete 70%.
there as well and surrounds them, but quickly gets demolished. We fight Sahelanthropus, and afterward we see this.
This is a really cool part that I am sad that we lost, was sort of the use of the red and white actually having some sort of effect on the narrative. And he cries. He says, no.
Forced to shoot Eli because Snake can't see red when he's badly hurt. This is sort of the thematic climax to that whole thing that we saw some in the first mission and hear about in the earlier tape, as well as seeing it if we ever get badly wounded during gameplay. So I'm sad we lost that because it's actually pretty cool. Thankfully, Eli is wearing a bulletproof vest, so he's fine. But wait, he's showing signs of vocal cord parasites.
It just keeps like undoing itself.
And I was the flaw.
It's like, oh no, we killed him, and then we didn't. But oh no, he's gonna die, but then he doesn't.
I'm the loser. You.
It's weird.
All because of you. I'm not me. I'm just a copy of you. I will surpass my father. Destroy my father. Destroy you. I'll kill all of Cypher. I'll destroy your precious world.
Code Red, we need to go fast. How's it going over there?
There's nothing you can do.
That recording's really bad.
Island's completely contaminated. Orders are to use napalm to sanitize.
Sanitize every square inch. Prepare to drop. We're pulling out. Move!
How did I not get Fox? I did a bunch of Metal Gear Solid words, but I apparently didn't get Fox.
You're one hell of a soldier.
I will kill you!
He says without opening his mouth.
That's right. Don't blame yourself. Blame me.
That's the best line. That's a great line. I thought I got Wolf. Oh, Wolf was in there.
Snake leaves a pistol for him to off himself and walks away. Okay, so let's rewind. Everything up until the point where you shoot Eli is okay, but things start to fall apart after that. If Eli has the vocal cord parasites, why wouldn't Snake kill him himself? Is he really willing to risk the parasite getting out into the world just so that he can have his...
More Kevin MacLeod, I believe.
Eli has already done a bunch of really terrible stuff.
I think this one's called Fluff a Duck.
Inside a rebellion, causing the gas leak that burned quiet, debatably causing the radiation leak that caused the mutation that forced Snake to kill a bunch of his own men, more on that later, stealing the super weapon that could plunge the world into nuclear war. Are any of these things enough to warrant Snake to kill Eli? Would any of these things be enough if you then heaped could cause vocal cord parasites to spread on land, wiping out numerous people onto the pile? Not to mention, by this point, Snake probably already knows that Eli isn't his son, but even if not, he never wanted these children anyway, so why would he want to protect Eli after all that he's done? He practically hands Eli the gun that he wants him to kill himself with. Why would he risk it and not just shoot him now? Even with the fact that Diamond Dogs drops napalm on the island immediately after they leave, they've already seen that the floating boy can just magically fly them around whenever he wants. Why would they even risk him getting out unscathed? I mean, for whatever it's worth, that is exactly what happens. I realize that this is the second time in this video that I've advocated for child murder in this Metal Gear game. I'm not saying that's what I want to happen. I'm just saying, given the circumstances, wouldn't it be better if Eli was just killed off here? I mean, obviously he can't be killed off here. He's got to show up again in Metal Gear Solid 1, but that just feeds back into the idea that Eli shouldn't have been in this game at all, at least not in the current state he's in. But that's not even where the problems end, because now we have to address the fact that he's got the vocal cord parasites and is gonna die whether he shoots himself or not. How do the writers get themselves out of this predicament?
Love this.
Wait, hold on.
To remove them inevitably harms the host, because the parasites are companions to us. You would rather remove their vocal cords.
I was only able to find one tape that referenced the idea that you can't remove the vocal cord parasites without like killing the host. I feel like there are more, but if anybody would know, it would be me. Because I have like very detailed notes on every single tape in the game, so I wasn't able to find it.
This is the most hand-wavy and contrived explanation for how Eli survives that I could have possibly imagined. It makes absolutely zero sense given all the information we have given about the parasite. You can't just remove them. Not only are they difficult to get to, but you would either have to lose your voice or potentially die, but the floating boy is a magic cure-all for any story-based issue you have, I guess. This is phenomenally stupid, but it presents the biggest issue with Eli's story in a very easy to digest way.
Thanks From Hero to Zero. Appreciate it.
They couldn't kill him off, so they had to come up with these incredibly contrived explanations for how he survives. Symptoms of a story that should not have been told. Okay, so my last problem with this cutscene is that we're basically back to square one, meaning the children's storyline is completely irrelevant. The way the ending plays out in the game as it is now, the kids escape with Sahelanthropus in tow. We don't know where they're...
Yeah, maybe if Mission 51 had actually been in the game, it would have been explained a little bit better.
Just 5 to 10 hours ago was said to be single-handedly capable of scaring the world into nuclear oblivion, and we're just gonna let them go? They could blow up anything with that beast. They could launch an assault on Diamond Dogs, blow up every in and out in the world. Is that really a risk that we are willing to take? I mean, no, it's not. We risk everything by letting them leave and get away scot-free with our doomsday weapon and gain nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, to break down that last paragraph...
Originally, if you want to make something plural, it's apostrophe S. That probably isn't very obvious on the GitHub.
I couldn't really care less about Eli. If his story in the game ended there, that would be fine. We know he just gets bigger and stronger and builds a team and eventually does the Shadow Moses incident. That's enough for me. Sahelanthropus is the issue, but even in Mission 51, we still don't know what happens to Sahelanthropus after this game. It wouldn't be a big deal if I'm just gonna call it Sally for this section.
Sally.
It wouldn't be a big deal if Sally wasn't such a catastrophically terrible monster of a Metal Gear, but that's exactly the issue. All of the Metal Gears after this are incredibly lame by comparison, especially the ones in Metal Gear 1 and 2. The only Metal Gear that even comes close to the raw destructive power of Sally is Metal Gear Ray, and even then, that's only an onboard firepower. We're right back to square one if you consider the fact that Sally is also a walking nuclear bomb.
Emmerich says if it were to self-destruct, the nuclear yield would be somewhere in the region of 15 kilotons.
To be clear, this is a problem with Peace Walker as well. But at least in that game, we know exactly what happened to all of those Metal Gears. It's reasonable to believe that if those were destroyed and Huey doesn't work with Big Boss in Metal Gear 1 or 2, then the
Metal Gear or Kingdom Hearts music foreshadowing.
Accurately recreate the power and complexity of the Metal Gears which came before, through sheer force of the fact that Huey is an incredible genius of a scientist that can build just about anything, which is supported by the fact that Hal is the next scientist to build something that can even begin to compare with Sally.
There's a little bit of a sticking point in this, and that's that Huey did not come up with the with the stuff. He did not come up with the plans for the Metal Gear. He just built them. And so you could maybe say that Huey is you know, capable of developing an idea into a Metal Gear, but he did steal the plans. So there might be a little bit of something to be said about the fact that maybe Huey should not be given so much credit as I give him here.
But since we have Metal Gear Solid 5, none of that even matters. If you take the canon ending that Sally is somewhere out in the world, just waiting to be snatched up into the hands of the enemy. If you take the Mission 51 ending, Sally is sitting pretty at Mother Base, and we could reasonably have all the research materials required to make it, or at least replicate it, just by studying the machine and give them to Dr. Madnar to replicate in Metal Gear 1. You might say, well, Outer Heaven didn't have the same resources that XOF did, but that's the whole point of the end game of this game, is that Diamond Dogs keeps growing and growing and growing, and Diamond Dogs is the spiritual successor to Outer Heaven because Venom leads Outer Heaven. There's no reason why in 11 years Diamond Dogs wouldn't at least be able to build a better Metal Gear than the TX-55, which is a potato in comparison to Sally. It doesn't even defend itself. Okay, so what's my point? Well, for all of this game's stake raising, I'm honestly not entirely sure that it came out worse for it. Not to mention retroactively making the Metal Gears that come after this one seem wimpy by comparison. I know that every game has to be bigger and badder than the last one, and Peace Walker set a pretty high precedent in the Metal Gear category for whatever it's worth. But what if there was another way to raise the stakes without making the other games weaker by comparison?
Words that kill.
Song goes so hard. Okay, that's a good place to take another bathroom break. Let's check back in with our timeline here. See how you all are doing. See what kind of beautiful things you came up with. Let's see. I don't remember where we stopped. I think it was before the meow.
Missile kill son from a ninja.
I think it was before that. Okay. Before the first metal pipe even.
Now it is important that nuke.
I like that one.
What? Well,
pretty good.
Psycho Mantis is this game. Where go? I have no idea. Why?
Just a bug.
Big V. No.
Then die.
Missile kill son from a ninja. Stop love. Else.
No more judo and no more field strips.
Woman Mantis is.
This is good.
This is about as coherent as I thought it would be.
Scientist become economic. Down in bad hard. Just man. How are we so to see that the we sell are you and me keep most our in the family city.
Lolly lulela.
Boy, listen, live, show you my genome. Who? Fire, fire, fire.
Metal Gear.
Boss, lose.
Metal Gear.
Hello, I love Meryl. Bye. Stand up to I we now Mr. Kid. Snake who? Liquid metal snake the Psycho Mantis help.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit. You're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
Jeans. Oh, my kid.
It's like one of my Japanese enemies.
Horrific.
Got that one right the last second. Okay. Oh, let me see here. This is awesome. I love it. It's so unhinged. Okay. Let's go back to this. All right, I'll be right back.
Ready for my point? Okay, here it goes. Sahelanthropus should not have been in this game. I can imagine the immediate response probably sounds something like, of course it has to be in this game. It's a Metal Gear game. How can there not be a Metal Gear in it? And to that I would say, there already is a Metal Gear in this game, not including Sahelanthropus, of course. But in typical fashion, I'm going to spend some time beating around the bush before I dive right in. So what do we lose by getting rid of Sally? We lose a boss fight. It was just okay to begin with, so, I mean, not a huge loss there, I suppose. We lose the jumping off point for Skullface's plan. Thematically, sure, I get that, but what if there was a different jumping off point? What would we gain by removing Sally? With just a handful of changes, we would gain a truly terrifying Metal Gear, one not made of metal or gears, but a metaphorical one made of words, or the lack thereof. The quote-unquote weapon to surpass Metal Gear is foreshadowed pretty early on. It starts all the way back in Mission 3, A Hero's Way, when we learn about the Scorched Earth operations. They are being used to burn villages of enemy soldiers, obviously, but they are also being used for a more dubious purpose. Mission 10, Angel with Broken Wings, continues this foreshadowing when Malik tells us about his village that was burned down after everyone there fell ill, in the midst spotting XOF soldiers all around them. Backing up a little to Mission 6, we see that the Hamid Mujahideen have completely disappeared from Decimasi Laman. At that time we weren't sure why, but the Soviets quickly moved in to take it over. It is no coincidence that there are a ton of vocal cord parasite zombies in that exact same area in the last Children Escape side op. Then, in Mission 13, Pitch Dark, we see that Cypher is involved with the oil facility, and shutting that off causes the events that take place in Mission 23, White Mamba, in which we are once again told that all...
This is gold. Please upload the completed version. Yes, it will be uploaded. It will be titled Metal Gear Solid 1, an aging masterpiece.
For themselves. Then there's the body at the oil facility, and at the Devil's House with the gross on their chests, implying a connection.
Maybe next time
From Mission 20.
I could maybe next time. I wonder if I can have Python send an undo command to DaVinci Resolve so you can like
when you shut off the oil
take stuff back. That would be kind of funny.
The pathogen said to have come in on the children.
It might be a little more coherent that way.
Mission 30 is when the weapon to surpass Metal Gear comes into full effect, and up until that point we've seen the insane destructive power it has foreshadowed throughout the game, but never directly with the exception of the Mother Base infection, which is still off-screen. Now, let's reimagine some things that happen after this event to make all of this come together. The first major thing I would change is making the vocal cord parasite outbreak at Mother Base a deliberate hit by Skullface. Skullface meets with Eli when he shows up and essentially pulls a quiet on him, giving him the parasite to transfer to Snake in the Mother Base.
I'm also gonna put like
legitimacy and make the
Metal Gear footage.
Than a crazy happenstance.
Like anytime there's no footage, automatically I'm gonna put Metal Gear footage, Metal Gear Solid 1 footage, so that it will look normal.
Maybe Skullface used his charms to convince Eli that Big Boss wanted him to turn out this way, making Eli's motivations make more sense. Then everything else could happen exactly the same as it does until Mission 30. Here's my version, which doesn't have Sahelanthropus and instead uses this metaphorical Metal Gear to up the stakes. Snake shows up at the foot of OKB-0 with an enormous army at his back, ready and willing to charge.
I really wish that I had some sort of graphic to go along with this. Because it's I think it's a little hard to follow, and I think this is a pretty good idea, but there's no graphic to go along with it, which doesn't help at all.
But Snake decides to go it alone for now, telling Miller to be ready to send them in if he needs it, but he's going to try and get info from Skullface about his plans. He goes in and finds Skullface, and they have their long-winded conversation at OKB-0. On the way back down, Skullface tells Snake that he's found a way to manipulate the parasite to do whatever he wants them to through genetic manipulation, that this is going to be the biggest WMD since nukes, and that he intends to wipe out the English language and proliferate nukes just like he does in the base game. The way he does this is by studying the Floating Boy's characteristics and implanting the same DNA that allows someone of intense will to control him into the parasites, allowing Skullface to control them as well.
According to the report, the third boy was easily influenced by other individuals' biofields. Evil thoughts, in particular. They affected his mind like a virus. Extreme anger or resentment, motives for revenge, in other words. While he's parasitizing a host, the boy's ego gets shut away, allowing the will of the host to take control of his powers, like some annoying static drowning out your own voice.
This idea could have been planted to him through the truth tape that we hear later. He has a conversation with Zero, in which Zero states that genetic manipulation is the next big thing.
What matters now is the genetics technology behind that work. With genetics, the clumsiness entire race isn't an issue. We can target specific individuals.
Skullface brings Snake down to his army, and then they are ready and willing to shoot on Skullface, but Snake tells Miller to have them hold their fire as Skullface continues to talk. The floating boy and the man on fire show up, and Skullface calls over one single soldier from among the ranks of XOF that was up in OKB-0. Skullface has him drink something and then shoves him into the Diamond Dog army. All of a sudden, the parasite spreads rapidly and intensely, the army dropping like flies. Snake looks on in awe as his soldiers fall before lashing out at Skullface, the floating boy stopping him from killing Skullface here and now. Skullface tells us that this is the new weapon to surpass Metal Gear, and steps back to watch the carnage. The parasite zombies then turn their attention on Snake, and Skullface tells us that he is going to control the world, not only through the nukes, but through this new demon, the parasites. We face off now against the floating boy and the man on fire, with the parasite zombies acting as cannon fodder. We have no way of harming the man on fire, and so we must instead gain control of the floating boy to get the upper hand in battle. We could push the revelation that the floating boy is controlled by the strongest will in the area to earlier in the game in order to support knowing how to do this. There is a new bar at the bottom of the screen which seesaws as the battle goes on. It represents the pull of the floating boy toward either Snake's will or Skullface's. In order to gain control of the floating boy or the man on fire, Snake must kill his own men who are attacking him along with the extraordinaries, who he must avoid. This increases the anger inside Snake, expending his will to the point that he can control the floating boy. Once you can control a floating boy, you can pilot the man on fire towards Skullface and have him attack. Attacking Skullface causes Skullface's anger to rise, eventually giving him back control of the floating boy and sending you back to that process. On the third and final time you do this, Snake's anger grows to the point that he takes control of the zombies, his own men, as well as the floating boy, and they ravage Skullface until he's lying in a pulp on the ground. Snake's anger subsides enough that, without a strong will in the area, the zombies fall down, finally succumbing to the parasite, and the floating boy disappears as he tends to do. We talk to Skullface and his death happens exactly the same way it happens in the game now. And there you have it. Snake having to kill his own people can then play more and more into the idea that he becomes a demon by the end of the game, whether you like it or not. And Shining Lights, which we are about to get to, could then serve as the final nail in the coffin, showing Snake's destiny to grow more and more desperate and angry over time, going against the character he has demonstrated throughout the game, all due to the actions he was forced to take thanks to Skullface. Combine this with the Walker Gears and nukes that Skullface plans on proliferating, and you've got a terrifying metaphorical Metal Gear that we can get to see in action, that raises the stakes from the previous games without making the games that come after this one chronologically feel weaker for it. Now, before we move on, I just want to say something here. So far, I've been very critical of this game. Most of the points have fallen under the first umbrella that I presented at the beginning of this video. But basically, from this point on, I will be talking about the strongest, most compelling stuff in this game. Chapter 1 is weak, and Chapter 2 has weird pacing, but when we finally get to talk about most of the main characters and the themes and how everything comes together in the end, well, don't let me spoil the ending. Let's let the game tell you itself. Our next mission is number 43, Shining Lights, Even in Death. Another vocal cord outbreak is on Mother Base, this time contained to the quarantine facility tower. They show no external symptoms and we have to figure out how to ID them.
Don't think the infection's airborne, but...
This part.
Find the source of that transmission, boss. Find our man.
You never know.
You've probably heard this before, but the editing on this scene is another example of the weird editing that happens in a handful of scenes throughout the game. Lines are just in the wrong order here, but I'm not going to camp out here for very long. Snake smells something sweet, even through the mask. We climb all the way to the top of the tower in this almost horror movie scene, and we find the guy who did the transmission.
Boss!
What the hell happened?
At least you're okay.
What's going on?
Is my mic glitching? I don't know.
I win. I'm no snail.
Okay, so just to clear this up now so we don't have to fixate on it, the snail he's referring to is in reference to a parasitic worm that used snails as an intermediate host. The snails like dark places, but the worm makes them want to get out into the light, as well as contort their body to look like a caterpillar so birds would eat them up and proliferate through the air. This is called leucochloridium, and it's really creepy and cool. It has a lot of mirrors to the way parasites work in this game. That's how I see a lot of Kojima's crazier ideas. They often have real-world mirrors which can be just as crazy as what's in the game, almost like Kojima read something on the internet that he thought was cool and wrote it into this game. Anyway, we learned that people that are infected are trying to get out into the daylight, and that Mr. Snail here has found a way to identify the infected. We take his goggles and see that they react to fevers in their necks. Now we have to go back down to the bottom floor, killing off anyone that's infected, which is everyone, unfortunately. We see Snake fall to his knees and the scene ends. mind, always for the worst for our player character. In Metal Gear Solid 3, we were forced to pull the trigger on the boss, an action that, especially on repeat playthroughs, you as the player probably don't want to take. Killing the boss here represents Naked Snake's falling away from the person he was before. He becomes hardened and defeated and wants nothing to do with the government that forced him to do it. In Peace Walker, we were forced to pull out all of the memory boards on the mammal pod, slowly killing off the boss once again as she becomes more and more unintelligible.
Jack. 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 Oh, from the video? It might have been. Who knows?
This represents Naked Snake deciding that the boss betrayed him by laying down her gun and allowing him to kill her, as well as his
Shining Lights is a great,
big boss.
it's a great mission.
Turns him into the warmongering criminal that we know from the MSX games. Now we get to this game, and something very interesting is being done here. Let's go back to that strategy that easily presents itself as the most effective tactic available in any given situation of this game: Trank and Fulton. This tactic pushes you seamlessly into the mind frame of Venom Snake, who actively avoids killing people whenever he can. We saw that with Quiet and the way he responds if the player doesn't take the choice they are given. We saw it with Skullface in the same way when Venom puts his gun down if the player doesn't pull the trigger, and we will see it with Huey when he decides to send him off in a life raft when everyone is screaming for his head on a platter. Venom is a character of pacifism through and through, and the Trank and Fulton tactic puts you into his shoes thanks to the benefits that you're reaping by not killing people. But here and now, in Shining Lights Even in Death, you are incurably forced to shoot your team dead, some of whom you may have even recognized the names of if you've been paying that much attention, men that you probably brought on base personally as Huey screams at you that you are a monster. Not only must you kill them, they will even tell you that it's your choice and they will follow you, whatever you decide. They salute you, even as you point the gun at their friends and pull the trigger one by one.
Boss! Boss! Let's let the boss decide. We live and die by your order, boss. Boss!
This mission so thoroughly messes up Snake that it symbolizes his change from the pacifist leader of Diamond Dogs to the warmongering ruler of Outer Heaven that we see in Metal Gear 1, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. Mind you, it's not an immediate change. This mission merely infects his mind like a parasite, growing and feeding on him until he eventually does the awful things we see later in the series.
Skip. Grateful.
It's your fault!
This crazy stuff.
They're dead because of you! What?
He's right. I killed him with my own hands.
They were on
You sure did.
I'm on your side, and you turned them all to ashes.
They wanted you to shoot. It was that or be burned alive. Come on. Let's get this over with.
Wait. I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea.
Yummy.
I will always be with you. Plant your roots in me. I won't see you in his ashes. You're all diamonds.
We're not burying them at sea. What then?
We'll make diamonds from their ashes. Take them into battle with us.
A shining light to our brothers in arms, even in death.
We are diamond dogs.
This scene is a little debated, but I feel like it really works, especially if you see Venom as a torn up man after what he just had to do, as I believe anyone would be. His smearing of the ashes on himself reminds me a lot of Kratos, and his insistence that they not be given a traditional burial displays his wishes that no one under his command ever truly dies. Even in death, they are serving a purpose. So after the scene, we get a pretty poignant radio call from Miller.
Mission list updated. I don't know how you do it. All I could do was obsess over revenge, doubting my comrades along the way. But even after all we've accomplished, the phantom pain never let up. If anything, it just got worse. But you understood that from the start, didn't you? From the moment you opened your eyes in that hospital, you knew it wouldn't go away. That you've been fighting the pain and confronting your phantoms the whole time. Knowing full well the battle would never end, until the day you die. I respect that now, more than ever. It's an honor and a privilege, Big Boss.
We'll get back to him in a little while, though. So Huey is being put on trial for all the crimes he supposedly committed. The list of his accusations is as follows. Bringing XOF...
It's bad that I kind of wish Snake had used their ashes to make shotgun shells like that one company offers. That would have been cool. What if you had, like,
putting Hal in the cockpit of a Metal Gear?
Friendly bullets, like bullets made of the ashes of your, like, friendly people that did, like, weird stuff. You know, like, turned people into like, spirits or something. I don't know.
Caused the leak at the quarantine facility, which in turn caused the Wolbachia mutation.
Wolbachia. You're the only time that it's ever pronounced Wolbachia is right there. It's pretty good.
He also stands accused of murdering one of his own family, hiding the body.
I haven't killed anyone. The rest is all wrong too. The inspection was supposed to help everyone. I sacrificed myself for my companions just as much as any of you. Why won't you believe me?
The prosecution calls a witness. Strangelove's gravestone. Haunted by her phantom.
It's just a machine.
Huey! Damn it, Huey! Open it now! Please, let me out!
How sad.
Subject.
We'll see all of this eventually.
Outside the we do
Craft. Good one.
Yeah. Put him to death. Put him in a boat.
Guys, what kind of man he really is. Can't run from yourself around.
Science. Motion. Don't hit me with copyright, please.
Bye, Huey.
She blinded me with science. Burp, burp, burp.
Departure from that Emmerich that we know and love. I truly believe we are meant to implicitly trust Otacon from the first moment we meet him in Metal Gear Solid 1. He's an unequivocal force for good in Metal Gear Solid 2, and he's one half of the Nicola and Bart symbol in Metal Gear Solid 4. I bring this up because in the Metal Gear...
I wanted to talk more about Nicola and Bart, because I thought it was pretty cool. But I didn't. I guess it just wasn't important at the time. But it's cool. I like that song, and the series throughout, like ever since MGS4, I think, has some symbolism relating to that song, which is kind of interesting.
Universe, characters looking or sounding like people from earlier games is meant to invoke our preconceived feelings about those people, partly because they are spiritual successors to those characters, and partly because it makes it easier to get through the characterization process if we can just project what we already know about a related character onto this one. That's why you immediately trust Naked Snake, why Pliskin is automatically suspicious, and why people thought it was weird when Snake and the medic had the same voice in Ground Zeroes.
Get it out. No time for anesthetic. We have to open her now.
In Peace Walker, Huey definitely fits that bill. Those savvy with the series would suspect that this is Hal's father.
Wow, the POTUS is here.
About him in the same way that we did with Otacon. This guy is obviously a misunderstood force for good being used by the War Machine for purposes he didn't sign on for. But in Phantom Pain, he takes on his own identity. He's no longer just a carbon copy of a good doctor that we knew previously. Now he's the sniveling, lying, backstabbing wretch of a man who does nothing but...
Yeah, I agree, Trinity.
Himself. Always trying to find a way to better his...
It's very in character for him.
Someone else's comfort or
good stuff.
future. I mean, that's what we're meant to believe. This is where I'm going to bring up something that's been planted since pretty early in the game, the unreliable narrator. You see, this game is being perceived by a character and is being told by two others. Either Miller or Ocelot, depending on the situation. These two people are incredibly smart, incredibly talented individuals, but ultimately they are fallible. That's why, on more than one occasion, they will posit on theories they have but will later get proven that they are not true. One example is anytime early in the game when they blame Cypher, Zero, for the attack on Mother Base, which is just not true. Zero had nothing to do with it and in fact doesn't even run Cypher anymore. Another example is with Eli. Early in the game, Ocelot theorizes that Eli was a part of the Les Enfants Terribles, which is true, but the DNA test comes back negative.
I'm sure that pronunciation's really good.
They then believe that it's not true, even though the DNA test results were correct, just for different reasons because they don't have the big picture. One more example is when Quiet attacks the man on Mother Base. Not long after the vocal cord parasite infection starts, and Miller theorizes that it was her causing it.
Remember before, boss? When Quiet attacked one of our guys on Mother Base, stuck a knife in his mouth. He's one of the very few soldiers who've had contact with her recently. Close contact. I don't think it's a coincidence that he was among those who became symptomatic pretty early on in this epidemic. Saliva and blood spatter, an open wound, mucosal infection. Whatever is causing this got inside him then.
Miller, that is a baseless accusation.
The source of the infection is Quiet.
Ocelot calls him out on his lack of proof, but ultimately we can't know for certain that he's wrong, and that's where the writing of this game becomes interesting. Looking at a lot of the lines and tapes through a critical lens gives you the sight to see that these characters are fallible and not everything they say is true, and sometimes their personal motivations get in the way. Having your characters know everything perfectly and never lie or even accidentally lie is a problem which plagues a lot of video game writing, up to and including Death Stranding. If we begin to see that Miller and Ocelot are wrong on occasions, we can begin to see
It's some of my favorite stuff that this game does, is allowing people to be wrong. And it is interesting to me that, wait, are we making community MGS YouTube poop? That's literally exactly what we're doing. And I love it. Oh, it's such a dumb idea. Anyway, yeah, the writing in this is good in that regard. There's a lot of flaws with the writing in this game, but I do love that characters are allowed to be false, and that it's actually used for story reasons.
See that perhaps there are times when they are dead wrong about really important issues. The story is being told with them as the narrators. Of course, it's going to seem like they are right. Just like in this video, the one that you're watching right now, I'm not going to say anything that would make you think that I'm wrong about any given point that I make, because I want you to believe what I say and see my opinions as valid. The difference here is that in this video, I'm also allowing other voices to speak, from the differing opinions I cite and the reasons for those opinions, to the game itself and what it's saying. Miller and Ocelot don't often allow other voices into the fold. They tend to silence them before they can make their statement.
Please. Guilty! All counts.
So, why do I bring all this up? Well, it's because all the stuff I said earlier about Huey isn't entirely true. He does lie, he is conniving, he doesn't always look out for the best interests of others, and he's done some awful things, but he's not guilty of everything that Miller and Ocelot accuse him of. Let's look deeper. First of all, and probably biggest of all, I don't believe that Huey is guilty of being an accomplice with the attack on Mother Base back in Ground Zeroes, or at least there is little proof other than he didn't lose anything. I mean, look at how much proof they bring up against him in the big climactic judgment scene.
We've reviewed into everything else that's happened since you arrived here. Please. Guilty! All counts.
Wow, that was compelling. He even says,
"We will gather all the evidence of this man's crimes, and then he will be tried."
In a tape leading up to the scene, so where's the proof they collected in order to charge him? The only physical piece of evidence he brings against Huey is in response to the death of Strangelove. Also, for reasons I'm going to explain later, there is an incredibly compelling motivation for Miller to accuse anyone he possibly can of being an accomplice with that attack, so I don't know that I believe it. Yes, Huey went behind the team's back to say yes to the inspection, but the reasons he gives for wanting to do that are sound.
The truth serum isn't working. Either some procedure he had done boosted his metabolic enzymes, or he's undergone special gene therapy.
What's he saying?
Same as 6 hours ago. I had no idea the nuclear inspection 9 years ago was a ruse. Cypher forced me to do that research after the attack.
Do you think he had a hand in it?
I do. But there's no proof yet.
Again, just to reiterate, I'm going to thoroughly explain why I think Miller would accuse him of this in his own section. Next on the rap sheet is repairing Sahelanthropus. It's hard to debunk this one because we really don't know much about the situation there, including the fact that we don't know if Huey actively repaired it or if he just told the kids how and they did it. I don't know that I believe that the kids could do it, but they do have the floating boy on their side, so it's not impossible. That being said, this one isn't necessarily a crime, especially if we believe Huey didn't actively work on it. It's stupid, and he should have known better, but it's not a crime necessarily.
What was your goal in having the children repair Sahelanthropus?
I just answered their questions. I had no idea they would actually try to fix it.
It's maybe important to note that this whole thing feels very similar to the last chapter of Peace Walker, in which Zadornov escapes, and Poss makes edits to Zeke so she can pilot it and attack Mother Base with it. Given the parallel, I'm led to believe that Sahelanthropus was being repaired while the children were escaping and Snake was busy finding them, probably being repaired by Eli and the floating boy if I had to guess. So there's some evidence if you're looking for it. Not exactly a crime, but let's move on to something more substantial. The radiation leak. This is an interesting one. So before we get into it, a little groundwork.
Hey.
Eyes on Kazuhira.
A message from the parasites.
Thanks,
This
parasites.
cutscene is baffling and confounding, but when we take the context of truly trying to understand what's going on here, I think it makes sense. For our purposes for now, the operating lines are
Hey.
and
eyes on Kazuhira.
You see, this comes not long before we really buckle down on accusing Huey of everything that we do. The implication here is that Ocelot is not striking on all cylinders. This is extra interesting when you consider that Ocelot is the one doing most of the interrogating of Huey prior to the cutscene in which he is ousted. The next implication is that in that second line, implying that Miller is the one that should be coming under scrutiny. Taken at face value, this almost seems like it was a cutscene foreshadowing content that got cut at some point, since nothing really happens between this point and the end of the game that would pull Miller into any question. But as I was studying this game, looking at small details and listening intently, I came to the conclusion that this line is actually pointing us in a very, very specific direction.
What about him?
Oh, I didn't know what Jehuti was, but looking at a picture of it,
And it has to do heavily with the Huey side plot. The
yeah,
purpose of bringing it up here is that
I can see some similarities in the design.
being falsely accused of something, and I strongly believe it's this, the radiation leak. So, just a reminder, the radiation leak refers to, well, a radiation leak that was occurring on the quarantine platform, which Ocelot believes to be the sole cause of the Wolbachia parasite mutation which caused Shining Lights to take place. Ocelot theorizes that the mutation could only be caused by the radiation, and this time I'm willing to believe him, if not for the fact that grasping at straws for what alternatively could have caused it would make me sound insane. So we are operating off the idea that the radiation of the quarantine platform caused the mutation which causes symptoms to become lesser. A fever of the neck is the only way to know who is infected. The parasite doesn't even need language to spread, and the Wolbachia cure is irrelevant because the parasites are still in you. Ocelot not only claims that the doctor was the one who ordered the inspection of the equipment which was emitting beta rays,
And the person who ordered and inspected the equipment was you, Doctor.
but Miller also claims that Huey had a homemade device which he was using to communicate with a private biotech company which has connections to Cypher.
We record all
So this is the evidence, the quote-unquote evidence that it was Huey that did the mutation.
people in America. A private biotech company, a client of which is DARPA, and they are connected to Cypher.
They say he is trying to sell the parasite to a buyer, but he developed the mutation in order to have a one-up on the old parasite, which doesn't have the punch that it once did. Alright, pretty compelling evidence, I must say, although evidence might not be the right word here. Ocelot and Miller are definitely just speculating here based on very little actual evidence from what I can see. Even the communications that Miller says they record are never actually brought up or played to us, which is a little suspect. They aren't even mentioned in the cutscene in which Huey was put on trial, which they specifically said they would be gathering all the evidence presenting it opposite him to get him put to death, so why wouldn't they mention it? If the communications were recorded like an audio recording, then why would we not hear this at some point? That would be some pretty compelling evidence. And if they weren't like an audio recording, it's possible that he meant that they traced the origin of the connection from the homemade device on Mother Base and routed it to the device.
Nice try, Bubba. Maybe next time.
If this is what he meant, then that meant the homemade device could belong to anyone, especially anyone on the R&D team. It doesn't necessarily incriminate Huey for anything. My theory is that they just simply didn't have proof on this one, just speculation, and Huey definitely fits the bill, but there's the real interesting thing. Let's go back to Mission 51. Real quick, so I know Mission 51 can't technically be taken as canon, but seeing as the Eli and Sally stories are clearly leading to something more that we never got, I firmly believe that even in the current form of the base game story, Mission 51 was always meant to be there, but it got scrapped at some point because it blows. I recognize that me going off on how awful I think Mission 51 is and then turning around and using it as evidence to fuel my points on this matter may seem a little contradictory or hypocritical, so be my guest and just skip this part if you like. Here's the timestamp. But if you care about justice, then sit with me here because this is really cool stuff.
Oh, here's the part. So I really like this. This is really awful because this is one of the most compelling parts of this argument. And one of the most compelling parts of this argument that it wasn't Huey And this is also the part where somehow Premiere decided to start playing the opening of the video like kind of loudly underneath the narration, and it doesn't stop for a while. So explaining some of the technical difficulties I have with this, I was using Premiere at the time, and I would interchange into Audition in order to do the audio edit. And it would only save some of the like sort of like fades and stuff that I did. And so it felt like every single time I interchanged between Audition and Premiere, it would add glitches and things. I actually exported the whole thing and then realized that a bunch of the audio was super unbalanced. And so I had to go back through and fix a lot of it, like as I was ready to upload the dang thing. It was quite unfortunate. And this is just one of those examples. This is one that I didn't catch until much later after the video was already out. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to deal with it because it isn't like the worst thing in the world, but it is pretty annoying. It's also really annoying to me personally because it's over one of the most compelling parts of this argument, but that's cool.
So we see that Eli has the parasite in this mission, and the way that we find that out is through these goggles, which Snake uses in Shining Lights. That means that his parasite has mutated just like in Shining Lights. Now, assuming that the radiation is the only way for that to happen, why would Eli's parasites be behaving this way if he wasn't somehow involved in the radiation leak? I strongly believe that this was meant to be a subtle hint to the fact that Eli and the floating boy are actually the ones responsible for the radiation leak, something that definitely makes sense given his character and what he does throughout this game. As for the communications, again, I really don't know what to make of that because they never bring it up again or play it for us. It seems like they either dropped it because it wasn't compelling, they figured out it wasn't him, or maybe the writers just forgot. Either way, I don't believe Huey is guilty of this. At least he wasn't meant to be, and the biggest piece of evidence to the contrary is unfortunately hidden within the mission that got cut. As for killing Strangelove and putting Hal in the cockpit of a Metal Gear, he's definitely guilty of both of those things without a doubt, even though he lies about them actively throughout the game. This is really his biggest problem. To me, he seems like a pathological liar that indiscriminately lies about everything they accuse him of, whether it's true or not. This blurs the line between what is true and false, allowing Miller and Ocelot to decide what is true for the purposes of the player and their agenda. Granted, I don't really see what's so bad about putting Hal in the cockpit of a Metal Gear. Sure, Metal Gears are the literal and thematic representation of everything that is wrong with the world, and they are always twisted up with what the enemy wants in every game that they appear in, but to a kid, they are just a cool robot dinosaur. Huey says Hal wanted to get him one, and for whatever it's worth, I believe him. If I was between the ages of 5 and 10 and saw one of those enormous things, I would probably be initially terrified and then say, let me get in, I want to get in it too. I mean, I want to get him one right now. So Huey is a man that just wants...
Couldn't the company be the one involved in LET, which he's contacting because Liquid's DNA didn't match Venom? Could be. The thing about that whole like contacting the biotech company side plot is that it doesn't go anywhere, and there's very little to it. Like it's in like 1 or 2 tapes maybe, and then it just gets dropped. And so I'm not sure if there's a story reason for that, or if it's just because like literally the writers just forgot to pay it off. It could be either or for me. Hey, Private.
Wants to do what's best for himself. He builds Battle Gear, but really it's just to get him off the chopping block.
Do you still want to be in a Metal Gear?
He helps develop tech at Mother Base just because he wants protection. I firmly believe that the only crimes he is actually guilty of are personal ones. None of them affect Mother Base or Diamond Dogs at all. Given that statement, plus all the other statements I've made here, doesn't this particular line come off as more suspect?
Guilty! All counts.
You see, from this point on in my discussion, I'm going to be talking about something this series has lacked up until now. Subtlety. The evidence in favor of Huey not being a terrible criminal is subtle, but it's there if you just look for it. And there are so many more things like this related to our main characters that the rest of the video is basically just going to be bringing them into the limelight. You see, the evidence in favor of Huey is subtle for a reason, and that reason is that our narrators don't want you to know about it, or it wouldn't make sense for it to somehow come up in conversation. This is going to be true in one way or another for every character that I have yet to talk about. They all are not as they actually seem, and the game never directly lays it out for the player, but the evidence is there, you just have to look for it. Maybe a little deeper than some people would be willing to. Speaking of subtlety, if you're already at full bond with Quiet and you didn't use her in the last mission you undertook, she subtly leaves. You've now got the required side op to go grab her. Grabbed by the Soviets and is being held at Lamar Hate Palace. We learned from Code Talker that she has the vocal cord parasites, that third English strain that Skullface said was
very close to you.
She refused the Wolbachia, and the sudden mutation showed that her vow of silence wasn't going to be enough.
Maybe. Or maybe she only wants to infect the world.
Miller's really going to ride that horse till the end, huh? So we need to go and rescue her from the Soviets, or, well, she'll do that herself, as you're about to see.
Boggles my mind that they don't give you a way to rebuild the battle gear if you fail an op with it. Yeah, the battle gear is underdeveloped as a concept. Very much cut content. I wonder if Venom Snake suspected that Kaz and Ocelot were liars. I don't know. Probably to some degree, but clearly he didn't act on that suspicion, if that's the case.
Nice.
Let's finish this.
This mission's kind of dumb.
So we've got to fight against a bunch of tanks, and this is honestly the worst mission in the game by a pretty large margin. No matter how well I feel like I've prepared for the first go of this mission, every time, I always get my butt handed to me at least 3 or 4 times before it's over. I really hate this mission, but I don't want me ranting to spoil what's about to happen, so let's move on. After we blow up every last tank in their fleet, we convene with Quiet. What? How did we miss that? An entire tank? It wasn't even that far away? Okay, anyway, moving on. We have to take Quiet to the LZ while avoiding enemies in a sandstorm.
Yeah, Trinity. I'm pretty sure that like you basically got to use the skull suit to accomplish that. I don't like it. Alright, let's skip. She goes crazy. Snake comes up, bites Snake. He, yep.
Snake, looking up at Quiet.
What's up, girl?
Ahab, what's your position? We can't stick around any longer. Talk to me, boss. Ahab, I can't copy your transmission. Repeat. Again, I cannot copy. Can't even repeat in English. This is Pequot. Ahab, do you copy? Do you understand English? Hey, do you copy? We can't stick around any longer. We have 0 visibility. We're gonna have to pull back. Cutting transmission.
The boss is with me.
Ahab? Wait, who is this? Identify yourself.
She's gonna come back, or she's gonna direct him and whatnot.
No.
Copy that. Guide me to your location.
Don't want to straight.
There you are, alien.
Good job, Quiet.
A little sexual. It's hard to tell if that's intentional, but the war that you can see in her face is well worth the price of admission on its own to me.
Boss.
Game never really preps you for this kind of mission. I don't think I had the skull suit developed. Why would you need it in a stealth game?
Let's go, boys.
The first time that you come to this mission, in the playthrough, I don't think that it's even reasonable to have the skull suit yet, unless you did a whole lot of you know, side questing and stuff before getting to the end, which I usually don't. So I'm not even close to having enough like resources to build the skull suit at that point. At least I don't think so, if I'm remembering correctly. Again, it's been over 3 years since I played this game last.
I wanted to express my feelings to you. If only we shared a common tongue.
Vengeance was what drove me to them. The only language left to me. Revenge. But the words we shared, no, that was no language at all. That is why I chose the language of...
Why didn't Quiet indicate she could speak so Venom could get a translator? Navajo is the language.
Absence of words.
And I think the explanation for that could be that and I sort of laid this out in this coming section, but I think that one good explanation for that potentially could be that you can hypothesize that she actually did like want to hold that sort of like card over them. Like she actually did want to destroy Diamond Dogs at first, right? And so that's why she didn't communicate. And so yeah, she didn't communicate because she wanted to destroy them. And then by the time she decided she didn't want to destroy them, it was basically too late at that point. Yeah, I think that you could probably hypothesize that, and it's a reasonable hypothesis to make. I think I say something to that effect in this next section. Also, get ready for I've recorded everything in the video in one take up until this point. Yeah, so my voice was getting very quiet, or very hoarse, and then the beginning of this next one is when I started my second take, and the quality is very, very different. Like even with this huge break in between, you can just so clearly hear the difference.
It's time to prove yourself to the boss. You were sent to a hospital in Cyprus to
It's like a different person.
boss who is in recovery and is quickly coming back to consciousness. Skullface sends you with an enormous SWAT team of XOF, a choice that is confusing considering most everyone you...
And I think I recorded most of this in the middle of the day, but this recording I recorded like first thing in the morning when I woke up, and so I've got this like really deep sort of like I just woke up type tone in my voice.
Encounter are either sick, elderly, or adorable nurses. You fight your way up to the room and dispatch the nurse and doctor, knocking your target into the floor. After a quick radio back to base, you go in to defeat the man you've been sent to eliminate. It goes wrong quickly as another man jumps out of nowhere and brings you down, knocking you back. You dispatch him quickly with a throwing knife and get back to your target, slowly choking him out, feeling his heartbeat pulsing through your fingertips, becoming faster and faster as his consciousness fades, a feeling you are more and more familiar with. The inevitability of...
Is it a similar situation with the FNAF video with that single line that sounds like someone else? Probably. I thought that I did a good job of covering the breaks in recordings, but there are way more breaks in the FNAF, because I've started only recording like up to an hour at a time. I don't record more than that now, just for the health of my voice, and then also for the quality of the recording, right? And so, but there are times when I went back and I did re-recordings, and then I dropped those in place. I know that there are at least one or two that are at least kind of obvious, so that's probably the same sort of thing. It's difficult to do properly. Yeah.
Is in your hands. Sound. Suddenly your skin is burning, flames licking at the fingertips you were just using to end someone's life. But your determination will not go up in smoke so easily. You crawl forward for your target. You don't fail your mission. You will not fail your mission. The fire scorches your skin, but you press on. The image of Big Boss burned into your brain like the scars on your skin. You can hardly see, but you've got to move forward. You go to stand when... You're in a bed, although it's not terribly comfortable. Something's very different immediately as soon as you wake up. You try to breathe and you can't, but it doesn't hurt. You can see better than ever. Both of your eyes seem to be processing images in the same way now. You look down at your hands expecting to see burn scars, but you see nothing but the skin you once had. Then you see beyond your hands and your boss, Skullface, sits across from you, a finger to his lips. You want revenge, don't you? On the man that took your life away? He says in his usual sophisticated tone. Don't answer that, at least not in English. If you do, the parasite inside you will slowly begin.
I'm glad I decided not to do a Skullface impersonation here.
Is a thorn in my side, a bothersome fly.
I would have been scuffed at best.
I'm employing you once again for this job, but this time you will not fail. I have given you parasite therapy to improve your abilities 1,000-fold, but should you fail to assassinate Big Boss through traditional methods, you will infiltrate his ranks and, when you are close to him, speak English. This will cause the parasite inside you to proliferate to those around you, eliminating Big Boss and his team before they even know what hit them. Your revenge will be carried out, and my plans will go unmolested. Welcome back to life, Quiet. He sends you to Afghanistan, where you spend some time honing your new skills, awaiting your moment to face off against the man that ruined your life and stole your identity. Then, one day...
The video is that long, it can't be easy to keep it consistent. Yeah, it's not.
The man himself walks into your sights. He proves to be more challenging than you expected, and over time he wears you down. After one devastating blow, you try to escape but pass out in the center of the ruins. The next thing that you see is the man standing over you with a pistol in hand, and you know it's probably over. But it doesn't happen. He doesn't end you. You struggle against him as he puts cuffs on you and picks you up, and he takes you into the chopper with him. He spares you, even after you decide to kill him with reckless abandon. You lay still in the chopper as he drapes a jacket over your skin, a gesture that, before the incident, you would have seen as sweet, but now it is simply suffocating. You decide to take matters into your own hands momentarily. You look at him, Big Boss, Snake, the man who did this to you. The reason you can stand in this helicopter and watch him sit there, silently, without him noticing you. The reason
this, right here, is the only recording that is actually mine. And the reason I did that is because I needed a really nice, long shot of him just sitting in the helicopter, and there was no way I was going to get that just on YouTube, right? But I didn't have any means to... I didn't have any means to record my PS4 at the time. And so what I did was I used PS4 remote play and then screen recorded that. And so that's kind of why it's noticeably blurrier than a lot of the other footage, and that would be why. It's because it is a screen recording of a stream of the game. Yeah. Good times.
Were to get revenge on. You could reach out and destroy him now. You could grab your gun and put him down fast enough that even he couldn't do anything about it. But you don't. You just watch him, silently contemplating his men, his duties, his objectives, as the whirring of the helicopter blades paint a backdrop to your melancholic musing. How did you end up in this situation? Standing 2 feet away from the man you so despise. Why didn't he end you? Your internal monologue grinds to a halt as, suddenly, he looks up as alarm noises start blaring, the helicopter blades fading further into the background. Snake tries to fight the Harrier, but it looks like he's going to be outclassed this time. You know you can handle this, but stepping in will be a gamble on whether or not he decides to trust you, and you definitely couldn't blame him for not. Still, if you don't do something, you're going down with this helicopter. He looks at you, a subtle pleading in his eyes, and you grab your gun. You unload your gun and hand it to him before putting your cuff back on and sitting down. He trusted you again, with both of your lives this time. You can tell you're not exactly welcome on this base, but the boss trusts you, so there's not much they can do to you, the way you see it. You comply to hang out on the medical platform for as long as you have to, but your place is on the field. Hopefully they will see it that way. Your time on base isn't bad, but it isn't fantastic either. Ocelot questions you periodically, but he's nice overall. It's the medical team, as well as the rest of the lower crew, that keep pestering you and acting like you're some kind of monster. You feel the call back into battle more and more each time they act like they can't be on the same platform as you. After a while, your wishes are granted. You prove yourself to Ocelot, Miller, and the boss before going with him on a mission. It's a rocky start. The language barrier is one that's hard to get over, but you do end up making a great team. He moves through the battlefield like one of your own. His abilities of stealth and subterfuge are otherworldly. You would almost think he had superpowers too. Over time, you become closer, learning new techniques which you employ on the field. The time you spend on base is nothing but limbo while you wait to go on another mission. But things aren't entirely great. There's a vocal cord parasite outbreak on Mother Base. You tried to stop it from spreading through your own terms, but it got out eventually anyway, which serves to remind you of your true mission: revenge. You close your eyes and you can see it. Big Boss's face, your fingers tightly wrapped around his neck, the life draining from him before that image is burned away by the bright flames lapping at your eyes. You remember what he did to you and how that makes you feel. This man may have been kind to you since you got back to base, but he is still worthy of your revenge. This outbreak isn't going to kill the boss. It won't even kill all of his men, but you have the power to do just that. Everyone here speaks English, every last one of them. You decide to wait for the perfect moment to strike against him. If you can hit when they are at their most vulnerable, you can wipe them out in mere moments. Time passes as you wait for your opportunity. You go on more missions with him, your bond growing stronger in the wake of the feelings you once had. Your memories of that event have been fuzzy ever since you fell unconscious, but strangely, something is making them clearer. Maybe it's working with the man that caused them. Maybe it's just time healing your memories, but the events change at some point. All you could remember was Big Boss setting you ablaze, but now there was another man. Of course there was. He was the one that threw that bottle of rubbing alcohol at you, and something clicks. Big Boss didn't set you on fire. The other man did. Not only that, but you remember what it felt like before. You remember what it was like to be human, to eat, drink, breathe the air around you like you once used to. And then another face pops up into your head. Skullface. Without asking your permission, Skullface decided to revive you, take everything you had away, and infect you with a parasite which could kill so swiftly that you can never speak English again if you don't want to destroy anyone else that speaks it around you, including yourself. He stole your voice, your life, and sacrificed it on the pyre of revenge, telling you that this was something you wanted, and you were convinced of that too. But Big Boss didn't do that to you. He does not deserve that. And looking in his eyes now, you almost feel like he's the same way. Someone stole his voice too. This man is the kindest person you've come in contact with. You can't destroy him like that. You just can't. Everything's fine for a while. You confide in Code Talker about your plight, but you don't tell him everything, and you insist that it should stay strictly between you two. But it is nice to know that at least one person in the world knows what happened. That is, until the second parasite outbreak. This time it doesn't matter if you speak or not. The parasite corrupts your mind and spreads itself like a sentient plague. You are no longer capable of keeping Snake safe from yourself by simply taking a vow of silence. Vengeance has stolen your identity, your voice, and now it's stolen your safety as well. You can't stay. Snake rushes back to the base to take care of something with the doctor, and you slip away. You may never see him again. But this is how it has to be. Big Boss doesn't deserve to die by your hand. The next day is a blur, to say the least, but it ends with a moment of clarity. Snake came for you. After disposing of the trash that captured you, you both fight off the rest of the Soviet onslaught. It's not an easy battle, but you handle it the way you've handled many situations before. Together. After it's over, you go to see Snake. Maybe it's time you told him the truth. You wake up later. Snake is unconscious. You are suffocating, and the only way to get out of here is by chopper. You can hear Pequod's voice coming over the radio, desperately asking for someone to help him find you. He's getting ready to leave. You've only got two options. Save Snake or save yourself. You choose Snake.
The boss is with me.
AM? Wait, who is this? Identify yourself.
There's no time. Hurry!
Where are you? What is your location?
Okay, so some of that was extrapolated, but none of it is entirely out of my butt. I'd say at least 90% of it is based off of info we have in the game now. The most important part of that was where Quiet realizes how similar she is to Big Boss, that Skullface stole her voice and her freedom just like the real Big Boss did to Venom. I don't know if she ever realizes that in-game, but I do know that the parallel is there, but the game never, not once, comes right out and says it. Another very subtle mirror between the main character and a side character, predicated on the main theme of revenge. This is incredibly compelling to me, the idea that Quiet could have been perfect for Venom had they been able to know each other in a past life or even just before being destroyed by the people they respected so much. The fact that the game...
Joshua, they're editing my video for me. So, I'm actually paying them. So they're allowed to do that. That's fine.
The game doesn't lay this out is incredibly important to me as well, because let's not forget what series this is. If this exact same story had been in Metal Gear Solid 1, well, it probably would have ended a little more like this.
Scuffed Snake impersonation coming in.
You saved my life today, and probably numerous times before, too. And, you know, I'm beginning to realize something. You and me, we're the same. I had my voice stolen from me, just like you did.
No problem, Joshua.
Big Boss, he did this to me. And Skullface did the same thing to you. And now, you don't even get the freedom to keep living. Not like I do. I hope your last moments are as sweet as the time we've spent together. Goodbye, Wyatt. What's the matter? Skullface got your tongue? Tell me I'm wrong. I love the story of Metal Gear Solid 1, but ultimately it was pretty on the nose for most of its main plots. You can pull info out of the subtext, but it's not incredibly necessary to understand or enjoy the story. Whereas I believe this parallel, as well as numerous other things which I have yet to talk about in this game, are borderline necessary to understand and enjoy these characters. The presentation and the implications of all of this is why Quiet is my favorite female counterpart in the whole series. She perfectly encapsulates Venom's plight while being a subtle indicator of what's coming. I love how she embodies the futility of vengeance in a way that I think Venom sadly doesn't. She is probably the best way the game portrays the main theme. I also feel like she is the main way the game has commentary on the theft of Venom's voice, because Venom himself doesn't get a chance to react to it before the game is over. Without her, the game would be a 5 out of 10 for me. Building your bond with her both through cutscene and
Better VA than Kiefer Sutherland. I
as well as the player.
I did record more lines than Kiefer Sutherland, I'll say that.
It's insane that the game gives you the option to kill her and never experience her story. That's a conversation I'm reserving for my section on Venom himself. I'll just leave with this. Without Quiet, Venom would have even less of a voice, less of a reason to be good, and no one to deal with his issues with. Anyway, so Quiet goes and dies in the desert slowly and painfully, and everything sucks. She never comes back, and this is meant to incur that feeling of phantom pain, along with Skullface's death, Huey's banishment, and the abrupt ending the game gives you. But we've got to move on. We've got some other important things to get to. So as far as the game is concerned, we're basically at the end. There's only one unique mission left, and it's going to be a big one, but before we get to that, let's wrap up the main characters. Ocelot is the angel to Miller's devil on Venom's shoulder. His role in the game is significantly more background than it usually is. Most people feel he's extremely out of character in this one, that his stoic, matter-of-fact tone doesn't match with the rest of the series, where he is quite over the top and bombastic throughout, as well as being one of the most important, if not the most important character in the series. Well, I'm not going to come right out and say you're wrong for feeling that way, because I really feel this one is up to interpretation, but let's play a game. Let's start with an assumption and work backwards to an explanation. Ocelot isn't out of character, and there's a reason for that. What is one thing that really tied Ocelot together across the original trilogy? He's wild.
I actually think this point is really compelling. That Ocelot's only reason to be like a cowboy, like a crazy cowboy, is because he's a devil agent and doesn't want people to like really think that he's like important, you know. Now that wasn't the original intention of his character, obviously, but if that's true, I think that it's a good reinterpretation of the character.
Bombastic and clever, but in different ways in each game. The one thing that is very consistent throughout is that Ocelot always has an ulterior motive from the one that we are meant to understand up until the last moments of the game. Is it entirely possible that, given the way he behaves in Metal Gear Solid 5, he's behaving that way on purpose in order to make himself seem like less of a threat?
A game that follows Ocelot through the entire series would be very interesting.
When in reality, he's very much in the know and very important to the story playing out in the way it was supposed to. I would argue that the same could be said for Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, in which he is still acting from the shadows for someone other than the people he is working for at face value, so his mannerisms and actions in those games may have had an ulterior motive to throw people off his scent. Metal Gear Solid 5 is the only game in the series that Ocelot appears in which he is not a triple agent. He's there because Zero wanted him to be. He has no ulterior motive. He's not even trying to kill anyone or overthrow anyone, so maybe he just doesn't need to act like a crazy zany cowboy dude to keep his cover. Now, I'm going to acknowledge that that won't be enough for some people, because I understand and realize that many miss the crazy zany cowboy side of Ocelot. I like what they did with him in this game. He's still got many of the best lines.
What if I'm a spy? You?
But I understand if you're disappointed. That being said, calling him out of character and citing him as bad writing seems a little short-sighted to me. Just because he behaves differently from other games doesn't mean that he's out of character. I feel like there's a very good reason for him to be that way if you look for it, and really you don't even have to look that far. The reasoning is subtle, however, and never comes up in context. You have to infer it based on the implications of the story and what we know about the characters. In this case, his past roles in the story and how that relates to this one. It never comes up in context because, well, why would it? The other roles Ocelot has played don't have anything to do with this game. It wouldn't make sense for them to come up, but I definitely don't think this is out of nowhere. Speaking of people having good reasons to be different from past games...
Secret. I've got a secret.
exists. I had already begun my 4th playthrough of this game, taking notes on every detail I could find, but when I discovered the nuance of this character, that's what pushed me to really finish the script and get this thing out into the world. On his face, Miller seems like another poorly written character, demoted from his depth and uniqueness in Peace Walker to an angry, belligerent numbskull whose only purpose is to be the devil to Ocelot's angel on Venom's shoulder. He's always mad and always graveling out his lines, and the only time he even shows a hint of character we knew in Peace Walker is when he's cooking burgers for Code Talker. But in reality, this all makes perfect sense because he's the reason Phantom Pain happened at all. He is haunted by the deaths of every single person that worked for MSF because their blood is on his hands directly. He disrupts anyone with even a fleeting connection to Cypher because he was burned by them so badly. I've seen this idea floating around, but I'm not sure anyone has taken it to the furthest reach it can go, and there's a very good reason for that. So here goes my thesis for this section. Miller is the cause of MSF's destruction. And knowing this fact about him makes his character make so much sense that it almost makes me angry that the game doesn't make this more clear, but there's an incredibly good reason for that too. But hey, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning. For those that aren't aware, back in Ground Zeroes, Miller can be heard in Chico Take number 7 saying,
"Give her the shot already!"
It has been basically confirmed through Twitter that this is indeed Miller by this tweet that Robin Atkin Downs liked, solidifying it to be just shy of literally confirmed in the credits. The fact that Miller's Japanese voice actor also...
That's an extreme overstatement that Robin Atkin Downs liking the comment means that it's just shy of being confirmed in the credits. That's not a great line. That's pretty silly. It is evident. It is, you can use it as evidence though.
Recorded this line as proof to me. Kojima didn't do this by accident. Now I know this probably opens up a huge can of worms on Miller's motivations throughout the game, and I racked my brain for every potential quote-unquote plot hole that this theory presents, and I intend on answering all of them. Let's get right down to it. Question 1. Why would Miller want to work with Cypher? Well, at the end of Peace Walker, he already was. It's not unreasonable that he would just still be working with them. The one more thing of that game leaves it deliberately vague whether or not he stops working with them, so it's easy enough to assume that he'd just still be working with them.
I'm merely a business partner. Don't forget it. Yes, I'll be in touch.
Yes, we did. We already went through the Skullface section.
Peace Walker, so I think this is reasonable. That being said, he didn't know Zero was uninvolved with the operation at that time. The truth tape in which Miller and Zero chat proves that well enough.
How could you do that to him? After that, wasn't me. You may not believe this, but I never intended for any of this to happen.
So a potentially better question is, what exactly did Miller want to get out of the relationship with Cypher at this point? He did it in Peace Walker because involving MSF in the conflict was the fastest and easiest way to build them quickly, and for whatever it's worth, he was at least right about that. They did grow very quickly, and their legacy and influence are still felt well after their passing. As for his reasoning at this point, I'm not sure. He worked very closely with Skullface up into the events of Ground Zeroes. We know that Skullface is very eloquent and cunning, and I can't imagine Miller is incredibly difficult to manipulate. The way I see it, his motivations are irrelevant given these facts. Without peeling back the facade to see what Skullface has been saying to Miller, we just can't know, and it doesn't really matter because he doesn't get whatever he wanted anyway. Question 3. Why would Miller have wanted MSF blown up? Well, he clearly didn't know what was going to happen. Again, we can turn to his conversation with Zero for that information. We don't know what Skullface was telling him, so it could have been anything, but it certainly wasn't something that Miller would have felt was in direct opposition of MSF. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been there. That much I am sure of. Don't be mistaken, Miller being there with Skullface isn't a sign that he's some huge traitor. It wasn't even a sign of that in Peace Walker.
You knew all of this?
Okay, well, it wasn't supposed to be a sign of that in Peace Walker. Miller has always had MSF's best intentions at heart, and I believe that, even in light of this development. That leads me directly into the next question that should be asked. Question 4. Why would Miller have wanted the bombs placed in Paz? Wasn't the plan there to kill Snake? Why would he get in the chopper with Snake if he knew Paz was going to blow? In the tape, Miller says his line and then immediately after they load up Paz with the bombs. How do we navigate that fact given what I just said? Well, let me take you on a little journey. When I first heard this theory, this was the question I got hung up on the longest. I couldn't reconcile Miller's actions throughout his 2 games with the idea that he would have thought that loading up Paz was the best course of action, considering his best friend Big Boss was on the way to save her. I was talking with my wife, rolling around theories with her like I usually do, when I said, I mean, it would be a cop-out, but what if he walked away right before the bombs were placed? I mean, it's an audio tape. It's not unreasonable that that would be an explanation, but it seems a little cheap to me. And then I decided to listen to the tape again, and I was astounded. I turned to my wife and said, "You've got to listen to this." Let me play it for you again.
Give her the shot already! Hold her still.
Prep the package.
If you didn't catch that, listen again with some really good headphones. All right, one more time, except this time I'm going to put up a diagram of what's happening here.
Give her the shot already!
Hold her still.
Prep the package.
You see, I am a sound technician by trade. Been in the business for a better part of 4 years, studied in college. I have.
Hey, now I've been in the business for the better part of
Basically
8 years.
Audio tapes are. For those that don't know, footsteps like that don't happen by accident. The footsteps are clearly and deliberately mixed to travel from the right to the left as they trail into the distance, and then a new set of footprints appears on the right side of the mix. Miller leaves right before the bombs are placed. He did not know about them, and it was deliberately designed to be that way. I couldn't pick up my jaw off the floor when I heard this. After this, all of the questions I had were much more easily answered, and most of them get to the heart of his plight in phantom pain. So, just to recap, the story so far is this. Miller works with Skullface right up until the events of Ground Zeroes. He probably was told something good would come out of it by Skullface. He feeds Snake cover stories in the form of the tapes in Ground Zeroes, while he is the real reason why Paz survives and ends up in Camp Omega. Same with Chico. Why would he want to lure Big Boss to the camp is unclear. I'm sure he had a very good reason that was fanned by Skullface. Skullface knows that he can get Big Boss by using one of his own men, so he manipulates Miller into going along with his plans. This is further supported by the way in which Skullface and Zero talk about Miller in the truth tape.
Man, Major. He's been making some moves.
Miller? Yes, I know. Rhodesia, is it?
Yes, and up to his old tricks again.
No matter. He'll stumble soon enough.
Although he is under my jurisdiction now.
Miller helps get Big Boss out there by setting the bait and helps to get Paz sedated before quickly leaving to get back to Mother Base so his cover doesn't get blown before the big mission. He does not know about the bombs because he left before they were inserted. Everything else plays out exactly as you see it in Ground Zeroes. When Miller gets on the helicopter after the attack, Snake is silent and shocked, but Miller is intensely angry and is looking for answers. Someone to start throwing the blame on because he can't handle the fact that he caused the destruction of something he loved so much. This line,
"Treat us like a damn fiddle!"
is one of the most mimetic in the game, and it sounds silly, but armed with this knowledge it makes more sense, especially if you replace the word us with the word me. Now, Miller is not in a coma for the 9 years in between the two games. He is actually quite hard at work, still working for Skullface. The proof here is in Skullface's conversation with Zero in the truth tapes.
Although he is under my jurisdiction now.
Skullface and Miller build Diamond Dogs together, or at least the beginnings of it. In Zero's conversation with Miller, he explains that Big Boss had to be moved away from Miller for unexplained reasons. He doesn't go beyond.
Anyone looking for him would be looking for you. He needed to be as far from you as possible. In fact, I'm still not sharing his location. Even now, problems could arise. So, instead, I'm giving you a point of contact.
Skullface wants Big Boss dead, even 9 years later, and so for Miller to know Snake's whereabouts at all would mean potentially compromising his location and spelling doom for Snake. This further supports the... Well, at this point, I struggle to call it a theory because it's all but confirmed true that Miller works for Skullface for the majority of the 9 years after Ground Zeroes. If it wasn't for that, I don't believe Zero would have been so adamant that Miller never knows Snake's whereabouts until the time is right. Miller stops working with Skullface for a little while before Snake wakes up, when he starts training the Mujahideen in Afghanistan to stand up to Soviet soldiers. So, question 5. Why would he keep working with Skullface even after he knows that Skullface was the reason for the attack, not Zero? Well, I believe it's for the same reasons he decided to work with Cypher in the first place. It was the easiest way to grow. I throw off on Miller a lot because I feel like he's a silly man and is largely incapable without a stronger will to guide him, but I also think he is very smart and even is aware of his own limitations. He knows that, without Skullface, he would have not been able to as easily build up Diamond Dogs, even to the sort of sorry state it's in the beginning of Phantom Pain. He needed the resources and so continued to work with Skullface, I imagine while simultaneously cursing him every time he turned his back. Another reason you could posit for why Miller is again working with Skullface is because, well, let's not forget what series this is. The first 4 games in the series are all eerily similar in character, motivation, and event. Well, Peace Walker and Phantom Pain also have a ton of similarities. This series loves to repeat itself. It even makes it a plot point later on.
They did it again.
Very true.
In the end, they're no more than a program.
I like what Steak Bentley said about that, where he was like, just because you acknowledge it doesn't make it good.
All they can do is repeat the same pattern over and over again.
And so it's not unreasonable that Miller would be working with them for no other reason than, well, of course he is. The fact that Miller is repeating his old habits is not at all surprising given the series this is. The mere fact that Huey isn't just a carbon copy of Hal in this game is almost groundbreaking in that context. So we're now all the way up to Phantom Pain. Miller is incredibly angry and pessimistic about everything, and I honestly can't blame him. Being the reason for the destruction of everything you've built has to take its toll on your psyche, not to mention that having to work for the man who did it for nearly 9 years, wanting to lash out but having to stay your hand, that character arc would darken even the brightest characters. I'm not even sure Elmo could have survived that. He doesn't want to take prosthetics because, as he says,
"Do you know how many men I saw die that day? There's back. And you expect me to care about getting a measly arm and leg back? But my pain belongs to all our dead comrades."
But in reality, I believe it's because he is punishing himself. He never wants to forget what he did and how terrible it was for everyone, all of the lives he personally destroyed. This explains why he is so against everyone that has ever worked with Cypher. Quiet, Huey, Poss, the Skulls, everyone. Even after Skullface's death, he starts to turn internally to his own men for the spy he assumes has to be there because he knows he was once that spy. Huey even calls him out for this in his first interrogation.
What about him? Miller was in contact with Cypher 9 years ago. He was working with them. He's the traitor, Snake!
But we kind of move on pretty quickly, so it doesn't stick like I think it should. He shoves blame onto those that worked for Cypher, especially Huey. Just
What about a video analyzing Metal Gear Solid 4? I'd watch it. Might.
Not so sure that he isn't being incredibly forward in his quote-unquote justice, just so no one questions the man who is doing the interrogation.
The thing about that is that I really don't know what I would even add to that discussion. I'd have to look at it for a long time and really think about that game in order to figure out if I have something unique to even say, which I'm not usually the person that's like, oh, I have to have something unique to say, but I do like for my videos to have sort of like a linchpin or like a thing that like separates it a little bit. And so I think Steak Bentley's video is so good that I wouldn't really even know how to differentiate myself from it. And Five Nights at Outer Heaven. Yeah, I would have to think about that one.
Does ever come out in context? Well, Miller succeeds.
I do, in the distant future, if I start to run out of games I want to talk about, I do intend on eventually going back to Metal Gear and doing 1 and 3 and 4. And maybe Peace Walker. I don't know. It's something I've thought about as sort of like a backup in case I run out of content. Not that that's ever going to happen. Every single time I release a video, I've added 2 or 3 new ideas for videos. So
He successfully throws off suspicion and no one catches him for it. The people who could possibly have done him in are either dead or gone, and he wins. And Code Talker's line about eyes on Kazuhira, Ocelot's aim is off, not only with the kids, not only with Huey, but with Miller as well. He was pegging Huey for all the terrible stuff, but in reality, everything in this game is Miller's fault directly, and the parasites know that. It wasn't proof of some content that never made it into the game. It's pointing to a storyline that is so subtle that very few people have seen it, and even if they have,
perhaps too subtle,
that a single person has taken it to its logical end. But here we are. Miller wins. So there's just really one thing left, the truth mission. It's the exact same as the first mission in the game, the one where you crawl through the hospital. There are a few differences right at the beginning and a big one at the end, but that's about it.
What about him?
Yeah, because the thing about it is that in a large way, my opinion of Metal Gear Solid 4 was shaped by Steak Bentley. I watched that video before I played the game.
Then there's this, which is
and so
right up to the realization that Venom is in fact.
It would be difficult for me to separate myself from that.
Also not subtly hinting at the entire time. Then we play through this whole mission again. The first time this happened, it was giving us time.
Any other games you plan to make a video on?
the same,
I
but
plan on making a video on Return of the Obra Dinn is on my short list. Final Fantasy 13 is, I've already done the playthrough of that, and so that'll probably end up hitting after Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, which I am currently in the works on. I will probably end up doing. You're the only person I've ever seen bring it up. A lot of people I've seen just blindly follow what Miller says. Yeah, for sure. I'll probably end up doing a video on Help Wanted 2 when it comes out, depending on how beefy that game is. I had like a note page with a bunch of video ideas that I have, that is on my laptop, and I don't have access to my laptop at the moment. So, but I think I've got like 4 or 5 different ones on that note that, like Obra Dinn's on there, Final Fantasy 13, of course, Birth by Sleep is on there. I might really branch out and do a video on the FNAF movie also. We'll see. Yeah, and then of course Metal Gear as backup and stuff like that.
We can see these scenes with a new lens. Now we know this is quiet. Now we know the man on fire and the floating boy are.
One that I forgot about was Immortality. I'm considering doing a shorter-ish video on Immortality and the way the gameplay affects the story in that one. It is a really interesting discussion that I don't think that any other YouTuber has really discussed in that sense. Like a few other bigger YouTubers have discussed Immortality and its story, but very few have discussed it in its gameplay.
Have a new context for a lot of the scenes in this mission. That being said, I'm not going to go over everything again because it's all exactly the same. If you want the effect this has in-game, go back to when I talked about this the first time and watch all the way until the ambulance crashes and then come back here. I think this is cool, but perhaps a misstep. We could maybe have had a few cuts to take out some of the monotony of this mission. I don't know that that would have lessened the effect. In fact, it probably would have strengthened it by getting to the point. We probably didn't need all this pointless escape from the XOF soldiers on-rail stealth stuff. But just like YouTube essayists like me, this game likes to beat around the bush quite a bit, so here we are. Anyway, skipping to the important part, after the ambulance crash, things change. Our perspective shifts now to what Ishmael was doing. Explains why he's just magically not there when Venom wakes up.
Gameplay affecting story. Remember Heavy Rain? Ha! Yeah, no, not quite like that. More in the sense of how the gameplay affects the way you experience the story, which is linear.
Use that bike. It's tuned up and ready to go. I'll handle the rest. Here, that's your name as of today. Best change your fate.
But I like Heavy Rain. I think it's good.
This one, he'll take your place.
It's got a lot of problems, but
he's Snake.
I enjoy it.
Boss, the whole world wants your head. Don't worry, he can handle it. Move now, quickly.
Aren't you forgetting something? We'll meet again.
Right.
Looking forward to a sober analysis of the Final Fantasy 13. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. I haven't watched a lot of YouTubers cover that game, and I'll probably watch some more between now and when the video comes out, because I'm interested in seeing sort of how most of them tackle the game. I think it's another one of those things where like a few elements of the game are kind of slept on that are like really, really good. Because everybody's like, oh, it's so linear. Oh, it's, you know, whatever. It's neat.
Heroes as Venom. That character creation we did in the beginning was us choosing what the medic looked like, and we even see our name and birthday pop up here. And Big Boss is our 11th hour villain in a lot of ways, similar to how Poss was in Peace Walker. We then go back to the first thing we see in the whole game. We've come full circle.
I actually also used to, like, in OneNote, I used to take in-character diary entries for my first D&D character back, like, years ago. Hey, Geek. And that was pretty fun. I didn't keep it up for more than, like, 20 sessions or something, I think, but... And I don't think I have access to those anymore, either. It's a good app, though, for sure.
Now do you remember who you are? What you were meant to do? I cheated death thanks to you.
Can't believe this was foreshadowing for face reveal in the FNAF video. True.
You have to.
Kojima's a genius.
Your own history. You're your own man. I'm Big Boss. And you are too.
Somebody dropped the Kojima as God clip in there again.
He's the two of us together. Where we are today, we built it. This story, this legend, it's ours. We can change the world and with it the future. I am you and you are me. Carry that with you wherever you go. Thank you, my friend. From here on out, you're Big Boss.
Big Boss here is talking about Venom, of course, but to a certain extent, he is also talking about the player. If you've played and enjoyed these games, you too have a hand in creating the legend of Big Boss, just as much as Venom or Naked Snake. Now, this next scene is bathed in symbolism, but here's the long...
Yeah, I played D&D with my
the tape over and it's the
college friends that I've stuck around with for
in a tape machine, and we see an MSX
the past 5 years or so. So
we see and kill at the end of that game. He then punches the window, and we see demons.
We actually request off of work every week, like specific days, so that we can do D&D every week.
He is walking back from the room that he is in, getting ready to face off against Solid Snake and Metal Gear Classic. And on the figurative side, Venom is walking backward into the fog of war that is the past.
How about that new Saw X?
Filling in the time that he spent.
I've never watched a Saw movie.
Our own emergent storylines. We've come to the end. It's time to tackle the last beast of this game.
I never lost control when you're face to face with the man who sold the world. Do 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 do.
Venom Snake and what he represents in this game. They run the gamut from Venom is simply a vector for the player, that's why he's so silent and stoic all the time.
Is it a surprise I knew Kiefer Sutherland as Solid Snake more than his other roles? It's actually true for me too.
But I'm not really here to tackle the fandom's craziest crack theories anymore. The more interesting topic for discussion is...
Yeah, we've been playing D&D for
just a character that
years now. Every week, basically.
Like they are Venom,
it's cool.
And therefore Big Boss. I mean, that certainly makes sense. One of the themes that is played out in this last scene is that anyone can be Big Boss. Anyone who's ever had a hand in playing or discussing this series has furthered the legend that is Big Boss, and so, therefore, we are all...
Actually, as my college thesis in my media and communications program, we had to do like a final project as a capstone, and I recorded... I basically recorded with these like really nice cameras a couple different action shots of an entire like 3-hour-long D&D campaign that I then chopped down into like 30 minutes, and I got my my college buddies together, and they put on like costumes. We went in front of a green screen, and basically I green screened them in over like backgrounds and stuff to make it look like they were their characters saying the lines and stuff like that. Had them like lip sync it, and it was like a comedy like show format. It was done in like a like sort of like The Office, like that sort of like camera shooting style, it's not good, but it was fun to make, and the concept is solid, but my abilities at the time were a little lackluster. But I'm still kind of proud of that. You can't find it because it'll dox me, but...
all part of the larger thematic Big Boss, the one that permeates the entire series despite him being presumed dead by Metal Gear Solid 1. But, you know, this idea that Venom is personality-less is strange to me. I mean, I certainly wouldn't have made all the decisions he did. I would have played him a little less gruff and a little nicer, especially to the kids, but maybe that's just me. Look, even if technically the idea that Venom is a vector actually worked in context, the game doesn't do anything to support this idea. In other games in which the main character is meant to be a vector for the player, like Skyrim or Fallout, you choose their appearance name, often their background, sometimes their race, and get to choose from a list of dialogue options given the situation, as well as making choices for them outside of dialogue, like whether or not to kill someone, or whether to be a nice person by giving coins to a beggar, or something along those lines. You have total control over the character whose only purpose is to be an avatar for whatever the player...
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We actually went out to a forest and like filmed a whole like combat scene and everything. It was ridiculous.
There are numerous things that have to be true in order for that story to make sense, such as Shepard being a Spectre, or someone who is at least somewhat okay with killing people who deserve it. Shepard is somewhere in between a vector and a fleshed out character. Players get many decisions, but ultimately they fit within what Shepard would do given what is required for the story. But hey, why don't we take this point even further? Let's look at another game, The Witcher. Geralt is a firm character. He's not meant to be a vector for you, the player. The game is telling his story, and we can only change that story within the parameters of what Geralt would do. We don't get to pick his appearance, his job, his background, anything. He's a character, not a vector, through and through. But even there, we have more power to change the story in numerous different ways. Many different outcomes can happen based on the choices we make. It's a divergent story told through the decisions you make within the parameters set by Geralt's character. Is it starting to become clear now? We have absolutely no power to change the story in Metal Gear Solid 5, with the sole exception of one thing, and the only change there is that a storyline is cut out. It doesn't even affect the rest of the game in any way. Even lines that don't make sense if that story doesn't happen don't get changed or cut. If Venom was meant to be a vector for the player, then we would have more significant choices throughout the game. Dialogue options, something to make him passable as any given person playing this game, but we don't get that. We get exactly two choices throughout the game. One that ends in a storyline being cut from the game entirely, and the other ends exactly the same way regardless of what you choose. But maybe you're saying that doesn't prove anything. His lack of facial expressions, opinions, and deliberate actions is enough for me to think he's a vector. Okay, so let me prove definitively, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he is not meant to be a vector for the player, and I will do so through those two choices you get to make. You see, I touched on this earlier, and now it's coming back full circle. In the scene in which you choose whether or not to kill Quiet, you really only get one choice, the active one, shooter. Otherwise, you just have to sit and wait while Snake puts down his gun. I've already explained how the game is daring you to shoot her, from the composition of the shot, the fact that Miller talks first, right down to the fact that there is no button prompt giving you the option to spare, which is exactly how this sort of thing works in every other game in which it pops up. If you wait long enough, Venom will choose for you, and he chooses to save Quiet every single time. That is his choice, not yours. Venom has made a choice, and you can't even influence him to do it with a button prompt. This is one step away, one teeny, tiny step from this just being a cutscene in which Snake wars with himself over whether or not to shoot her, but then decides not to in the end. The player is not making that decision for him. That is Venom's canon. If you shoot her, you are going directly against the intended storyline for this character. Now, it would be one thing if that was the only time that happens.
Metal Gear Solid 5 on the Switch would be awesome.
The same thing happens with Skullface at the end of Chapter 1. The game gives you a quote-unquote choice to shoot Skullface, but if you wait long enough, Miller will grab you and the game pulls the trigger for you. The way I see it, Venom was losing his lust for revenge in this moment. He almost chickens out of shooting at all until Miller essentially forces him to. Again, there is no button prompt here. Your options are to shoot Skullface or let Venom try and put his gun down. It's deliberately designed this way, and I can see that as nothing but proof that he is a solid, fleshed out, firm character that the player has absolutely no say in. Well, you do get one significant decision, and that's whether you kill people throughout the game. If you kill enough people, then the game fast-tracks the Demon Snake reveal to show Venom's descent into evil, but the game also heavily pushes you into the Trank and Fulton tactic that is unequivocally meta, only allowing Demon Snake to come out in scenes in which the game deliberately subverts that meta, forcing you to kill people, just like Venom is forced to kill people in that same moment. Again, I believe that this is the game saying that Venom wouldn't kill people. It's deliberate, it's story-based, it's ludonarrative harmony. But I may now hear you say,
Metal Gear Solid does toy with the relationship between the player and the character they control a lot, so it's hard to say.
And Raiden was a vector for the
yeah,
player.
this is just the way I see it.
Also a firm character, and we don't get to make decisions in that game either. Would you disagree with those statements? No? You see, Raiden being a vector for the player served that game's goals pretty well, but he wasn't really a vector in the sense that the Dragonborn or the Courier is. Raiden was supposed to represent the player. We go from the—
Who would steal a copy of Twin Snakes from somebody?
Nerdy, blonde, skinny boy in a skin-tight spandex suit doing girly flips and boasting about how many video games he's played.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
I think the significance of that speaks for itself. Raiden was a mimetic successor to Snake in the same way that Venom is for Big Boss, but whereas Raiden was being controlled by us and through us the Patriots, Venom is just being controlled by us, just like any other video game protagonist, so the thematic relationship between Raiden and Venom doesn't really hold water. Venom is a firm character and he's got his own personality, flaws, and goals which can at times be different from ours. The same was of course true of Raiden, but go back and play that game again and you'll see he doesn't really do anything out of the realm of what any person playing the game would want to do. Colonel tells him to do something and he does it. Snake tells him to do something and he does it. He doesn't have moral dilemmas about who to kill or how to handle situations because everything was so black and white back then. This is unlike Venom in the sense that many players feel it's best to kill Quiet. Many players feel it's reasonable to kill Huey. Many players feel it's best to not kill people in gameplay, and at the same time, I've seen plenty that paint the African wilderness in the blood of their enemies. You see the difference, right? As for his lack of facial expressions, well, I would argue that too. Snake is always supposed to be a microcosm for the design philosophy present in every game that he's in, and this game is no exception. Many people think he's expressionless because this game is full of subtlety and nuance, both of which I have already shown to exist to you through Huey, Quiet, Ocelot, and Miller, and now here as well. His expressions perhaps are a little too subtle at times, which is obviously a problem, but if you pay attention, you can see what he's feeling on his face. He is much more stoic and quiet than his Snake counterparts, but he's not emotionless. No, that nuance permeates the game through and through, even down to entire subplots that are hidden behind a single random door in the medical platform, something that I've been saving to talk about till now. Pos. If Pos isn't the perfect representation of this, then I don't know what is. The game hides one of the most poignant side plots on the medical platform. I didn't know about it until well after my first playthrough. It sees Venom trying to deal with the guilt of losing Pos by creating a phantom of her in his mind. A phantom who is just like she was before she commandeered Zeke and tried to kill Big Boss. She's playing the teenager, a student, a sweetheart who loves kittens and football and everyone she's gotten to know on Mother Base, but it's all a lie. It's another representation of the phantom pain the medic feels because he is personally responsible for the death of Pos. That's the medic's grief. Big Boss makes it very clear he does not care about her in Ground Zeroes.
And if we get her back here and she isn't cooperative, there's still plenty of room for her in the ocean. Works for me.
And the pain that he feels manifests fully in the last tape you receive from her.
Peace Day never came. Every morning I wake up expecting it to come. But it is always 3 days away. That cannot be it. I have not woken up at all. It is just a dream. It is all a dream. I am in it. And you are in it too. I am the dreamer. But you are having my dream. Do you get it now? You do, don't you? Peace Day never came. With 3 days left, I followed my orders from Cypher and launched the operation. I hijacked Zeke. I fought Snake. I lost and was thrown into the ocean. I survived, but I was captured by Cypher.
I don't know how much stock I put in Galaxy Brain Kojimbo uniting gameplay, meta, and story. Well, I think that the entire Metal Gear Solid series has evidence of that sort of thing. You know, using your desire to, or using the sort of the gameplay mechanics to force you to do things that the story wants to make a point on, or things like that. Just an easy to point to example is just the fact that in Metal Gear Solid 1 you are forced, essentially forced. I mean, you don't technically have to, but in Metal Gear Solid 1 you're essentially forced to kill people. And then that's the only game where the player character is referred to as a killer by Liquid Snake. He says, you like all the killing, don't you, right? And then with stuff in Metal Gear Solid 2, there's examples of it. Metal Gear Solid 3, there's great, you know, videos about this sort of thing. And I think that his use of gameplay as it relates to story is usually pretty solid. And I think that the whole Trank Fulton thing, there's evidence for it, sort of playing into the way that Venom's character is supposed to develop over the period of time. Your MGS2 video was the only reason I actually understood players balking at Kojima. Good. Yeah, no, he's not perfect for sure. There's a lot of flaws in his writing, especially. No game really exemplifies that more than MGS4, I think. When he didn't have any sort of like secondary writer to keep him on track, like he did with Fukushima in the first 3 games, or Etsu Tamari in Peace Walker and 5. Whatever those people actually did, it definitely seemed to help.
How happy I would have been if they had let me die then and there. Our wishes do not come true. We just cling on to our dreams. Our phantoms. Mine. And yours. But I think this one is coming to an end. After all, you have figured it out now. You can kill Skullface. Murder Huey. Slaughter Zero. Burn the whole world down. And it still won't bring me back. Me. Or any of the dead. And that was our business. War. We bought our daily bread with money paid to us for killing. Maybe us getting killed was just balancing the scales. You know, Mother Base was never the heaven we wanted it to be. But I was still happy to have lived with everyone there. It was such a short time. Such a hypocritical peace. But while I was on Mother Base, I was happy. So, I hope I am not the only one who looks back on those days with happiness. There is more to remember than hatred and rage. But of course, this is you thinking that I should think that. It is no mystery now. I am just a phantom. A fragment of the mind you have lost. The real me died a long time ago. But even so, more so, I can tell what you are really feeling. The real emotion that is locked away at the bottom of your heart. Let it fly out. Let it guide you. Live. I think it is my job to tell you that. That is why I exist. So this tape is the last one. Once you are done listening to it, I am one phantom limb that will be gone for good. My flesh, my bones, joining the silt on the ocean floor. But do not forget.
I agree there's a lot of that throughout the series, but it just, it's like there's a read of the game that explains all that, but it relies on Kojimbo playing 4D chess. Yes. I think that, yeah, a lot of people can give Kojima way too much credit. And I try not to do that, except in the Metal Gear Solid 2 video where I deliberately try to give him as much credit as possible. If you look at the gameplay of Metal Gear Solid 3, and all the different ways that you can interact with that game and the mechanics and the AI and stuff, you can kind of see the level of detail he's willing to go to. And that's sort of why I think this one actually works, whereas some of the other, like, oh, Kojima is like a mastermind of story and game design don't work for me, is because this one reminds me a lot of some of the other stuff that he's done in Metal Gear Solid 3, 1, and 2, and stuff like that. So,
as long as you remember me, I will always live within you. Not a phantom limb or a phantom anything. As part of your heart. I will always be your angel of peace. So, I know exactly how to finish. Say peace.
You see, this is Venom Snake. If this game actually starred Big Boss, it would have turned out very differently, because Big Boss is a warmongering criminal that—
Has anyone does a Metal Gear Solid Let's Play where they didn't in timeline order instead of release order?
Venom Snake is a kind-hearted man. He wants to rehabilitate the
Maybe. I don't know.
They never fight him.
I don't watch a whole lot of Let's Plays.
He can, even those that
It'd be interesting though.
Get a second chance. He grieves heavily over the loss of a girl.
I kind of want to. Maybe the next time I play through the series, I'll do it timeline instead of release.
That persona. He's going to be the most demonic Big Boss there is, just before turning around and walking to his death at the hands of Solid Snake. He never gets.
I need to play Metal Gear Rising again.
He never gets to be himself again. He has to live a lie he was brainwashed into believing is true right up until the day he is murdered. It was Zero's idea to steal the medic's identity and repurpose him as a body double for Big Boss, but Big Boss doesn't even say no. He decided that this was a great idea, in spite of the fact that he even called the medic one of his best men. Did Venom deserve that? Of course he didn't. Venom's voice was stolen by Big Boss, and you know, in hindsight, you all can keep calling Venom a vector, that he's not a real character, that he has no personality or opinions or deliberate actions, that he doesn't deserve to be anything more than a footnote in the history of Metal Gear, because, you know what? That does sound like something Big Boss would do.
Savage.
I think that this game's biggest downfall is that it's so subtle. Most of its biggest character details are shrouded in mystery, something I praise with open arms, but it stands in stark contrast to the entire rest of the series. I love Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, but they lack a certain amount of nuance. Not necessarily in theme or content, but in the way that that theme or content is conveyed. They are on the nose and overly wordy, a criticism I believe Kojima was responding to with this game. That's actually a phrase some people levy against it, saying Kojima overcorrected and made it too vague and wordless, and maybe they're right in a way. Maybe Death Stranding is closer to being a good balance between subtlety and wordiness.
Subtlety is misspelled there.
But I really think that Metal Gear Solid 5 has a better story, one of the best stories Kojima has made, and I don't say that lightly. But I can't ignore the fact that this may have been an overcorrection, and that's why so many fans responded so negatively. Imagine you're a huge Kesha fan, can't get enough of her. You show up to a concert advertising itself as a Kesha concert, expecting another Kesha concert. You sit down and you hear the doors locking behind you. All of a sudden, a full orchestra walks out and subjects you to 40 straight hours of Beethoven. Now, Beethoven is great. His music is full of nuance and little details that someone who loves classical music will really enjoy, but if you're expecting to brush your teeth with a bottle of Jack, then you may be a little out of your element. It's for that reason that I can't really blame people for initially disliking this game. It wasn't at all what fans wanted or expected, and I get that. But letting the neutral voice in to support your opinions is the best way to check if they are supportable or just based on blind emotion. You are allowed to own an unsupported opinion, of course, but allowing them to dominate the discussion of a game is boring and unfair. Unsupported opinions even have a place in discussion, but as I said at the beginning of this video, our opinions need to come from a place of understanding the text in question in order for them to be worthy of significant discourse. Unsupported opinions can display initial reactions prior to intense thought, and can explain why some people don't like something even if it quote-unquote works for most others, or the other way around, even after someone has looked deeper into the text. But there were, and are, so many unsupported opinions based on reasonings that don't make much sense in the case of Metal Gear Solid 5 that I decided to write a 110-page video essay defending what deserved defending and bashing what deserved bashing. This game truly has more going on than a single playthrough, or 2 or 3, or probably even 4 can show, so I hope I don't sound like I have all the answers because I don't. Believe me, I'm sure there are mistakes in the script, simple ones that I will get properly flogged for, and I'm ready for that, because this video is a labor of love for a game that I truly think is deserving of being among the greats, in spite of its numerous flaws, so I'd say that criticism is worth it. Here's to what is perhaps the last great Metal Gear Solid game. May you be more fondly remembered than you were received.
I'll Survive Maybe Want is an actual survival game with co-op in this engine/system, really leaning into the Snake Eater vibe. That would be awesome.
Talk about Code Talker.
I don't think Kojima's God, but I still think about the MGS game sometimes. He must be doing something right. Yeah, that's basically how I feel.
Or most of the gameplay elements.
I like how you end V's analysis with a, I said V. I like how you end 5's analysis with a strong statement and then a good wrap up of everything. Thanks. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that last line.
I think the discussion on how awful or terrifying the
110 pages. Yep. FNAF video was 140, I think.
So there's that if you need a more personal note on that point. Plus, I feel every video I've seen this year starts out with, or has, a comment about the pandemic. So maybe it was wise not for this one to be added into that bunch. I didn't discuss the extraordinaries much because they don't add or subtract too much from this story, and I don't feel like Psycho Mantis' presence here makes him weaker in MGS1, with the exception of the fact that his powers are definitely lesser in that game as compared to the ones where he can lift Sahelanthropus without so much of a thought. Ultimately, though, the floating boy and the man on fire serve their purpose for this game, and I don't think that the fact that they're characters from other games really affects much. They both also play into the main theme decently well, so it works for me. Anyway, that's about it. Thank you for watching, and this video is quite long, and if you made it this far, I commend you. Thank you very much, and leave a comment about whether or not you agree with anything I said in this video, and if you don't, I would love to talk to you about it. Thank you.
We did it. We did it, chat. All right. How big did the final video file end up being? I re-downloaded it from YouTube. It is 2.6 gigs. That was fun. Thank you. Videos like this are the reason I don't watch TV anymore. Ha! Yeah, I don't watch TV either. Yeah, get your last bits in. I'm gonna be closing the program. Thanks for everybody that stuck around through the whole thing. I really appreciate it. This was a good time. It's always fun to go back to old videos, and I mean, this is not the first time I've rewatched it. I've actually usually rewatch it about once a year, maybe twice a year sometimes. Which it's only been 3, but you know. I still like this video a lot. I think that it's it holds up in a lot of ways, and even if it's not, you know, in a technical sense, like the audio quality is not extremely good, you know, a lot of the audio balancing is messed up, and that was mostly Premiere's fault, but you know, I think that logically it holds up pretty well. U2 Hammer, and ultimately, I think it was a great first outing, and see you, Bubba. Yeah, I like it. As soon as we come to a consensus on, yeah, there we go. We will preview the video one more time, and then the stream will be over. Thank for watch. Does that work? Yeah, it works. Okay. Okay, that's it. All right, so let's preview this video, and what I'll do is I'll add some video footage in, so that it's not just black screens most of the time, and then I will I'll upload it. I'll probably schedule it to upload tonight at midnight, and then it'll stay up for until the next midnight. Okay. We ended up getting about 4 minutes worth of awesome content, so here we go. And I love where this is Warhead, but
Mr. Kojima.
Snake, kill, writing, war, however, ocelot, kiss, sniper, around there, Tetramore, that name is like a fire.
Nice shoes.
The nuke, better not believe that liquid and sniper from. Now it is important that nuke. I like that one. What? Well,
pretty good.
Psycho Mantis is this game. Where go? I have no idea. Why?
Just a bug.
Big V. No.
Then die.
Missile. Kill. Sun. Ninja. Stop. Love. Else.
No more judo and no more field strips.
Woman. Mantis is.
This is good. Isn't it?
Scientist. Become economic. Down in bad hard. Just man. How are we so to see that the we sell are you and me keep most our in the family city.
Lolly lulela.
Boy, listen, live, show you my genome. Who? Fire, fire, fire.
Metal Gear.
Boss, lose.
Metal Gear.
Hello, I love Meryl. Bye. Stand up to we now Mr. Kid. Snake, who? That sound always makes me laugh. Liquid, metal, snake, the Psycho Mantis, help.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit. You're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
Jeans. Oh, my kid.
It's like one of my Japanese enemies.
Horrific idea of word.
Metal Gear.
Party time.
Lolly lulelo. The lolly lulelo.
Metal Gear Solid. Gameplay is
pretty good.
No, no. Oh. Stop. No. Kiss. Kill. Died. Snake. DNA. Bad. Liquid. DNA. Good. Snake. DNA. Bad.
Brother.
Liquid. Not understand. Genes. Because. No. And. DARPA. Kill. Who? Why?
What the dog doing?
Big. Black. Solid. Love. Man. Who? Ate. Snake. Snake. Kill. Snake. First, let's talk about the story.
I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Snake use gun, but Ocelot do not die because
my hand
is liquid. liquid is just like me. Force. Real.
Brother! 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 Brother!
Now let us talk music. Time to party.
Lolly Lule Lo.
The Lolly Lule Lo.
I need scissors. 61.
Lolly Lule Lo.
So, yeah, music is
pretty good.
Of good music in
Metal Gear.
I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Aren't you always keeping people waiting?
Finally, let's talk about gameplay. Snake, walk, snake, gun, snake, kill, boss. Think, watch. Oh my gosh. This is the dumbest thing I've ever done, and I love it. Thanks to everybody that participated in that. I might keep are you excited to replay the collection in November? Yeah, I probably will. This sounds like someone from 2002 made a Metal Gear YouTube poop in modern day. Yeah, pretty much. I'm going to keep developing this idea. I think I want to do this again. I need to add way more words. I've realized that as I've been watching things that don't work. I'm like, how did I record like 700 words and and I'm missing such obvious things. So I want to do this again. We will do this again sometime. I think it's pretty funny. So yeah, look out for the video. It from the outside, I think that I'm going to I don't know. The video will pop up tonight. It should be fun. Anyway, this has been a lovely stream. I can't believe that idea worked as well as it did. Yeah. Next video is Birth by Sleep. Who knows when it'll be out. It's gonna be great. I'll throw a little baka in chat. Well, bye everybody. It's been good.